Section 1 of the 18th Century National History of France. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. The 18th Century National History of France by Casimir Stryienski. Translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. First part. Regency of the Duc d'Orléans. Chapter 1. The commencement of the Regency, 1715. The death of Louis XIV. The royal family. The Duc de Maine. The Duc d'Orléans, his character. The late king's will disregarded. The new king's lit de justice on September 12th. His portrait. The popularity of Louis XV. Louis XIV is dead, and his courtiers breathe again. The last years of the king had been mournful and morose. The words that he addressed to his great-grandson when giving him his blessing convey an echo of these troubled times. "You will be a great king. Do not imitate me in my taste for building, nor in my taste for war. Try to lighten the burden of your people, as I, unhappily, have not been able to do." These moving and humane words had in them something of the prophetic. In 1715 a new era was beginning. The king was to retain his divine prestige for nearly a century in spite of everything, but the nation around him was adopting a new life. The history of the 18th century is the history of the disorganization of the ancient monarchy, to end at last in revolution. Imperceptibly the modern spirit grew, developed, and assumed more tangible shapes. Soon a lamentable ruin was all that remained of the ancient edifice. Our Acropolis was destroyed, and like that of Athens, it became but a shrine for pilgrims where some might come to mourn the vanity of human things, others to raise the song of victory. Chamfort triumphantly recalled the saying of a courtier in 1715, "After the death of a Louis XIV, anything may be expected. The greatest calamities may occur." The great king's successor was 5½ years old. He was the son of the Duc de Bourgogne and Marie Adelaide of Savoy, whose wit and charm had cheered and solaced the last years of Louis XIV. At his birth on February 5th, 1710, Louis XV had seemed far enough from the throne. His great-grandfather, his grandfather, the great Dauphin, his father, and his elder brother, the Duc de Bretagne, were still living, 4 barriers in his way to the throne. In 2 years, all had gone, and the only representative of the direct Bourbon line was a feeble orphan. Both the state and the king needed a guardian. Until the heir to the throne should attain his majority, the country would have to be governed by a regent. Louis XIV in his will appointed 2 persons to perform this duty: his nephew Philippe, Duc d'Orléans, son of Monsieur and Elizabeth Charlotte, Princess Palatine, and his legitimized son, the Duc de Maine. The former was to have the title of regent, but he was to be at the mercy of the latter, who alone was charged with watching over the safety, preservation, and education of the king during his minority. These princes represented 2 rival parties. The Duc de Maine, brought up by Madame de Maintenon, was the Benjamin of Louis XIV. The Edict of August 2nd, 1714, by recognizing the legitimized children of Louis XIV and their descendants as equal to the princes of the blood royal, had put the finishing touch to the hereditary greatness of Monsieur du Maine. This paternal weakness encouraged the flattery of place-seekers, and grouped around the Duke such people as the Marshal de Villeroy and the President de Mesmes, to say nothing of those who awaited events before knowing to which side they should give their allegiance. Monsieur de Maine was not lacking in intelligence, but he had a tendency toward avarice, and one weakness that is fatal among Frenchmen: cowardice. At the siege of Namur in 1695, M. d'Elbeuf asked him before a number of officers where he would be stationed in the approaching campaign, When the Duke asked the reason for this question, M. d'Elbeuf replied, "Because with you one's life is safe." The Duke made a bad use of his intelligence. He took a special pleasure in false and tortuous ways. In appearance his face was sufficiently prepossessing, but he had little resemblance to his majestic father. He was small of stature, deformed and lame, and had an ungainly walk. Philippe d'Orléans, on the contrary, was popular, both from his frank, open, and amiable character, and from the retirement in which his uncle had kept him. He had wished for a military command, but in spite of the brilliance of his first engagements at Leutz in 1691, at Steinkerk, where he was wounded in 1692, and at Neerwinde in 1693, he had difficulty in obtaining permission to take part in the Italian campaign of 1706. There, owing to the folly of La Feuillade and de Mersin, who would not listen to him, he was present at the defeat of Turin, where he conducted himself with courage and was seriously wounded. During the years 1707 and 1708 he was in Spain defending the interests of Philip V. As master of the situation he showed a considerable talent both in administration and generalship. The towns of Valencia, Saragossa, Lerida, and Tortosa surrendered to him. His popularity increased to the point of overshadowing that of the King of Spain himself. Unpleasant rumours were spread about him. It was reported that he wished to seize the crown of Castile. These calumnies brought him into disgrace, and for a time he was condemned to obscurity. But he profited thereby in acquiring a closer knowledge of men. During this period he had to struggle against far more formidable enemies than those he had conquered. Certain courtiers, led by M. du Maine, accused him of having poisoned the Duke and Duchess de Bourgogne, stating as evidence that he had studied chemistry in his leisure hours. Then again he gave Louis XIV cause to be angry with him. He conducted himself with culpable frivolity, and neglected his wife, a legitimized daughter of Louis XIV, and a sister of M. du Maine, to whom the king had married him against his will in 1692. It is not surprising that Louis XIV followed the dictates of his heart and gave his nephew a phantom regency for the benefit of M. du Maine. No doubt the great king would have liked to go still further, but he could not take from the Duc d'Orléans the title of first prince of the blood royal or its accompanying rights. Louis knew, however, that wills are fragile. He knew that those of Henry IV and Louis XIII had been disregarded. He foresaw the difficulties which were certain to arise, and he said to Philippe, "I have made what I have considered to be the wisest disposition, but one cannot foresee everything, and if there is any point which is not satisfactory, it will be changed." For an intelligent prince who was desirous of securing his position, this verbal testament was a sufficient programme. Saint-Simon is deceived in thinking that the nephew of Louis XIV was taken unawares. It was not so, for the coup d'état was prepared with as much skill as discretion. The Duc d'Orléans made certain of a great part of the army and of the Parliament of Paris before the death of the king. He was sure of the support of his cousin and ally, George I of England, with whom he had started a political correspondence in 1714. This newly made monarch had a particular reason for not wishing to see the Duc de Maine master of the kingdom of France. He had justifiable fears that the latter would support the pretender, James Stuart, son of James II, and would thus menace both the peace of Europe and the throne which he had occupied more or less as a usurper. The Duc d'Orléans had also in his favour his brilliant military exploits, his ready eloquence, and his generosity. He flattered himself on his resemblance to Henry IV, and studied to increase this resemblance in the vices of that prince as in his virtues. But when put to the proof, he could not continue long in the same direction, for he had no spirit of perseverance. He was impulsive. If he stopped to reflect, he became so undecided that he could not be induced to make up his mind at all. Madame Palatine wrote a celebrated description of her son in the form of an apology, in which she frankly showed his vulnerable points. "He is," said the princess, "like the child to whose baptism the fairies had been invited. One willed him a beautiful form, another eloquence, a third a talent for the arts, the fourth an aptitude for physical exercises, the fifth martial glory, the sixth courage. But they had forgotten to invite the seventh fairy. I cannot take back from the child," she said, "what my sisters have given him, but during his entire life I will be against him, so that all these favours will be useless to him." This seventh fairy was indolence, and the laxity which made the prince blasé and bored led him into his worst errors. Yet the 6 other fairies did not abandon their protégé. They often came to his aid. At the decisive moments on the eve of and the day after the death of Louis XIV, Philippe d'Orléans was entirely master of himself and scored a brilliant success over the Duc du Maine. On September 2nd, the Parliament of Paris, charged with opening and executing the royal testament, decided first of all that the Regency should go to the Duc d'Orléans by right of birth. In return, the prince, by an adroit move, revoked the edicts of 1667 and 1673, which had taken all political authority from the Parliament. In his speech he emphasized his liberality. "Whatever my right," he said, "to aspire to the Regency, I dare assure you, gentlemen, that I shall merit it by my zeal in the service of the king, and by my love of the public welfare, with the aid, above all, of your advice and wise admonition." The victory was won. The Duc du Maine took fright, as was his wont on a field of battle, and appealed to the court to decide what he was to be. He hoped that they would not leave him an empty title. At these words the Duc d'Orléans declared the clauses of the testament, which had just been opened, to be monstrous. Was it possible that he, the regent, should be under the orders of a prince who would be master of everything of the king, of Paris, and consequently of the state? He wished to be freed of this tutelage, to have the free disposition of pardon, employment, place, and benefice. Then, summing up all in a phrase borrowed from Télémaque, recalling the noble traditions of the Duc de Bourgogne, he added, "I wish to be independent that I may do good, and I am willing to be bound in whatever way you please, so that I may not do evil." There was loud applause. The Duc de Maine saw that the game was lost, and abandoned the contest, merely stipulating that he should have the superintendence of the education of Louis XV. "Willingly," said the regent, "that does not matter so much." The voting was in accordance with the wishes of Philippe d'Orléans. No vestige of authority was left to the Duc du Maine. Everything was in the hands of the regent, who had the right to surround himself with persons chosen by himself, and to arrange the form of the government as he thought fit. The direction of affairs, however, was vested in a council of regency, who were to decide according to the vote of the majority, while in the case of an equal division the regent was to have the casting vote. Thus Louis's nephew, with the strength of his prestige, annulled the dispositions of his uncle by means of the very magistrates who had been commissioned to uphold them. At the same time he had restored the Parliament to its rightful position, which had been disregarded for many years. This was the first liberal measure of the regent, though it was not absolutely disinterested. None the less, he gave an impetus to the power of that assembly which was to play so leading a part during the whole 18th century. The precautions which were taken for the safety of the Duke were unnecessary. There was no need to have recourse to the armed force which was stationed at the Palais de Justice in readiness to support him. As he left the Sainte-Chapelle, there were repeated cries of "Vive le roi! Vive la Régent!" On the same evening he returned to Versailles, where he received the congratulations of the court. The powers with which he had just been vested were confirmed at the Lit de Justice, held on September 12th. There is an interesting picture at Versailles, painted by Duménil, which shows the minutest details of the ceremony. The great chamber, or chambre dorée, with its royal decoration of blue hangings ornamented with golden fleurs de lys. In one corner on a dais Louis XV is seated, still so fragile that he was obliged to have his governess, the Duchesse de Ventadour, with him. The Duc de Trêmes, governor of Paris, had carried the king from his carriage to the throne. A woman kneels at his feet to watch over his weakness, symbolical of his whole reign, for Louis XV was forever surrounded by women and courtiers. It was a large assembly. The king was supported by the Grand Chamberlain, peers spiritual and temporal, princes of the blood royal, governors and lieutenants general of provinces, the chancellor, the chief president, the chief justice, and the councillors of the Parliament. There are 2 portraits of the child king also at Versailles, one by Rigaud and the other by Ranc. In spite of the official character of these state portraits, they show the whole charm of his youth, grace, and beauty. They depict faithfully the Louis XV whom Madame Palatine has described, with large black eyes, long curling lashes, fresh complexion, tiny mouth, quantities of long dark hair, and a straight and well-formed figure. The painters have reproduced these attributes marvellously. Rigaud with the masterly touch of an assured artist, and Ranc with that scrupulous attention to detail which in him took the place of genius. P. D. Martin's picture, also at Versailles, shows us the front of the Sainte-Chapelle, from which the king has just come after the Lit de Justice. Louis XV, once more carried by the Duc de Trêmes, is on the top of the flight of steps, escorted by the regent, the Duc de Bourbon, and the princes of the blood royal. The square was crowded with people wishing to see the king. The French and the Swiss guards could hardly move amongst the enthusiastic crowd that cheered the new monarch. The cannon of the Bastille was fired and the town was en fête. An officer of the bodyguard distributed money to the people from time to time on the journey from Paris to Vincennes, where, in accordance with Louis XIV's expressed desire, his descendant and successor was to live, that he might be in the fresh air. Following an ancient custom, birds were set free in the court of the palace, symbolical of the deliverance of the prisoners. The regent, not content with the symbol alone, ordered the doors of Vincennes, the Bastille, the Conciergerie, Saint-Éloi, and for l'Evêque to be opened, liberating most of the prisoners, particularly the Jansenists. Thus the new reign began under the best auspices. The regent contented himself with exiling Père Letellier, the confessor of Louis XIV, and he softened the voluntary retreat into which Madame de Maintenon had retired. The young king kept for a long time the popularity of which he received the first proof on that day. Ready sympathy was naturally given to this charming child, the only remaining representative of a great family which had been smitten by successive blows at the hand of death. End of section 1. Section 2 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, The Education of Louis XV, 1715 to 1722. The Regency was to last until February 22nd, 1723, when the king officially attained his majority. At the age of 13, Louis was to become absolute master of France, though naturally he would remain under the guidance of his chief minister. His minority was not troubled by sedition, as that of Louis XIV had been. During the early years, a considerable party was formed which seemed ready to grant liberty to the parliaments, to Jansenists, to members of the reformed religions, and to those subject to tie. Blessings were to flow spontaneously over the country. The ambition of Philip V of Spain, who asserted his rights to the Regency as the grandson of Louis XIV, and the speculations of Law the Scotsman momentarily disturbed the prevailing calm, but there was no other excitement during that period. However, the Regency did not keep its promises, but in the end reverted to the policy of the preceding reign. The nephew of the great king, owing to his indolent character and to the necessity which statesmen find so pressing of giving way to private interests, never completed his purpose. The seventh Fleury brought him ill luck. But before these events are dealt with, we must introduce some of the personalities who, in addition to the regent, were charged with superintending the education of the young monarch. It is important to know how they acquitted themselves of their task, and what their influence was, and how far they were responsible for the results obtained. In this way we shall better understand the strictures passed by history upon Louis XV, who gave evidence of his character at an early age. In accordance with the settled custom, the king was at first placed in the charge of women. His governess was the Duchesse de Ventadour, Charlotte de la Motte Houdancourt, late lady-in-waiting to Madame Palatine. She was now elderly, but there had been a time when in her youth and beauty she had had a brief but brilliant career, and rumour had been busy about her. In 1715 she had become extremely pious, and she maintained the tradition of the court of Louis XIV and Madame de Maintenon in all its rigorous austerity. She performed her duties to the best of her lights, and imagined that she was acting wisely in flattering her pupil, and in telling him that he was a being apart, to whom nothing was comparable. In return, the child loved his governess alone, and gave the Duchess, whom he called his dear mamma, all the affection of which his heart was capable. He was small and delicate, consequently he was never crossed or contradicted, and was allowed to do whatever he pleased. Thus he was badly brought up, and began to give indications of what he was to be throughout his life: obstinate, self-opinionated, and proud, taking dislikes to people for no apparent reason, only breaking his usual taciturnity to make some offensive remark. One day, when Monseigneur de Coislin, Bishop of Metz, came to present his homage, Louis cried, "Ah, mon Dieu, how ugly he is!" The bishop turned on his heel, remarking, "What a badly brought-up little boy!" Occasionally he was merely playful. On one occasion he asked M. de la Vrillière who he was, and the courtier replied, "Your Secretary of State." The king at once requested him to enter his study, and for work gave him nuts to shell. His childish pranks were overlooked. Everyone showed complete devotion to him, young as he was, as Madame Palatine said. She herself treated him as a spoilt child, remarking, "I am not in his good graces, but it does not disturb me, for by the time he is old enough to reign, I shall be no more of this world, and I shall not be dependent on his caprices." There is a letter from Madame de Ventadour to Madame de Maintenon, which proves that the governess at least foresaw the future character of this being, who was so sad and morose in his childhood, and seemed to bear the burden of the troubles which had afflicted his family. "He is a child," she wrote, "who must be taken care of. He is not naturally gay, and great pleasures will be harmful to him, for he will abandon himself to them too much. They wish him to display the same disposition on all occasions, and you know, madame, how intolerable such restraint is at any time of life. You will laugh at me when I tell you that he has the vapours, yet it is true. He had them in his cradle. The result is his mournful air and the constant necessity of rousing him. One can do anything with him if one speaks without passion." It is difficult to undertake the defence of Louis XV, but before he is condemned, an allowance must be made for his education at the hands of flatterers. It must be remembered that he was always surrounded by strangers, and, as he himself said, that he had lost his parents before he could realize his loss. All these are extenuating circumstances from a psychological point of view. Shakespeare, with his great human knowledge, has noted this particular agent in the deformation of character. When he introduces unnatural people, they are always orphans. Thus Regan and Goneril, the odious daughters of King Lear, had never known a mother's smile. Madame de Ventadour retained her position until 1717, when Louis, who was now 7 years old, was placed in the charge of men. The ceremony which took place on this occasion was conducted with great pomp, in accordance with custom. The regent and the whole court repaired to the Tuileries in brilliant equipages. The king was disrobed in the sight of all, that every one might witness the good state of his health. Then he was dressed in new clothes and handed over to his governors and preceptors. The officers who were to serve him were presented, even including a Swiss boy aged 6½ the son of the Swiss attendant of Marshal de Villeroy, clothed in black, in the fashion of the Swiss Guard, holding in his hands a halberd of silver blade and ebony shaft. About this time the Tsar, Peter the Great, came on a visit to the king. The visit was political, but the result was negative. The regent rejected the advances of the Russian emperor, not wishing to ally himself with an enemy of England. He also declined the proposals for the marriage of the young king made by the Tsar. Peter had a daughter, Elizabeth Petrovna, who was of the same age as Louis, and he dreamt for the moment of placing her on the throne of France. This event excited the well-known curiosity of Parisians. For a month and a half the Tsar was extremely popular. As he passed through the streets with his half-barbarous appearance, his restless gaze, his simple tastes and dark clothes, forming a contrast to the fastidiousness of the French court, the Parisians were delighted. He showed an interest in the people, in the workmen, and in the philanthropic institutions, disdaining anything which was merely pleasure. The luxury of the French surprised him greatly. He even said that this luxury would be the ruin of the country. Peter received a visit from the king and embraced him several times. He lifted him in his arms until he was on a level with him, caressed him often, and seemed charmed with his grace and his handsome face. To revert to the education of Louis XV, the governor appointed was Marshal de Villeroy. He had been nominated by Louis XIV himself, who said of him in his will, "By his good conduct, his probity, and his talents, he has seemed to merit the honour of this mark of our esteem and confidence." Villeroy was incapable of giving Louis any serious guidance. He had often been unfortunate in the field of battle, and was in reality little more than a courtier sated by royal favours, owing all to the chance circumstance that he had been brought up with Louis XIV. In his latest capacity as governor his attitude was servile, and he attached little importance to anything but futilities. He was 73 years of age, but retained all the fine airs of the old court. Tall, well-made, and of pleasant appearance, he remains essentially magnificent, a very prince of dandies. Saint-Simon says of him, "He was the kind of man who was created for the especial purpose of presiding over a ball, or being judge at a tournament, and if he had the voice, of singing at the opera in the part of king or hero, essentially fitted to set the fashions, but good for nothing else." His judgment may seem severe, but it is confirmed by Spanheim, the discreet ambassador, whose descriptions of the court of Louis XIV are so interesting. His verdict on the subject of the Marshal was, "His views are restricted and his discernment dull, and if we may judge his capacity by the event, he is the sort of officer who finds himself better suited to the ballroom than the field of battle. Magnificence is his mania, but magnificence with a suspicion of bad taste. There is always something of the flunkey, mascarille, about him." The portrait of Menippe in La Bruyère is a complete portrait of the Marshal. Menippe is the bird decked in divers plumes which do not belong to him, a man who is tolerable for a quarter of an hour at a time, but after that degenerates, loses the little lustre that a little memory may give him, and reveals the sow's ear. The Marshal was not popular, and intercourse with him was insupportable. It was impossible to endure this man who sought applause, and whose sole topics were mere reflections of fashion and the trite formulas of polite speech. In spite of the pomp of an official portrait, Rigaud's picture in the Musée de Caen has faithfully shown the self-satisfied air which was the principal feature of Villeroi's physiognomy. When Louis XIV was very young, he had danced ballets in public with girls from the opera. Villeroy, a worshipper of the late king even in trifles, desired that Louis XV should follow his example. He merely succeeded in disgusting the child with such exhibitions, which he held in abhorrence for the rest of his life. In another way, Villeroy showed the trifling preoccupations which seem to have been his sole concern. In March 1721, Mehmet Effendi, the ambassador of the Sublime Porte, was presented to Louis. The scene, as described by the Sultan's envoy himself, was delightful. As soon as the prince saw me, he turned to me, and I approached him. Friendly discussions on diverse matters were the subject of our conversation. He was delighted to examine our clothes and our poignards one after another. The Marshal Villeroy asked me, "What is your opinion of our king's beauty?" "God be praised," I replied, "and may he preserve him from evil." "He is only 11 years and 4 months old, and is not his figure well proportioned? Notice especially that his hair is his own." In saying this, he turned the king round, and I looked at his hyacinthine locks as I caressed him. They were like smooth strands of gold, and reached down to his waist. "His carriage, too, is particularly fine," went on the governor, and at the same time he said to the king, "Take a few steps." Louis XV walked to the centre of the room with the majestic step of a partridge, and returned. "Walk a little quicker," added the Marshal, "so that we may see how lightly you run." Immediately the king began to run speedily. The governor then asked me if I found him amiable. "May the all-powerful God, who has created so beautiful a creature, bless him," I rejoined. On each festival of Saint Louis, the Marshal said to his pupil in the presence of the multitude which thronged round the Tuileries, "See, my master, see all this people, this gathering, all is yours." He seemed to forget that the lessons given to the king's father, the Duc de Bourgogne, had been very different. The grandson of Louis XIV had been taught that the people did not belong to the king, but the king to the people, that he might make them happy by the equity, wisdom, and mildness of his government. Villeroy had not read Télémaque, and was too much of a courtier to admire Fénelon. He forgot the words which Massillon, a few months previously, had addressed to Louis himself before the whole court. "Never, sire, may you efface from your memory the wise maxims which that great prince, Louis XIV, bequeathed to you in his last moments as a heritage more precious than the crown. He exhorted you to lighten the burden of your people. Be their father, and you will be doubly their master." The regent was exasperated by the old man, who so little understood his duties. Consequently, he resolved that as in August 1718 he had abolished the rights of the Duc du Maine to the crown and the superintendence of the royal education, so he would get rid of the influence of Villeroy. He had other grievances against the Marshal. Villeroy had spread slanderous reports accusing Louis XIV's nephew of having poisoned the Duc and Duchesse de Bourgogne. Even under the Regency he had affected to take precautions. Full of the blackest motives of self-interest, which angered such as were honest and amused others, but which impressed the people and the fools, and had the double effect of renewing the wicked reports which he had so carefully engendered against the Duc d'Orléans, and of making it appear that the safety and life of the king were dependent on the care and vigilance of so faithful and attached a governor. Saint-Simon. When Louis in July 1721 was sick and kept his bed for 5 days, scandal again reported that he was being poisoned, and Villeroy did not hesitate to allow suspicion to rest on the Duc d'Orléans. More than ever he posed as the protector and guardian angel of France. it was easy to lay a trap for Villeroy. The Marshal was extremely jealous of his prerogatives, and did not allow anyone to speak to the king unless he himself was present. On Sunday, August 9th, 1722, at Versailles, the regent submitted some business to the king in the presence of the governor, and afterwards he requested Louis to pass into his inner apartment, where he had something to say to him in private. Villeroy objected to this, but the Duke held to his point. The king, he said, was so nearly of the age when he would govern for himself, that it was time for the trustee of his whole power to inform him of matters which could only be explained to him in private. The Marshal was indignant, and replied that he would not allow his Royal Highness to speak to the king in private, whereupon the regent regarded him fixedly, made a profound reverence to Louis, and left the room, since he did not wish, out of respect for the king's youth, to reply to Villeroy as he deserved. On the next day the Marshal went to see the Duke in order to make an explanation, but the Marquis de la Fare, captain of the Regent's Guard, stopped him and demanded his sword. At the same time the Comte d'Artagnan, captain of the Grey Musketeers, approached Villeroy. He was hustled into a sedan chair, shut in, and carried through one of the windows which opened into the garden. Then he was taken down the staircase of the Orangerie to a coach and six. The captain got inside beside Villeroy. In front were an officer and a gentleman in ordinary. 20 musketeers surrounded the carriage. They left at full speed for the castle of Villeroy in Brie, situated 8 leagues from Paris, where the exile arrived in about 3 hours. This arrest caused 1,000 rumours. It was insinuated that the king would not live long, that he would be poisoned, and the regent would become seneschal of the kingdom. Villeroy's complaints were so loud that an official manifesto was published for the purpose of satisfying the public. This document asserted that the Marshal wished to assume a royal authority in order to oppose the Regency, as though the royal power could be divided. But for these indiscretions, which do not affect the probity of the Marshal, we could still have the pleasure of seeing him near the king. But good intentions are not sufficient in important officials. They must know how to behave with tact. Louis was extremely displeased. He had a certain affection for this grandpapa who satisfied all his whims. He wept bitterly, and the more so because his tutor, Fleury, Bishop of Fréjus, left the court on the same day. The latter retired voluntarily to Baville to stay with the Lamoignons as soon as he learnt of the Marshal's exile, since he considered himself indebted to him. He was hastily recalled, and the Duc d'Orléans received him with favour. He assured him that it was to spare his feelings that he had not been informed of the secret arrest of Villeroy. He explained the reason for the exile, the more freely because Fleury hated the Marshal, his pride and jealousies and caprices, and secretly rejoiced at his dismissal and at the prospect of having the king to himself. This is Saint-Simon's account, but perhaps it should be modified if what Bernis says is true. According to the latter, the regent said to Fleury with his usual somewhat crude frankness, "You have lost your friend, but you will be master of the house, Tripot." Did Orléans foresee the lofty destiny which awaited the bishop? Anyhow, Fleury yielded to his arguments, and although he had to submit to the violent reproaches of the Marshal, he shared his hatred with the Duc de Charost, Villeroy's successor designate, with the regent, and also with the Abbé Dubois, whose influence was not wanting on this occasion, since he saw in the Marshal an enemy to his English policy. Fleury performed his functions conscientiously. He was capable, and he did not forget a single one of his duties, as Villars testifies. It is true that Bernis gives an amusing description of the king putting his instructor's grey hairs into curl papers, and Argenson affirms that Quintus Curtius remained open at the same page for 6 months, while instead of working, Fleury amused the child by playing with cards. But in the National Library there are whole copybooks filled with Louis's work corrected in Fleury's handwriting, and these are clear proof of his industry. The king had lessons in writing, Latin, and French history every day, while 3 days a week he studied geography for which he showed a pronounced taste, astronomy, drawing, mathematics, and botany. He remembered this last even later in his life, since he laid out a garden at Trianon, where the horticulturalist, Claude Richard, taught him how to graft. The gardener was put into communication with Linnaeus, and sent him on behalf of his most Christian Majesty some strawberry seeds. To the most celebrated and most noble M. de Linné, Knight of the Pole Star, chief physician to the king, professor of medicine and botany at Uppsala, associate member of the Academy of Paris. Louis, as Buvet relates, made great progress in all his studies with the help of such able specialists as Guillaume Delisle, the great geographer of his age, and Chevalier, the eminent mathematician. Even the name of his writing master has been preserved, and a small engraving was published in his honour, showing him beside his pupil, while Fleury and Madame de Ventadour superintend his work. Underneath is written the following verse: En 3 heures de temps le roi sait bien écrire, par un secret nouveau que toute la monde admire. À lui seul d'homme Duchesne, enfant de Besançon, se faire ce prodige en moins de 6 leçons. Footnote. In 3 hours the king learns how to write, by a secret method admired of all. With him alone could Dom Duchesne, son of Besançon, work this miracle in less than 6 lessons. Military studies were not neglected, this branch being under the direction of Lieutenant General Puységur and the engineer Hermann. In every case, Louis distinguished himself by the excellence of his memory and the comparative quickness of his intellect. One day he inquired of the papal nuncio, Bentivoglio, "Monsieur le Nonce, how many popes have there been up to the present?" The prelate hesitated. "Do you not know the number of popes?" "Why, I know how many monarchs there have been in France before me." Whereupon he named his predecessors one after the other in chronological order. Fleury also instructed Louis in religious doctrine, but he did not carry his self-sacrifice far enough to recommend his pupil to read a book which might have taught him how to govern wisely. He had no more appreciation for the principles of Fénelon than had Villeroy. "I was imprudent enough," wrote Voltaire, "to inquire one day of the Cardinal de Fleury whether he had made the king read Fénelon's Télémaque. He replied that he made him read better books, and has never forgiven me." His particular care was to develop in his pupil a taste for order and economy. He was celebrated for his avarice, and as prime minister he managed the finances of the state as if he had to deal with the small accounts of a middle-class establishment, though it must be admitted that he made it a rule only to divert to his own profit enough to maintain a modest suite and a frugal table. He was a curious example of the advancement of plebeians, which was more common than might be imagined under the Ancien Régime. He was the son of a tax collector of Lodève, and had risen in the world thanks to his handsome appearance, his ability, and his ambition. He was appointed Bishop of Fréjus in 1698. He owed the position of trust in which he was now placed to the great king who had nominated him in his will. Such were the beginnings of a brilliant career, based on the affection which the instructor was able to inspire in his royal pupil. But to repeat the just criticism of a historian, Fleury did not seek to make Louis a king. He sought to ensure the place of prime minister for himself, and it is a fact that he was more successful in that direction, and must, as well as Villeroy, be held partly responsible for the troubles which were in store for France during the new reign. The Duc de Charost, the Marshal's successor, is best known by the letter which Villeroy addressed to him on learning of his appointment. "I cannot rejoice," he wrote, "that they have given you the place of governor, because I held this charge at the hand of the late king, to whom I promised that I would never abandon his majesty. When I see that it is out of my power to keep so noble a promise, given to a great king on his deathbed, I am unable to identify myself with a preferment which deprives me of that honour and forces me to break my word." This is the letter of the magnificent Grand Seigneur we know, but it also shows that Villeroy knew at least how to complain with tact and dignity. His successor was recommended by the connection he had formerly had with the circle of the Duc de Bourgogne, with Beauvilliers, Chevreuse, and Fénelon, and as early as 1712 he had been marked out to fulfil the function. Consequently, the regent's choice was justified. But the Duc de Chareste had no better knowledge of business than the Marshal, and his attainments were not of the highest order. However, it must be realized that Louis was now 12 years old, and the mischief was already done. All his life the prince was to bear the traces of the worthless instruction of his first governor. Gradually studies were abandoned, and riding, as a prelude to the exploits of the chase, so dear to the Bourbons, superseded everything in the education of the young monarch. The Duc de Chareste merely had to figure in 2 ceremonies, the one private, the first communion on September 15th, 1722, the other, surrounded by royal pomp, the coronation at Rheims on October 25th, 1722. After this ceremony it was noticed that Louis spoke a great deal. He often said, "I will." Mathieu Maret recounts that he makes fun of M. de Chareste and M. de Fréjus. On one occasion he ordered every one to leave the room. When M. de Fréjus remained, he told him that the order applied to him as well as to the others. He rides often, shoots well, and is devoted to play, even playing early in the morning before Mass. The only studies which remained to him were studies in administration and politics, over which the regent himself presided. The subjects for the king's instruction were drawn up by able specialists: Ledron, chief of the Department of Foreign Affairs; Briquet, first secretary for war; Fagon and Ormesson, the intendants of finance. Louis was taught how to govern. It remained for him to take advantage of the instruction, dull as it may have been, and to realize his position. But that depended more on his heart than his intelligence. Before we see how he acquitted himself of his task, it will be as well to review the state in which France was left to him by the regent and the Duc de Bourbon. End of section 2. Section 3 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, The System, 1715 to 1720. The regent transformed the administration, taking his inspiration from the Duc de Bourgogne and Fénelon. He instituted groups of councillors to replace the secretaries of state. In addition to the Council of the Regency, over which he presided, with the princes of the blood royal and certain dukes and peers as his colleagues, he created 7 councils to deal with war, finance, navy, foreign affairs, home affairs, matters of conscience or ecclesiastical affairs, and commerce. This new administration afforded him the disposal of numerous appointments, besides giving satisfaction to his supporters, and seemed advantageous from the point of view of the public. Decisions were now taken not on the discretion of a single individual, but after due debate by several people, many of whom, although holding inferior positions, were able by their intelligence to be of great use to the chief councillors. The Abbé de Saint-Pierre, the friend of perpetual peace, in his Discours sur la police inaudite, has shown how much is to be gained by such an organization. But it could not last. It was soon apparent that Louis XIV had been wise in excluding the great nobles from a share in the government. When they returned to power at the commencement of the Regency, they showed themselves incapable of forgetting their own interests, privileges, and feudal pretensions, incapable also of taking a serious view of their duties as statesmen. The councils were abolished in September 1718, a step which was justified by the disturbance, slowness, and indecision that had resulted in public affairs, in spite of the enthusiasm with which the innovation had been received. Chancellor d'Aguesseau, in his harangue at Martinmas 1715, said in justification of the Duc d'Orléans, "Mediocre intellects may fear the councils. The greater minds are among those who value them most highly. In their self-reliance they are not afraid to seem to be governed by those whom in reality they govern, and disdaining the false honour of ruling by virtue of their rank, they reign more gloriously by the transcendency of their ability." There was general relief on the return to the old system. The secretaries of state were re-established after their unsuccessful experiment, which on the whole did honour to the liberal sentiments of Philip d'Orléans. Monarchic power regained its full strength, but a rebellious spirit spread over the intellectual world. The regent himself authorized the publication of Télémaque. The Mémoires of the Cardinal de Retz were published in 1717, at a time when philosophers like Fontenelle, humorists like Montesquieu, and ambitious men like Voltaire began to show hitherto unheard-of audacity, and made themselves the mouthpieces of moral, religious, literary, and political liberty. They thought aloud, relying on the good nature of a prince who in his heart agreed with them, while preserving an outward respect for tradition. When the Duc d'Orléans went to Mass, he took a volume of Rabelais disguised as a prayer book. When he exiled the Parliament, he softened the exile by furnishing sufficient money for the necessities and even the pleasures of the members in retirement at Pontoise. This town became a pleasant place, where folks dined well, in company with people of quality who came daily from Paris. The road to Pontoise was as much frequented as that to Versailles, and as Duclos wittily remarked, it probably would not have been impossible to take the regent himself there. The Duc d'Orléans, as we have seen, was under a serious obligation to the Parliament. He had accordingly given a certain share of authority to that assembly until he began to realize that the royal power would be compromised by the attempt of the delegates to assume the part of fathers of the people. This was one of the reasons which induced the prince to treat them with severity. Another reason was the opposition that the assembly made to his financial reforms. The most oppressive heritage left by Louis XIV was the national debt. It had risen to 90 million livres, representing practically the arrears of 4 years. At the head of the Council of Finance was the Marshal de Villeroy, who was there by virtue of his office of governor. With Villeroy was Adrien Maurice, Marshal de Noailles. Saint-Simon has drawn his portrait with a pen dipped in gall. He could never pardon Noailles for having married Françoise d'Aubigny, Madame de Maintenon's niece. Moreover, he was politically opposed to him. It is certain that Noailles was not a great man, but to represent him as a demon, a replica of the serpent which tempted Eve, was somewhat of an exaggeration. The Marshal had had the confidence of Louis XIV. He had been entrusted with the monarch's most precious documents, among others his Réflexions sur le métier du roi, and he continued, like a true Nestor of the monarchy, to act as counsellor to Louis XV until the reversal of the alliances in 1756, which destroyed French traditions and made it impossible for an old servant to follow the new direction of affairs. Under the Regency, Noailles was conspicuous for his opposition to the declaration of bankruptcy proposed by Saint-Simon, which was to free Louis XV from the debts incurred by his great-grandfather. France would never have recovered from the blow, said Noailles, in a minute addressed to the Duc d'Orléans. For besides the extreme injustice of such an action, the injury caused both to commerce and to public credit would be prejudicial to us, both in the eyes of foreigners and of subjects of the realm. One may truthfully say that the only fruit we could gather from it would be shame and eternal disgrace. The Marshal triumphed, but he was less successful when, following the example of Sully and Richelieu, he resorted to a chambre de justice in order to compel the financiers, the contractors stigmatized by Lesage in his Tour Carré, 1709, to restore the illegal profits extorted from the public pocket and from the taxpayer. The inquiry was to extend as far back as 1689, 27 years before, while the edict was so vaguely worded that no one could be certain of its application. The result was that people who had originally praised its severity were soon brought to tremble for their own safety. This court was installed at the Grand Augustin and continued its functions for about a year. It did a great deal of harm and little good, as Saint-Simon remarked. The harm consisted in the notorious subterfuges, the concealments, the flights, and the total discredit of officials to which it gave rise. The little or nothing of good in the large returns of taxation which were made, and the pernicious means employed to obtain them. The nation became tired of the prosecutions which caused commerce to flag, and gave rise to scenes like the one of which Buvat has recorded the details. One Lenormand was condemned to pay 20,000 livres as damages to the community of arts and crafts for his exactions, and 100,000 livres to the king. He was compelled to do penance for his conduct at the door of the church of Notre Dame, at the Augustin, and at the Halles. Finally, he was condemned to the galleys for life, after being exposed to the pillory, where, with bare feet and head, clad only in his shirt and holding a lighted torch in his hand, he had to submit to the insults of the people. A placard bearing in large letters, "Robber of the People," was attached to the unfortunate man's chest and excited the gibes of the multitude. The financiers were hunted out. Some of them surrendered to the summons. Others, like Berthelot de Pléneuf, father of the Marquise de Prie, placed the frontier between them and their pursuers. But all were deprived of their goods, often justly. Berthelot de Pléneuf especially had a heavy load on his conscience. He had been a provision contractor, and had not contented himself with the enormous profits he was enabled to make, but had robbed the public funds, his method being to allow the soldiers in the army hospitals to die of hunger, while entering their keep in his bogus account books. When the unfortunate men died, he represented them as living, and drew the money for their support. But while Lenormand was subjected to needless insults, the more adroit Berthelot de Pléneuf was able to return to France in 1719, and was appointed extraordinary treasurer-general for war. Surely this crying injustice warrants the strictures of Saint-Simon against this Chambre de Justice, which went as far so to pronounce the death sentence on Paparel and others. On this occasion the regent exercised his right of pardon and commuted the penalty. He desired to see retribution fall on the pockets of those who had robbed the people, and thought them sufficiently punished by the loss of their ill-gotten gains. The very severity of its judgments condemned this tribunal, which was also called the Chambre Ardente. The Chancellor, in the speech he made on the occasion of its abrogation, very justly said, "You are aware that even remedies may become evils when they last too long. The people easily change from excessive hate to excessive compassion. They like the spectacle of speedy and severe chastisement, but their mood does not last, and once the first outburst of indignation against the guilty dies down, they almost come to believe them innocent when they see them long in misery." What was necessary was to recover the money hidden in the strong boxes in France and abroad, and to re-establish the monetary circulation. So far the Chambre de Justice succeeded. A satirical engraving, "The Squeezer of the King's Sponges," shows us the victims of the Chambre de Justice vomiting streams of gold. It is ornamented by the following legend: "Ces 5 sous ici pressoirés sont les pirates de la France, qui regorgent les flots dorés de nos trésors en abondance." The leeches here squeezed are the robbers of France, vomiting in abundance the golden streams of our treasure. The time had now come to consider seriously a reorganization of the finances. In this matter, the Duc de Noailles gave up his place nominally to Argenson, but in reality to a foreigner, John Law of Lauriston, who was to have an important effect on the regent's conduct of affairs. Philippe, intelligent as he was, relied on others. He was a man of swift determinations, but owing to his lack of energy, he was quickly discouraged. He was feeble and jaded by pleasure, and allowed himself to be influenced. In the early success of the system, he found a sort of justification for his attitude, and a direct advantage, inasmuch as it enabled him to appear generous and prodigal to all. Unfortunately, he could not foresee that the private interest of the reckless financier would make him forget the interests of the kingdom. Law came from Scotland. Through his mother, Jean Campbell, he was descended from the Dukes of Argyll. He was born in 1671, and at his birth his father was carrying on the business of goldsmith and banker at Edinburgh. Law received a good education, and while still young showed a pronounced taste for scientific study. He came into the management of his father's fortune early in his life, and made use of it in order to see the world, scorning to follow the lucrative career to which he owed his wealth. Tall, handsome, and pleasing of appearance, he had all the gifts which are necessary to success. London was his first stage, and there his success was remarkable, and his expenditure enormous. But in spite of his ample income and his winnings at the gaming table, winnings which were perfectly honest and due to his extraordinary talent for figures, Law was soon overwhelmed with debts which were paid by his mother. As the result of a sword duel in which he killed his adversary, he was condemned to death. He was pardoned and confined to prison, whence he escaped to sea. He arrived on the continent and waited his opportunity. His head was full of projects, but he was still too young to have had sufficient experience. In Holland, he studied the system of the famous Bank of Amsterdam. Then he returned to Scotland, hoping that he would be able to put into practice his system of credit, founded on the creation of a new currency, bank-notes and paper money, much as they exist today. Law has often been represented as an adventurer, but in reality he was a pioneer, and in some degree the ancestor of the modern financier. The majority of his ideas have found a place in modern banking. His mistake lay in his belief that the prosperity of a nation depended on the quantity of currency, and that this quantity could be increased at discretion, whereas the establishment of banks should be the result of prosperity. To borrow an illustration from Thiers, who has given so clear an account of the famous system, supposing, says the great economist, one were to cover a desert island with all the gold of the Americas, or all the paper of the Bank of England, one could not immediately cause the growth of roads, canals, cultivation, factories, in fact, industry. Law failed, but his initial error was to a certain extent aggravated by the fever of speculation and jobbing which affected every class, from the greatest nobles like the Prince de Conti or the Duc de la Force, to the lower orders and the lackeys. Law's fellow countrymen would not listen to him, so he again left the shores of Scotland and went first to Brussels and then to Paris. He made the acquaintance of the future regent, who was struck by the novelty of his ideas and received him warmly. Louis XIV. Would not allow this Huguenot to be mentioned in his presence. In the interval, Law won at the gaming tables, and the nobles of the court lost enormous sums to him. In consequence, he was suspected, and was ordered to quit Paris within 24 hours. He was next seen in Italy, at Genoa, Venice, and Turin, where he lent money to the Duc de Vendôme, who was always his staunch protector. He had interviews with Victor Amadeus, King of Sicily and Duke of Savoy, and with the Emperor Charles VI, but he was always rebuffed and returned to Scotland with a fortune of £80,000. This sum he sent over into France, hoping eventually to find that country favourable to the realization of his system. When Louis XIV. Died, and the royal power was in the hands of the Duc d'Orléans, the finances were in a deplorable condition, and Law's time had come. The regent was already on his side, but for a long time he was kept in suspense. However, on October 24th, 1715, he made the first exposition of his principles to the council. All the revenues of the king were to be paid into his bank. Those to whom money was due from the state were only to receive paper money from the royal treasury, consisting of notes for 10, 100, and 1,000 crowns, for which they could immediately receive the value by going to the bank. No one was bound to keep them or to receive them commercially, but Law demonstrated that everyone would be content to have the notes instead of coin, because of the ease with which payments could be made in paper, and the certainty of receiving payment for them whenever it was desired, adding that it would be impossible to have more notes than coin, since notes could only be issued in proportion to the coin, and thus the expenses of remittance, the risks of carriage, of transport from one town to another, and the multiplication of clerks would be avoided. Law had not yet won his case. The bank was not established until some months later by the edict of May 2nd, 1716. The popularity of the establishment is well known. The curious flocked there in crowds. This new house of credit, established first in the old Hôtel de Même in the Rue Sainte-Avoye, and later in the Hôtel Mazarin in the Rue Vivienne, now the Bibliothèque Nationale, offered a novel spectacle. People entered a vast hall divided into counting houses, in which gold and silver abounded. In exchange for a note they received coin, but later they came to exchange coin for notes, which were popular since they were found so convenient for business transactions. In less than a year the bitterest enemies of the Scottish financier were convinced, for the results which he had foretold seemed for the most part to be realized. In April 1717 the bank opened branches in the provinces. At first, notes were only issued to the extent of 6 million francs. 50 or 60 millions might have been issued without shaking the public confidences in the least. Everything was going well, but Law was impatient, and so were the people he had enriched. Following this prosperous venture, other speculations were tried, with disastrous effects. The bank was declared the Royal Bank on May 4th, 1718. Law became master of the public revenues, on the one hand encouraging by means of a stock commonly called the Mississippi stock the colonial trade, in which he was assisted by great companies; on the other hand taking over the whole farming of the revenue, including that of tobacco, the privilege of coining money, and the collection of taxes. After his conversion to Catholicism, which was brought about by the Abbé Tencin, he was appointed Controller General. He was all-powerful, and according to a picturesque expression of Saint-Simon, he possessed in his paper a tap of finance which he allowed to run on any who would. His son was invited to dance in the king's ballet, but owing to smallpox he missed the honour. Even a duchess courted Law, one of them so far forgetting herself as to kiss his hand. Every stratagem was tried to obtain an interview with him. One lady ordered her carriage to be driven past the Scotsman's house, and when she arrived there she was heard to shout to the coachman, "Upset, you fool, upset!" The coachman obeyed, the financier hastened to her assistance, and the lady admitted the accident had been designed to procure an interview with him. He was forever in demand and besieged by petitioners. Law, says Saint-Simon, saw them force his doors, enter from the garden through the windows, or tumble down the chimney into his room. Madame Palatine, who recounts that her son, the regent, required a duchess to attend his daughter, the Princess of Modena, and a courtier said to him, "If you wish, sir, to have your choice of duchesses, send to Madame Law. You will find them all collected there." There was nothing derogatory on the part of the great nobleman in mixing in the affairs of the bank and the companies, since the Duc d'Orléans himself had decreed it. Matters came to such a pass that a fictitious value of the paper in 1719 represented 80 times the coin in circulation in the kingdom, for the jobbers succeeded in raising the value of every kind of stock issued by the royal bank. These stocks were called first the mère, then the fille, and the petite fille, mothers, daughters, and granddaughters. These last could only be bought at the price of 4 mères and 1 fille because of the successive premiums. The Bourse was established in the Rue Quincampoix, where the crowd was so great that horses and carriages could not be allowed there, and guards were placed at either end of the street, while drummers and men with bells were stationed to announce the opening of business at 7 in the morning and to clear the premises in the evening. The madness which prevailed was without parallel. It was even difficult to guard the entry of the narrow street on Sundays and holidays. Paris was filled with strangers attracted by the desire for gain. In 1719 it held 250,000 more people than in preceding years. Rooms had to be built above the attics to accommodate them. The end, however, was approaching. The bank was on a solid foundation. The Mississippi scheme was merely a chimera, a continual catch, tour de passe-passe, to attract the money of some and give it to others. It was absolutely certain that in the end these stocks would fail, since there was neither mine nor philosopher's stone, and that the few would find themselves enriched at the expense of the total ruin of the greater number, and this is what happened. Panic seized the speculators. Shareholders wished to realize. The Prince de Conti sent 3 wagons to the bank, and they returned full of coin in exchange for his paper. The till was soon empty. The authorities had recourse to extreme measures. No one was allowed to have in his house more than 500 francs in specie or to wear diamonds. The following was a rhyme sung in the streets of Paris at this time. Lundi, j'achetais des actions. Mardi, je gagnais des millions. Mercredi, j'ornais mon ménage. Jeudi, je pris un équipage. Vendredi, je m'en fous au bal. Et samedi, à l'hôpital. Monday, I bought shares. Tuesday, I won millions. Wednesday, I furnished my house. Thursday, I bought a carriage. Friday, I was at the ball, and Saturday at the poorhouse. Positions were reversed. Servants were enriched, while noblemen put their houses up for sale. One lackey gained enough to buy a carriage. When the carriage was brought to him, he forgot he was the master and mounted behind. His servant exclaimed, "Oh la, monsieur, the carriage is yours." "Ah, true," he said, "I did not remember." Some ladies of quality saw a finely dressed woman whom none of them knew descend from a smart carriage, and sent to ask the coachman who she was. "She is a lady," he replied, grinning, "who has fallen into this carriage from the 4th story." She was just a parvenue, like Madame Bejon's servant. Madame Bejon and her daughter saw their cook in a box at the opera. They could not believe their eyes. "It is Marie, our cook," they said. The young people in the amphitheatre took up the cry, "Marie the cook! Marie the cook!" Whereupon the cordon bleu rose and addressed her former mistress. "Yes, madame, I am Marie the cook. I have made money at the Rue Quincampoix. I am fond of fine clothes. I have bought pretty dresses, and I have paid for them. Can you say the same for yours?" The comedy is amusing, but there were also tragedies. A young Comte de Orne of a noble Flanders house, allied to many of the princely families of Europe, murdered a clerk of the bank at the Épée du Bois inn in the Rue de Venise, near the Rue Quincampoix. He had lost a great deal of money at the fair of Saint-Germain, and recouped himself by robbing the clerk. Hoping to conceal his crime, he ran, blood-stained as he was, to the house of the police commissary, and affirmed that an attempt had been made to kill him. The commissary replied, "You come here, monsieur, all covered with blood, yet you are not wounded. I shall arrest you." He had 2 accomplices who were smitten with remorse and confessed. Judgment was pronounced without delay. The relatives of the culprit made efforts, not to save his life, but to secure that he should not be executed in public, but should be beheaded privately in the prison. The regent was inflexible. Doubtless it cost him an effort to do violence to his own kindness of heart, but the fact that he had not yielded made him popular. He told his mother that when the Comte de Orne was broken on the wheel, people said, "If anything is done against our regent, personally he pardons all. But if anything is done against ourselves, he is not to be trifled with, but gives us justice, as is seen in the case of this Comte de Orne." In recounting this, the Duke's eyes were moist. The agitation in Paris was extreme. On July 17th, 1720, the crowd before the bank in the Rue Vivienne, all seeking their money, was so great that 16 people were stifled. Law ventured outside, and as he passed the little market of 15-20, a woman threw herself before the door of his carriage and demanded her husband, who had just been killed. As pale as death, he went on foot to the Palais Royal, where he found refuge and remained for several days under the protection of the Duc d'Orléans. The carriage went home, the crowd, believing that the financier was returning, flung stones at the vehicle, and the coachman was wounded. "Messieurs, messieurs, grande nouvelle, le carrosse de Law est réduit en cannelle." "Gentlemen, great news, Law's coach is reduced to splinters," said the President de Mesmes at the Duchesse du Maine in the tragic tones he assumed in the theatre of Sceaux. His colleagues asked about the man himself. He was not inside. So much the worse was the reply. On the same day there was a sharp struggle between the Parliament and the Regency, the former refusing to register an edict purporting to grant fresh monopolies to the Mississippi Company. Consequently, lettres de cachet were issued to each president and councillor of the Parliament, ordering them to quit Paris within 48 hours and retire to Pontoise. Little excitement was caused by this event, as the financial disaster eclipsed everything. The musketeers had to be summoned, but they were not needed, and remained in the halls of the Palais, drinking and amusing themselves with the trial of a cat, with pleadings and formal condemnation, reviving the scenes of Les Plaideurs. Law was obliged to take to flight to escape the hatred of the Parisians, who, after damaging his carriage, broke the windows of his house. He was guarded on his departure, and he went away to die in Venice in 1729 in misery and destitution. When he took his leave of the regent, he said to him, "Monseigneur, I have made some great mistakes. I have made them because I am mortal. But in my conduct you will find neither malice nor roguery." He wrote in exile to the Duc de Bourbon. Aesop was a model of probity, yet the courtiers accused him of possessing treasures in a coffer which he often visited. All they found in it was a coat he had had before he gained the prince's favour. "If I had saved my coat, I would not change my place with those who are in the first positions. But I am naked. They seem to expect me to exist with nothing and to pay my debts without having any funds." Law never recovered the coat he claimed. He justified the remark of La Bruyère: "If the financier fails, the courtiers say of him, he is a bourgeois, a nobody, an ill-bred person. If he succeeds, they ask him for his daughter." By a curious irony of fate, at the very moment of the bankruptcy, the regent was presented with a vignette placed at the head of the dedicatory epistle of the third edition of the Dictionnaire de Bail. It showed his portrait after Rigaud, supported by Mercury, while Minerva pointed it out for universal admiration. On the left was portrayed France, sorrowful and afflicted, bearing an empty cornucopia from which some pieces of money had fallen. On the right, the royal bank, triumphant, with genii bearing a conchful of gold, and near them a small negro with a map of the Mississippi, the source of all this wealth. Eulogy had turned to satire, and the public was amused to read the following words of the academician Lamotte, who wrote the dedicatory epistle: "Your justice and your goodness have enabled you to find, for the payment of the debts of the state and the bestowal of fresh treasures, the mighty resources which astonish the nations, and of which they would be jealous, but that your own equity, and that which they may expect from our young monarch, who is being schooled in your example, reassures them as to your might. This dithyramb arrived at a truly opportune moment. The regent, who was a man of wit, did not keep the copy in his library. Everything was not lost in this disaster. Though law has left the memory of a financier at bay, crazed by speculation, it must not be forgotten that as Controller General he made wise reforms, diminished the taxes, lightened the burden which weighed on the people, and even anticipated Turgot in an attempt to facilitate the distribution of corn. He prepared the way for the economists and supplied an example of the power of credit. But the immediate consequences of the bankruptcy were disastrous. To the lucky Mississippians, favored by fortune and not their own efforts, it meant an unnatural life, a life of luxury and pleasure, of fête often degenerating into orgies, which, equally with the suppers given by the regent and his roué, lowered the moral standard of the nation. Men sought after riches as before they had sought after glory and honour, and in this wild pursuit the different classes began to forget their respective traditions. The financial problem was not solved. Matters were placed in the hands of the Paris brothers, who were bankers to the state for many years. Then a return was made to the system of the farmers general, who leased the collection of taxes. But during the whole of the 18th century the public debt was far in excess of the receipts, and the financial embarrassment was extreme. In 1720, the inauspicious year of the Regency, the celebrated Philippique appeared, in which La Grande Chancel, a hired satirist, perverted history and dragged Philippe d'Orléans in the mud with ridiculous exaggeration. A more serious scourge fell on Provence and Marseille especially. For a whole year a pestilence desolated that fair country. The occasion gave birth to deeds of great devotion. Monseigneur de Belzunce, at the head of his clergy, showed an example of heroism rivaling that of Carlo Borromeo at Milan. He was supported by the sheriffs Estelle and Moustier, and by the Chevalier de Rose. Many saw in this calamity a divine visitation. End of section 3. Section 4 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. The Two Cardinals, 1716 to 1723, Part 1. The regent had another satellite, the Abbé Dubois, a man of the greatest ambition. He directed foreign affairs from behind the scenes with more skill, but with no less daring than law had shown in the management of finance. He was the son of a doctor at Brive-la-Gaillarde, and came to Paris at the expense of a nobleman, for he had no private means. Entrusted with the education of Philippe d'Orléans at a salary of 500 crowns, he gradually won for himself a place in the sun. He reaped the reward of services performed for his pupil, often of an ignoble nature, by becoming his most powerful minister, and finally he was to receive the highest ecclesiastical prize, the Cardinal's purple. On September 2nd, 1715, the day on which the Duke was proclaimed regent, he went to see his mother at Versailles. She embraced him tenderly and said, "I do not intend to interfere in anything. There is only one thing that I wish, and that is that the Abbé Dubois may have no share in the future government. He is the greatest knave and the most notorious rascal in the world. He would do anything to advance himself in the slightest degree, and would sell his master and the state to serve his smallest interest." The regent promised all the princess asked, but his promises were but empty words. Dubois' reign was about to begin, and in certain respects it was to be a glorious reign. Knave he may have been, but he was also a skilful politician. The regent foresaw that this bugbear of Madame Palatine, Saint-Simon, and after them of Michelet, could be of service to him. Events were to justify his confidence in his old tutor. We shall see Dubois at grips with Spain, where a Bourbon was king, the grandson of Louis XIV, and with England, whose interests were closely allied to those of France, and to those of the Regent especially. Philip V had officially renounced his rights to the crown of his ancestors, and might have been satisfied with his throne in Spain. But his whole policy was directed toward obtaining the ultimate succession to Louis XV, if not for himself, at least for his descendants. His minister Grimaldo had written thus in May 1714 in anticipation of the king's death: "If the Dauphin, Louis XV, should die, His Catholic Majesty, who has never dreamed of possessing the two crowns himself, would wish to give that of France to one of his sons, while himself keeping the crown of Spain." Philip V had lost his first wife, Marie Louisa of Savoy, sister of the Duchesse de Bourgogne, on February 14th, 1714, and had married again. The new queen was 22 years of age. Her first act was the courageous one of dismissing the Princesse des Ursins, the all-powerful Camerera Mayor, thus indicating that she would submit to no yoke. Elizabeth Farnese brought from her into Spain all the energy of a descendant of Charles V, and all the pride of a woman whom fortune has placed in a position beyond her hopes. She travelled overland from Parma, receiving homage by the way, along the Ligurian coast, and through the south of France. The stages of her journey were short, in spite of her husband's impatience. The judgment passed on her was everywhere the same, that she was not beautiful, that she was deeply pitted with smallpox, but that her demeanour was lofty, and that she could be extremely gracious when she pleased. Heart of a Lombard, spirit of a Florentine, her will was very strong, said the Prince of Monaco. The Duc de Saint-Aignan, who was sent by Louis XIV to greet her on her entry into Provence, wrote, "Her will is very pronounced, but I believe there will be some means of ruling her. If this is so, it will be done by those of her household who know how to please her." Saint-Aignan foresaw Alberoni, who, as was known later, planned the dismissal of the Princesse des Ursins. Philip's ambitions were strengthened by the influence of Elizabeth and her confidant. Alberoni's career is singularly like that of Dubois. Like him, he was of humble origin. He was the son of a gardener of Placentia, and had assumed the gown, by becoming an abbé, to enable him to reach heights which would have been inaccessible to his smock. He was able to secure the favour of the Duke of Parma, who discovered his capability and appointed him to represent him at the court of Madrid. Like Dubois, he succeeded in making an unique position for himself, and this was assured when he had brought about the marriage of Elizabeth Farnese, his master's niece, with the King of Spain. Also, like Dubois, he became a cardinal, and the same indignation was expressed when it was known that he had been admitted to the Sacred College. He had enormous influence over the mind of the princess whom he had made queen, and through her over the king, who allowed himself to be easily led. He inspired all Philip's policy during the early years of the Regency. He urged the king to the conquest of Italy, and he instilled in the mind of Elizabeth that consistent hatred of France, which, in spite of subsequent rapprochements, even survived his fall. He courted England with the object of dealing a mortal blow at France. At his instigation, Philip, on November 14th, 1715, signed a treaty under which the King of Great Britain was accorded greater privileges in America than had ever been given to France, a treaty so advantageous that the Dutch ambassador at Madrid showed his joy as though it meant the ruin of French commerce. But the English did not accept the alliance proposed by Alberoni, and to the great surprise of Madrid, George I and the Emperor concluded a treaty in May 1716 to guarantee each other's territories. The Emperor was Philip's irreconcilable enemy, and had been an unsuccessful competitor for the Castilian succession. The King of Spain was punished for having broken with France and for his estrangement from the elder Bourbon line. It is surely not to the discredit of the regent that he upset the plans of Alberoni, assured himself in his turn of the friendship of England, and re-established peace, which was threatened by the schemes of a skilful intriguer whose fault was that his vision was too vast. Had Alberoni the true qualities of a statesman? He said of himself, "My temperament is lively, and the little pot boils quickly." On his own showing, he had not the self-possession which is necessary to secure diplomatic victories. His designs were ambitious, but he always failed, owing to his temperament and his lack of tact and prudence. As a matter of fact, England was playing with Spain. She had no interest in supporting Philip in his attempt to secure the throne of France. George I and the regent were able to be mutually useful. It must not be forgotten that they were very close relatives. On their mother's side, they were descended from the Stuarts. The grandmother of the one and the great-grandmother of the other was Elizabeth, Charles I's sister, the unfortunate Queen of Bohemia, who was deposed and exiled at the beginning of the 30 Years' War. The two cousins had exchanged courteous and even affectionate letters before September 1st, 1715. They cultivated one another in anticipation of the future. George needed the King of France to keep away the Pretender, the son of James II, whose throne he had taken, while on his side the Duc d'Orléans relied on the King of England to keep Spain in order. There was a compact between them, though there was some hesitation on either side. The regent temporized. In his anxiety to settle his numerous daughters, he thought of marrying Mademoiselle de Valois, afterwards the Duchess of Modena, to the Chevalier de Saint-Georges. Consequently, he secretly supported the Pretender, while George I allowed Alberoni to burn himself in picking chestnuts from the fire. In spite of these complications, the first entente cordiale was concluded and cemented by both real and personal interests. The understanding was useful to the House of Orléans, whose ultimate triumph in the event of Louis's death the regent was determined to secure. George also gained the support he needed to assure his position as a usurper. In fact, the whole policy of this period was founded on open egotism. Whether at Versailles, London, or Madrid, the interests considered were dynastic and not national. But during this struggle the diplomats performed marvels, and Dubois, after considerable difficulty and sacrifice, extricated the regent from the imbroglio in which he found himself between England, discontented at his equivocal conduct, Spain, in open hostility to France, and the faction of the legitimized princes, who in their present eclipse expected everything from the intervention of Philip V. These three problems were solved at practically the same time, thanks to Dubois, who had been given full powers to treat. The future cardinal could trust only himself with the conduct of these delicate negotiations. In June 1716 he went to Holland in the strictest incognito, under the assumed name of St. Alban. His disguise consisted of a whole wardrobe of different costumes and perukes. He was accompanied by a single secretary, the Sieur de Sourdeval, who passed as his master. This mission, which was to end in the triple and quadruple alliances, had at the outset the appearance of comedy, and seemed to have been entrusted to Dorante and Pasquin. Dubois arrived at The Hague on July 5th, and waited for the arrival of George I, who was to land at a secret spot on a visit to his dominion of Hanover. He bore a letter from the regent couched as follows: "Should the Abbé Dubois, who is in Holland on his private affairs, be there when His Majesty passes, and should the opportunity be given him to have the honour to convey the sentiments he is aware that I feel for the person of your Majesty, and for the union between France and England, I pray your Majesty to have confidence in him, and to be persuaded that he cannot exaggerate my respect and esteem for your Majesty." After waiting for a fortnight, Dubois heard of the king's arrival and sent a note to the minister Stanhope, in which he said, "I could not, my lord, resist the temptation to take advantage of your passage through Holland, that I might do myself the honour of embracing you. I am at the Hague, unknown to anyone and incognito. I ask you to keep my secret, and to be so good as to let me know where and when it would be convenient for me to meet you and converse with you without interruption. I hope you will grant this favour in remembrance of the friendship with which you have honoured me, and the sincere interest I take in all that concerns you." The Abbé saw Stanhope on July 21st, and was able to reassure him as to the regent's attitude, declaring that he had abandoned all idea of assisting James II's son. After 3 interviews, Dubois hurriedly returned to Paris to seek instructions. A week later he left again for Hanover, where in the meantime an agreement had been drawn up, embodying Stanhope's conditions, which after some discussion were accepted. The English minister had been the mainspring of these transactions. He was a skilled diplomat, who was actively concerned in most of the important events of his time. His policy is summed up by his phrase, "I hope to make the English lose the habit of considering the French their natural enemies." He had known the regent in Spain and Dubois in Paris. It suited him to encourage a bold policy, since he realized the advantage to be derived therefrom, a purely moral advantage, for during the negotiations he was compelled to refuse a bribe from Dubois, who offered him 600,000 livres. The only present that was accepted was 60 casks of the best champagne and Burgundy, which were sent to the English court. Saint-Simon accused Dubois of having sold himself to the English, but he could hardly have accepted and offered a gratuity at the same time. His cupidity is well known, but on this occasion it is only just to refute the calumnies of the memoir writer. One of Dubois' historians, M. Wiesener, after careful research in the Record Office in London, has been unable to find any trace of money given to Dubois. There remains the question of the diamond, which was bought from Stanhope's father-in-law, Pitt, for 2,500,000 francs, the famous Regent diamond, now in the Louvre. Here again it was necessary to win over the English, or rather the small but powerful party in the House of Commons, which was then opposed to an alliance with France. It is possible that Dubois received a commission from Pitt, but this is a pure conjecture, founded on a presumption from the known character of the man. End of section 4. Section 5 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Two Cardinals, 1719 to 1723, Part 2. The Triple Alliance between France, England, and Holland was signed on January 4th, 1717, in all the sunshine of a true, firm, and inviolable peace. The conditions were that the person who had taken the title of Prince of Wales during the life of the late King James II, and after his death that of King of Great Britain, should be forever expelled from French territory, and should be obliged to live on the other side of the Alps. England had no wish to see a repetition of the unsuccessful attempt which the Pretender had just made on English territory, and therefore had made up her mind to crush the Jacobite party completely. The canal at Mardyk, begun by Louis XIV to replace the port at Dunkirk, and then demolished in accordance with the Treaty of Utrecht, was to be abandoned, and to be used only as a conduit for water to irrigate the country, or for the commercial service of that part of the Netherlands. and the boats to be used for this purpose were not to be larger than 16 feet in width. The clauses of the Treaty of Utrecht relative to the succession of the Protestant line in Great Britain were maintained, as were those that dealt with the succession to the French crown, whereby the Spanish Bourbon were excluded. As a concession to Holland, France agreed to abolish her import duty of 4 sous in the pound on Dutch goods. George I and the Regent thus assured their dynasties, while Holland improved her commercial position. France, it is true, sacrificed the Mardyk Canal, but in so doing she conformed to the spirit of the Treaty of Utrecht, and it would have meant certain war if she had not yielded. The policy of Dubois and the Regent has been severely criticized. New ideas in defiance of tradition are not readily accepted, and no one likes to swim against the stream. But it is possible to defend this policy in view of the attitude of Spain. For this natural ally of France was now her enemy, while George I had for a long time favoured the idea of an alliance with her. Before the death of Louis XIV, he wrote to Stair, his representative at Paris, "We think it expedient to command you very particularly to try by all the means in your power to maintain an intimate and confidential connection with our brother, the Duke of Orleans. You will encourage him to trust us and our kingdoms to provide him, should the occasion arise, with the most effective assistance." 18 months had barely gone by since then, and George was victorious. He had made it appear that he was furthering the interests of his future ally, while he had really assured his own, a triumph of diplomatic ability. Yet the interests of France, the real good of the people, had not been neglected. At the end of 1716, Dubois said to the Regent, "It is certain that this alliance will decide the fate of Europe for a long time, and will give France a superiority which she could acquire by no other means. That being so, I believe it is beyond price, and were I master I would rather lose 30 millions than have it fail." In answer to this declaration the Regent wrote personally, "I agree with you in all this." The day that the treaty was signed, Stanhope said to Dubois, "Your journey to the Hague, sir, has saved much bloodshed, and there are many nations that unwittingly owe their peace to you." But Dubois had every intention of profiting by the conclusion of the Triple Alliance. When it was signed, he hastened to assure his position. "I consider myself happy," he wrote to the Duc d'Orléans, "to have been honoured with your commands in a matter so essential to your welfare, and I am more grateful to you for having given me this proof of the honour of your confidence than if you had made me a cardinal." This was the first hint. Meanwhile Dubois obtained a list of vacant benefices, and with absolute shamelessness appropriated a number of remunerative dignities. Among others, he granted himself the Abbey of Aliquier, with a revenue of 25,000 livres, and sat as Councillor of State for Foreign Affairs. His assumption of office was marked by the abandonment of the councils. The old forms were revived, and Dubois was assured of being absolute master of his own department. For the future, Dubois was no longer a comedian in a low Dutch inn, but a splendid ambassador living in great style in London. He definitely crowned his policy by the signature of the Quadruple Alliance on August 2nd, 1718. He persuaded the Emperor Charles VI to renounce his hope of reuniting the crowns of Spain and Hungary, and thus made any new usurpation improbable. Philip V, for his part, obtained the Emperor's promise to cede the Duchy of Parma to his son Don Carlos, but the King of Spain agreed to the conditions reluctantly. While Dubois was negotiating with the English court, Alberoni, who had become a cardinal on July 12, 1717, was using the money raised by papal authority from the clergy of Spain and the Indies for the Crusada against the infidels to strengthen Philip's navy. He attacked Sardinia and hoped to retake Sicily, which had been given to the Duke of Savoy by the Treaty of Utrecht. This second armada was entirely destroyed by the English Admiral Byng on August 17th, 1718, off Syracuse and Cape Passaro. A less sanguinary defeat also awaited the Cardinal in the discovery of the intrigues carried on by the Spanish ambassador at Paris, the Prince of Cellamare, at his instigation. His object had been to persuade the legitimized princes who were discontented with the obscure position they occupied under the Regency to support his master's claims. The pompous though popular word conspiracy is too strong an expression to use for so childish a plot, an absurd conception of the feather-brained Duchesse du Maine, who found a cure for her neurasthenia in weaving these imbroglios. But the government insisted on treating the conspirators as criminals and taking them seriously, although they knew well enough that a handful of madmen do not constitute a party. The Comte de Laval, who, on the pretext of his relationship to Louis XIV, had worn mourning at that king's death, was seeking only to advertise himself. The Marquis de Pompadour, whose name was afterwards so celebrated, joined this venture in the mere hope of retrieving his fortunes, shattered by a new government to which he was opposed. These two had been charged by Madame du Maine, one with the negotiations with Spain, and the other with the correspondence with the provinces. Cellamare himself has testified to the insignificance of the little duchess's following, and to the ineptitude of their plans. When he received Alberoni's instructions not to quit Paris until all the mines had been fired, he wittily remarked, "Mines without powder." The Duchesse du Maine was sent to the chateau of Dijon. The Duke, in spite of the fact that he was not in his wife's confidence and had kept aloof from the plot, was taken to the fortress of Doullens, and the subordinates were lodged in the Bastille, Vincennes, and other places. But they were all pardoned soon afterwards, the confessions of the culprits being the only condition demanded for their liberty. His status as ambassador made Cellamare inviolable. He was retained for a short time at Blois, and then escorted over the Spanish border. Dubois naturally made use of this pretended conspiracy to induce the Regent to declare war on Spain and to support the policy of England. If at this moment Philip had joined the Quadruple Alliance, thus abandoning his pretensions and securing for his son the Italian duchies denied him by the Treaty of Utrecht, there would have been no need to resort to extremities. But nothing could check the obstinacy of Alberoni, and it was necessary to give that cardinal a lesson. On January 9th, 1719, the rupture between France and Spain was complete. The French forces were led by the Marshal Duke of Berwick, who had formerly won battles for the grandson of Louis XIV. Hostilities broke out in the spring on April 20th. They resulted in a series of reverses for Philip's naval and military forces. The arsenals of Pasajes and Santonia were burnt. Fontarabia and San Sebastian were captured. The Spanish king came to realize how chimerical was the advice to which he had listened. All Alberoni's schemes were foundering. Yet how vast were the projects which filled his overcharged imagination. In March 1719 he attempted to assist the Stuart Pretender, but the fleet which set sail for Scotland was scattered by a tempest. In June he made Philip propose the dismemberment of France and England, promising to reserve one throne for the Duc d'Orléans and another for James. After thus upsetting the map of Europe in the depths of his palace, Philip wrote to Orléans on June 12, 1719, "These are the conditions which will restore public calm, the balance of power in Europe, peace and gratification in Spain and France, and the honour of our august house, so often slighted by England, while the latter will learn from personal experience the meaning of partition, the more justly, since she has arranged the same for all Europe. The lustre of the House of France will shine the brighter by the addition of a fresh crown on the head of a prince of that august family." To this letter the Duc d'Orléans made no reply. Alberoni next turned his attention to the provinces of France, particularly Brittany. He made use of an agitation started by the Breton States General and encouraged by a group of gentlemen favourable to the Spanish cause, who acted with the Cardinal's connivance and were independent of the Duchesse du Maine. An extraordinary commission called a Chambre Royale was appointed by letters patent on October 3rd, 1719, to try the rebels. 4 were beheaded, among them the Marquis de Pontcalac, and 16 others fled either to Madrid or Parma and were condemned by default. Before this, Alberoni had endeavoured to secure an alliance with Turkey, when that country was signing the Peace of Passarowitz with the Emperor, and had derived fresh hopes from Charles XII. Of Sweden. At the very time the latter fell in the trenches before Frederickshall. It is not permissible for a minister to be always at fault in the situations he creates, nor to be thus persecuted by fortune. One by one all the dreams of Alberoni faded. The plots he wove against the King of England and the Emperor in the north and east, the vain schemes he prepared against the Regent, all vanished in smoke. He had revealed the possibilities of his energetic but erratic temperament. The Spanish king's eyes were opened. Philip dismissed the Cardinal like a servant, commanding him to leave Madrid in 8 days and never to appear before him again. This happened in December 1719, and the relief in Europe was general. Dubois wrote to Stanhope, "The King and Queen of Spain have at length had resolution enough to dismiss the ministry and to drive Cardinal Alberoni out of Spain." One cannot think of this event, my lord, without realizing how much is due to your Excellency for the value of the projects that you have made, and for the justice of the means used to bring them about. The slight temporary anxiety and expenditure involved have saved us all from the infinite misfortunes that a general war might have caused. In an unpublished letter of December 11th, 1719, now in the archives at Naples, Elizabeth Farnese wrote to the Duke of Parma, "God be praised, the Cardinal departs tomorrow, but keep an eye on him, for he is capable of anything. His brain is diabolical, un cervello diabolico." Alberoni himself realized that he was an obstacle in the way of European peace. On December 6th he admitted to his friend Rocca, "You will learn what has happened from the Marquis Annibale Scotti. It was the smallest sacrifice that could be made to give peace to Europe." Was this resignation, pride, or irony? Anything may be read between the lines. Alberoni lived until 1752. Before his death at the age of 88, he had the pleasure of seeing Don Carlos and Don Philip, the sons of Philip V and Elizabeth Farnese, in possession of the kingdom of Naples and the duchy of Parma, and an Italy partially delivered from Austrian rule, a pleasure which must have had some bitterness in it, since he himself had nothing to do with the result. In spite of his defeat, the King of Spain endeavoured to exact sacrifices from the conqueror. He seemed to wish to recompense himself for the dismissal of Alberoni by demanding as a condition to the signature of the treaty the restitution of the territory occupied by the belligerents, and the recognition of the rights of his son Don Carlos to the succession of Parma and Tuscany, without imperial investiture. Philip was disarmed by the very excess of his claims. He finally acceded to the Quadruple Alliance on January 20th, 1720. His accession was ratified at The Hague on May 20th. Sicily reverted to the Emperor, and the Duke of Savoy, late King of Sicily, became King of Sardinia. The King of Spain again renounced the crown of France and submitted to the Emperor's will as to the establishment of Don Carlos in Italy. Shortly afterwards, the friendly relations between the Regent and Philip V were sealed by proposals of marriage. It seemed that there was to be a return of happy days for the two houses, and that the most cherished dynastic ambitions were to be satisfied. In 1721 Louis XV. Was affianced to Anna Maria Victoria, his first cousin, daughter of the King of Spain and Elizabeth Farnese. The king was in his 14th year, the Infanta in her 5th, so that this arrangement was a little premature, and some time would have to elapse before the marriage could be celebrated. But the regent decided that there should be an exchange of princesses in order to establish his own daughters. One of them, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, as the wife of Louis I., was to be Queen of Spain for a few months. Another, Mademoiselle de Beaujolais, was affianced to Don Carlos. Marianita, as her mother called her, made her solemn entry into Paris on March 2nd, 1722, amid popular rejoicings. She was thought charming, spirited, comparatively pretty, fair, pink and white. While she was at Chartres on the previous day, the Cardinal de Rohan, Grand Almoner of France, and Madame de Soubise came to see her. As a joke, the Infanta was told that the Cardinal was very ugly, more so even than the Bishop of Bazas, of whom she was afraid. When she saw, on the contrary, how handsome M. de Rohan was — he was called the Belle Eminence — she remained quiet. But at dinner, a half an hour later, she made a mischievous remark. Madame de Soubise must be whipped, for she has lied. On March 24th a superb firework display was held on the Seine, a fête given by the Duke of Osona, the Spanish ambassador. Louis XV. And Anna Maria Victoria watched from a box constructed at the Louvre. As the king said nothing, the Infanta often pulled his sleeve and asked him, "Monsieur, do you not think it beautiful?" He replied, "Yes," whereupon she waved her hands excitedly to those around and cried, "He has spoken to me! He has spoken to me!" The contrast between this tiny, myrmidon Infanta, as the songs called her, and the young king beside her, melancholy and taciturn, was striking. Artists have handed down to us the characteristics of Marianita, and the graceful portrait of her by Bell is one of the most charming pictures at Versailles. She is here depicted smiling, with a crown of flowers, a crown doomed to fade, symbolical of the little princess's destiny in France. President Hainaut described these matrimonial arrangements rather harshly, but he must come very near the truth when he says in his Mémoires, "The regent, after hasty deliberation, said to his companions, 'I understand the motives of Spain, but the present need is that my regency should be peaceful, and I consent to the Infanta's coming.' Why did he not add that his ambitions were the same as the King of Spain's, though their rights were in conflict, and that, counting on the strength of Philip's renunciations, he had no need to desire heirs for the king too soon? What a brilliant future for all these princesses, and failing them, for their parents! These marriages were expected to accomplish what policy and war had failed to achieve. All was now calm after the troubles caused by Law's system and the dreams of Alberoni. On the disappearance of his rival, Dubois could satisfy all his ambitions. On June 9th, 1720, he was consecrated Archbishop of Cambrai. On July 16th, 1721, he obtained the Cardinal's hat. On December 4th, he was received into the Académie Française. On August 22nd, 1722, he was appointed Prime Minister. It would take too long to recount, as the chronicler Saint-Simon and the historian Lemontet have done, all the intrigues involved in this triumphal progress. It is sufficient to recall that in order to become a prelate and to occupy the chair of Fénelon, Dubois had to be ordained priest, and that to secure the purple he put in motion the King of England, a Lutheran, the Pretender, a Catholic, the courts of Madrid and Vienna, the Oratorians and the Molinists, directing the most irreconcilable enemies toward the same goal and squandering 8 million francs of French gold. His cause was only won by making the Parliament accept the famous Bill of Unigenitus of 1713, condemning the 101 propositions taken from the book of Père Canal, the Oratorian, Réflexions sur le Nouveau Testament, which had excited so much dispute. At the commencement of the Regency, the Duc d'Orléans had strongly opposed this submission from a desire to prove himself liberal and to support the Jansenists, who believed in Père Canal. But he could do nothing against this fevered desire for the hat, which has been compared to the papal mania of some influential cardinals. Dubois did not long enjoy his remarkable position. He died on August 10th, 1723, while on December 2nd in the same year his master the regent was carried off by an attack of apoplexy at the Château of Versailles. Both of them had faults which history has mercilessly and justly criticized, but they left behind them an accomplished task, though their work is unpopular with certain historians even to this day, and though it was to be endangered in the entire reversal of Dubois' policy by his successor, the Cardinal de Fleury. Many people consider the Regency to have been a mere succession of suppers, masquerades, and balls at the Opéra. A little wit and much debauchery, said Voltaire. But the regent, who had entirely changed the old pompous court etiquette of Louis XIV, did his share of serious work. This Don Juan did not forget that he had public duties to fulfil. He was as temperate in his statesmanship as he was intemperate in his private life. He deserves a better fate than the perpetuation of all the slanders and legends levelled against him. A great poet lived at this time. In his Embarquement pour Santerre, he synthesizes a fête galante during the Regency with amazing artistic taste, audacity, and brilliance of colour. If we are to rely on such aesthetic testimony, we must try only to see the beautiful side of this pagan episode. Watteau, beloved of the gods, died young, yet we owe him a debt for discovering the poetry of love and discreetly veiling the bacchanals of that licentious period. End of section 5. Section 6 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Second part, The Duc de Bourbon and Cardinal Fleury. Chapter 5, The King's Marriage, 1723 to 1725, Part 1. After the death of Dubois, the Duc d'Orléans, whose regency came to an end with Louis's majority, had accepted the office of Prime Minister, which thus became vacant once more on December 2nd, 1723. His successor was appointed the same evening. Louis-Henri de Bourbon, called Monsieur le Duc, was at Versailles when Philippe died. He had no difficulty in gaining the approval of the king and Fleury. The bishop supported the prince's candidature, Louis made a sign of assent, and the new minister immediately took the oath of his office. This great-grandson of the Grand Condé did not owe his promotion to his intelligence or his capacity, but he was the only member of the royal family in a position to take up the post. The two legitimized brothers, the Duc de Maine and the Comte de Toulouse, were out of favour. The former and his wife were distrusted, while the latter was said to be too honest a man to make a good minister. There were other princes of the blood royal, but nearly all were born after 1700 and were too young to be serious rivals to the Duc de Bourbon. There was Louis, Duc de Chartres, the only son of the regent, who showed an inclination to expiate his father's excesses by living a life of piety. There were the two younger brothers of the new minister, the Comte de Charolais, a rough, ill-tempered man, and the Comte de Clermont. There was the Prince de Dombes and the Count de, sons of the Duc du Maine. Lastly, there was the Prince de Conti, who was the youngest branch of the Bourbon Condé, born in 1695, and married to a sister of Monsieur le Duc. But neither husband nor wife were popular at court. The only man of real consequence was Fleury, but the preceptor of Louis XV was one of those who are patient in their ambitions. He knew that his time would come, for the sincere affection with which he had inspired his royal pupil was a guarantee for the future. The Duc de Bourbon was born in 1692 and was therefore 31 when he came into power. In his early youth he was rather good-looking, but one of his eyes had been put out by the Duc de Berry while hunting, and this disfigured him. By degrees he lost his figure and became as thin as a lathe. Being too tall, he began to stoop. His stork-like legs could hardly support his body, and his eyes were so red that the good one could hardly be distinguished from the blind one. In fact, he was hardly of a prepossessing appearance. This description of him is taken from Madame Palatine and Toussaint. His temper was short and suspicious. He would have been unpopular even without the bitter feeling felt toward him by the many victims of Law's system by which he had been enriched. His large fortune enabled him to live in great style. He loved rare and precious things, and helped to make Chantilly a chateau worthy of a great nobleman. As a minister he proved to be shallow and ignorant, and none were surprised. He had little credit with the king, and never transacted business with him in private, a condition imposed on him by the Bishop of Fréjus when he agreed to propose the Duke's appointment to Louis. His weak character made him puppet in the hands of a young woman, the Marquise de Prie, daughter of Berthelot de Pléneuf, the farmer of the revenues, whose good name was compromised at the time of the Chambre de Justice. The Duke inaugurated the period of feminine interference in affairs of state. He was a contrast to the Regent, who divided his life into two distinct parts, never allowed pleasure to interfere with politics, and always kept the secrets of the government with jealous reserve. Philippe d'Orléans had followed his mother's advice when she wrote in 1715, "I have resolved not to interfere. Between ourselves, France has, to her detriment, been too long governed by women." She was thinking of her great enemy, Madame de Maintenon. "I wish my example to be useful to my son, that he may let no woman lead him." The Marquise de Prie, Agnès Berthelot de Pléneuf, was 25 years old in 1725. She was an attractive personality. She had shone as ambassadress at Turin, and immediately on her return to France she had distinguished herself by her genius for intrigue. She had plotted against Leblanc, Minister for War, against the Belle Isle, and against her own mother. She was now to have wider scope for her activities, for she was to govern the state and gain great profit thereby, though gain was indeed a secondary consideration to her, and she would have been contented with a modest fortune, provided she had power. But all her ambitions were realized. Her term of power resulted in a large revenue for herself at the expense of France. President Hainaut has drawn a charming pen portrait of the Marquise. She was of a slender build and above medium height. She had the form and the air of a nymph, a delicate face, pretty cheeks, a well-made nose, and ash-coloured hair. Her eyes were slightly almond-shaped, but bright and gay. As a whole, her face was refined and distinguished. Nature had endowed her with all the gifts essential to the art of coquetry. Her voice was light like her form. She was very musical and played the harpsichord extremely well. The Marquis d'Argenson describes her as even more graceful and beautiful, with a ready wit on all subjects. These portraits tell us more about the beautiful sorceress than Van Loos's picture, in which the Marquise is represented holding a bird, a symbol of the attraction of this captivating creature. The allusion in the verses underneath is sufficiently obvious. Sur votre belle main ce captive enchanté, de l'aile méprisant le secours et l'usage, contente de badiner et de pousser son ramage, n'a pas pour être heureux besoin de liberté. Le cœur né libre iris n'a de plus chère envie que d'atteindre au plus tôt le temps de s'engager. Est-il coulé ce temps si doux, mais trop léger, ah, que la liberté nous pèse dans la vie. On your fair hand the enchanted captive scorns to use its wings to fly away. It is content to sport and warble. For happiness it needs not liberty. Iris, the free-born heart, has no more fond desire than to seek the opportunity to enslave itself. Has it passed this hour so pleasant but too fleeting? Ah, how oppressive is a life of liberty! And when Trémolière describes Monsieur le Duc and Duchesse de Prie in the characters of Rinaldo and Armida, he confirms Van Loos's graceful allegory. The Marquise has been compared to Annise, but she had nothing of the ingenue except a feigned candour and a pretended naïveté. Her grace, her youth, her nymph-like form, of which Saint-Simon also speaks, her modest air, her mind, which appeared so cultivated, her experience of the world and foreign courts, all these attributes were deceptive. Clever and artful, she knew that it was essential to keep the Duke in the mistaken belief that he was able and independent. She pretended to interfere with nothing and to wait until affairs were communicated to her. She chose Paris-Duvernay, Law's adversary, as intermediary between herself and the Prime Minister. She made him Minister of Finance. Paris-Duvernay reversed Law's system. He did away with paper money and sought to lower the price of provisions by decreasing the value of specie. He lowered the value of the louis d'or from 27 livres to 14, and caused strikes by trying to introduce a fixed scale of wages and prices in spite of economic laws and the relations of supply and demand. President Hainaut asserts that Paris advised the Duke after consultation with the Marquise, while that clever person, to keep up the illusion, even contradicted the Duke when he consulted her. He never ceased to admire the intelligence with which she grasped the questions that he believed her to be handling for the first time. The known astuteness of Madame de Prie makes this subterfuge very probable. With the aid of 2 secretaries, she manipulated all decisions, adding recommendations with her own hand to the petitions presented to the Prime Minister. Such were the masters of the kingdom, a false Agnès and a foolish and narrow-minded nobleman, and their policy was purely egotistical. The most important event of their administration was Louis's marriage, a very daring enterprise. The Duc de Bourbon further distinguished himself at the beginning of his ministry by some fiscal reforms, among which we find a decrease in the duties on corn and dairy produce coming into Paris, by improvements on the Saint-Quentin Canal from the Somme to the Oise, and the institution of a ballot to decide who should serve in the militia of 60,000 soldiers, which later performed such splendid services in the wars of the 18th century. But his inexperience and his despotic nature caused him to introduce some very unpopular measures, such as the persecution of the Protestants and Jansenists, whom the Regency had left in peace, the mendicancy laws which condemned old offenders to the galleys, and the tax on the 50th of all the revenues of the kingdom, which was decreed for 10 years. This tax gave rise to the following witty verses: Prince, quelle misère extrême, vous imposez le 50e, quand vous ne savez pas argent pour votre maudit ministère. Le 50e du bon sens vous serait bien plus nécessaire. Prince, how extreme is our misery! You impose the 50th when you know we have no money. For your wretched ministry, a 50th of good sense would be far more necessary. Happily, no foreign complication arose to reveal the weakness of the government, but the Duc de Bourbon had a lucky escape when Marianita was sent home, for Spain in her anger nearly fired the powder. In 1722 Noailles had said, "The marriage of the Infanta will end as Law's system did." The Marshal was exiled as a reward for his prophecy. but events proved that he was right. On April 5th, 1725, Philip's daughter left the Louvre and the garden which still bears her name without saying good-bye to the king, and went back to Spain in the charge of the Duchesse de Tallard, never to return. They had sufficient tact to tell the poor Infanta that her parents wanted to see her. After the regent's death there had been countless intrigues directed toward undoing all he had done, and against the house of Orléans, whose power excited the jealousy of the house of Condé. Henri de Bourbon could not support the idea that the crown of Spain should be the appanage of a rival family. But when Philip abdicated on January 14th, 1724, in favour of his son, the Prince of Asturias, who became king under the title of Louis I, Louisa Elizabeth, the daughter of the Duc d'Orléans, became queen. Moreover, on July 13th, 1724, the regent's son married Marie Jeanne, Princess of Baden, who was destined to assure the succession by giving birth to a prince in May 12th, 1725. If Louis XV were to die without an heir, the French throne would pass to the descendants of the younger branch. The Prime Minister had many sisters to establish, and he hoped to profit by his position and benefit his family by raising Mademoiselle de Sens or Mademoiselle de Vermandois to the throne. He secretly pursued this purpose, and suddenly the young king's health gave cause for some anxiety, which for political reasons was exaggerated. On February 18th, 1725, he awoke with a fever and was ill all day. Toward evening he began to improve, but while the doctors were busy at his bedside, the two factions at court held councils so as to be prepared for anything which might happen. The Dowager Duchesse d'Orléans summoned her son and his partisans, while Monsieur le Duc and the Marquise de Prie conferred with Marshal de Villars, the Minister of War, and Morville, the Secretary of State. It had already been decided that the Infanta should be sent home before this alarm, as it was thought that her youth would interpose too long a time before the king's marriage could take place. The king's illness hastened new matrimonial schemes. The Duc de Bourbon was haunted by the recollection of the death of Louis, the young king of Spain, and wished to assure the future. The choice fell on a princess whose character and position would leave Madame de Prie free to govern the kingdom as she pleased. There were 99 candidates for the king's hand, 25 Catholics, 3 Anglicans, 13 Calvinists, 55 Lutherans, and 3 Greeks. Inquiries were made in all the European courts where there were marriageable princesses, from Lisbon to St. Petersburg and from London to Athens. This long list was reduced to 17 names and then to 5. These were Anne, daughter of the Prince of Wales, aged 15, her sister Amelia Sophia Eleanor, aged 13, Mademoiselle de Vermandois, aged 21, and Mademoiselle de Sens, aged 19, both sisters of Monsieur le Duc, and lastly Marie, aged 21, the daughter of the dethroned King of Poland, Stanislas Leszczynski, which is the correct way of spelling the name. The objection to the candidature of the 2 English princesses was their religion. It was feared that they might remain Protestant at heart, like Elizabeth Charlotte, Monsieur's second wife, the mother of the regent. Nor did George I really approve of the union. The candidates were thus reduced to 3, and Henri de Bourbon naturally wished to support the candidature of one of his sisters. Possibly he also desired to avenge himself upon the regent's son for refusing to marry Mademoiselle de Vermandois. But Madame de Prie eventually carried the day. From the Marquise's point of view, Marie Leszczynski seemed a perfect queen. She thought that the daughter of Stanislas, who was poor and simple, would not forget the person to whom she owed her throne, and that she would thus retain her influence. A story was started based on supposed overtures made to Mademoiselle de Vermandois in her convent at Fontevraud, near Chinon, whither she had retired from the world without taking any religious vows. Among others who have repeated the details of this story are Voltaire and Soulavie. It was said that the Dowager Duchess de Bourbon and the Marquise de Prie visited Mademoiselle de Vermandois, and that the Marquise was disguised when she went into the princess's presence in order to make a sensation. The conversation was brought round to Madame de Prie, whereupon Mademoiselle de Vermandois changed her tone and spoke openly and with copious invectives against the wicked creature who was the cause of her brother's unpopularity. The Marquise listened to this discourse without flinching, but on leaving the room cried, "You shall not be Queen of France." Either this scene was entirely invented by the Orléans faction, or it was the fabrication of the Lorraine group. The latter was closely allied to the Palais Royal, because Princess Elizabeth, the daughter of Duke Leopold, who had been one of the rejected 17 candidates, was the first cousin of the young Duc d'Orléans. The real reason for the rejection of 2 Bourbon-Condé princesses was that Monsieur le Duc's sisters did not suit Madame de Prie. Among the pretexts given were these: the king could not marry a subject, and the Dowager Duchesse de Bourbon, a legitimized daughter of Louis XIV, would have had too great an influence over her son and daughter. One thing certain is that the Marquise, having at last found her ideal queen, held to her choice and was determined to have her own way. Catherine, widow of Peter the Great, personally intervened with the object of maintaining her husband's policy. She wished to ally herself with Louis XV by giving him her daughter Elizabeth, but it was too late. The siege was over. No political consideration could affect Madame de Prie's desire to see Marie Leschetensky on the throne. How strange was the destiny of this poor daughter of a fallen king! In retirement with her father and mother at Wissembourg, in a house put at the disposal of her family by Philipp Michael Weber, councillor of the Elector Palatine, she led an uncertain existence, divided between piety and charity. Stanislaus had been dispossessed of his kingdom by Augustus II, Elector of Saxony, and by the favour of the regent he had found a refuge in this small Alsatian town. With some difficulty he contrived to live and keep up some appearance of a court, in company with 7 or 8 gentlemen who were faithful to their late king in his misfortune. His sole support came from the charity of the monarchs of Europe. The Duc d'Orléans gave him a pension which was not regularly paid, and assistance came also from Spain, Sweden, and Lorraine. He had pledged his wife's jewels with a Frankfurt merchant, and but for Marie's unexpected good fortune, he would never have been able to redeem them. Very few people came to visit this castle of indigence, but Stanislaus was friendly with the Cardinal de Rouen-Soubise, Armand Gaston Maximilian, Bishop of Strasbourg, who liked to receive him in his beautiful residence at Saverne, with the Anlau family and Lieutenant General of the Comte de Bourg, commanding at Strasbourg, who was the confidant of all the troubles of the unhappy prince. Marie's future gave him much anxiety. When the Duc de Bourbon became a widower in 1720, he proposed, through the Chevalier de Vauchoux, his diplomatic agent, to give him his daughter in marriage. But Anne of Bavaria, Princess Palatine, widow of the great Condé's son, was still living, and opposed her grandson's marriage in an almost insulting manner. Equally fruitless was Stanislaus' overtures to others, such as Prince Ludwig Georg of Baden, brother of the Duchesse d'Orléans, and the Comte de Charolais. There was one candidate for Marie's hand, a gentleman in command of a regiment of cavalry at Wissembourg named Letellier de Courtanvaux, then Chevalier de Louvois and later Comte d'Estrées, but Stanislaus insisted that Courtanvaux must become a duke and peer of France, and since he was unable to secure this favour, he was obliged to retire. At this point the regent died. Madame de Prie was well aware of events at Wissembourg, and thanks to her genius for intrigue, she saw how she might derive benefit from the situation. She was in communication with the Chevalier de Vauchoux, and since the beginning of 1724 had been carrying on a correspondence with the surprised but greatly flattered Stanislaus. The Marquise, under the cover of letters of pure courtesy, made her investigations without revealing her designs. Monsieur le Duc continued to hesitate. The alarm given by Louis's illness conquered his last scruples, and finally, on March 31st, 1725, he wrote to ask Stanislaus in the name of Louis XV for the hand of his daughter in marriage. This letter arrived at Wissembourg on April 2nd. The scene has often been described. The ex-king of Poland assembled his wife and daughter, told them to kneel down, and addressed a prayer of thanksgiving to God without any explanation. "Ah, my father," said Marie, "then you are recalled to the throne of Poland?" "No, heaven is far more favourable to us," said Stanislaus. "You are the Queen of France." The news was not published until a month later, when the Infanta had arrived in Spain. Then a list of the ladies who were to form part of the future Queen's household was circulated, and wits who knew Latin compared this household with the temple at Rome, which bore the inscription Deo ignoto, to the unknown God. On April 5th, Maret records in his journal the rumours of the town, and deals with the Princess Marie at some length. He speaks of the difference in their ages. She is 21 and the king 15, and says that she is well made and well brought up. Then he mentions the other candidates, explaining why they could not be chosen, and concludes with the following words: "So the Polish woman must be chosen, and we must have a queen whose name ends in SKI. A few months ago people complained of the Duc d'Orléans because he had married a princess of Baden, who was not considered to have come from a sufficiently illustrious family, and now we are to accept as queen one who is even less exalted." On May 27th, when Marianita had arrived in Spain and was with her parents, the king announced his marriage in these terms: "I am marrying the Princess of Poland." This princess, who was born on the 23rd of June, 1703, is the only daughter of Stanislaus Leszczynski, Count of Leszno, formerly Starost of Adelnau, then Palatine of Poznania, and finally elected King of Poland in the month of 1704, and of Catherine Opolinska, daughter of the Castellan of Poznania, who are both coming to live in the Château of Saint-Germain-en-Laye with King Stanislas's mother, Anne Joblanovsky. After this, Maret published a diatribe against this marriage, which depressed the court, as if someone had told them that the king was having an apoplectic fit. He said that French hearts could not love Poles, those Gascons of the north and ultra-republicans. He foresaw a terrible war in which all Europe would be leagued against France. "Perhaps nothing will happen," he said in conclusion. "Everything is in the hands of the Lord of hosts." There was some excitement, but it subsided when the people saw the graciousness of the Demoiselle Leszczynski, as she was irreverently called. The queen was the queen, and everyone bowed before the crown which adorned her brow. The various courts kept a diplomatic silence. The King of Sardinia alone, as grandfather of Louis XV, made a useless remonstrance to this mésalliance, founding his opposition on calumnious reports which accused Marie of bodily defects, alleging that she was an epileptic, that 2 of her fingers were webbed, and that she had scrofula. The regent's sister, Elizabeth Charlotte de Lorraine, was also much annoyed at not having been able to secure her daughter's claims. She poured out her heart in her letters to the Marquise d'Auled, saying, "If the late king could see what is happening to France, I think he would be surprised. It seems to me that mésalliances are very much in fashion, since they have now even reached the sacred person of the king. I shall say no more. In marrying her he will do a very novel thing, for he will be, I think, the first of our kings to marry a simple demoiselle. Everyone laughs at it." End of section 6. Section 7 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. The King's Marriage, 1723 to 1725, Part 2. Voltaire himself, who later was so subservient to the queen and flattered her as he never failed to flatter the favourites of the moment, allowed himself to write to the wife of the Président de Bernières: "The marriage of Louis XV is detrimental to poor Voltaire. They do not speak of paying any pensions, or even of keeping them up, but they are going to have a new tax to buy lace and stuff for the Demoiselle Stryienski." Pamphleteers entered the field. The most significant of their satires was a parody on the École des Femmes, in which Marquise de Pries says to the Queen: "Our king is marrying you, and 100 times a day you must bless the fortune of your fate. Think on the lowliness of your estate, and admire the generosity of the prince who loves me. For from the humble state of a simple gentlewoman, through my choice he calls you to the throne of lilies. We do not pretend that in declaring you queen, you are to be sovereign over him or me. In peace you will taste the choicest pleasures. Affairs of state will not affect you." Marie was spared nothing. They reminded her of the proposed marriage with Courtenvaux and the rejection of the Infanta. A certain proof that it would not be difficult to break off another marriage. If she was not entirely in subjection to her real master, the Duc de Bourbon. The affair has become public, and therefore those who wish to frustrate it are disconcerted, wrote the Duc de Bourbon to Stanislas on the day of the proclamation. He also wrote a very skilful letter to the future queen, in which he did not fear to allude to the marriage that had been proposed between Marie and himself. "Permit me," he said at the end of his letter, "to say here that your Majesty is under all the more obligation to me, because I cannot think without regret that I sacrificed to you a hope on which all the happiness of my life depended. But the respect which I owe to a princess, who will always be my queen and mistress, does not permit me to say more on this subject." The king's marriage had no political significance. This was the great mistake to be laid down to the charge of Madame de Pries and the chief minister. It was not displeasing to the court of Spain, but Philip nevertheless had serious cause for irritation. The overtures that M. le Duc had made to the English court proved that George I had known of the rejection of the Infanta before himself, and he felt bitterly this affront, which excited the most violent anger. The immediate result was the departure of Louise Elizabeth of Orléans, widow of Louis I, who became Dowager Queen of Spain at the age of 16, and of her sister Mademoiselle de Beaujolais, affianced to Don Carlos. They were sent from Spain in such haste that at Bayonne they had to await an escort to attend them on their journey. Thus ended the brilliant hopes that their father had conceived for their future in Spain. But the court had no time to trouble about these princesses. It was busy preparing for the ceremonies at Strasbourg and Fontainebleau, and could speak only of Marie Leszczynski. Everyone listened eagerly to any details of her faults or her qualities, especially the former. She was not beautiful, but her face was full of expression, and possessed that undeniable charm which increased with age, a characteristic well brought out in the striking portrait by Latour, painted 20 years later, which now hangs as fresh as ever in the Louvre. Those who knew her at Wissembourg said she looked like a bourgeoise, and that her disposition seemed sullen to those who saw her every day. But it is impossible to believe that the great portrait painter of Saint-Quentin, so faithful in portraying both the soul and the outward form of his models, could be absolutely misleading. He shows us a woman, clothed, it is true, like some rich private individual, but gracious and refined, with intelligent eyes and a smile full of indulgent kindness. At Versailles there is a great state portrait, either by Gobert or Bell, painted at the time of the marriage, in which the queen is shown holding a large bunch of lilies and followed by a page in Polish costume. The studied stiffness and forced smile of the central figure denotes an inferior artist obviously attempting to imitate Santerre's portrait of the Duchesse de Bourgogne. Then there are written descriptions. First of all, that of Sieur Lozilière, called Le Chevalier de Marais, a tool of Madame de Pries, who was sent to Wissembourg and afterwards to several of the German courts in order to allay suspicion, L'Osiliere has a natural tendency toward eulogy. He did not forget any detail of her appearance, from her good complexion — fresh water in summer and snow in winter provided Marie's whole make-up — to her sweet and pleasant voice. He finishes with these words: "Without being beautiful, this princess is lovable for her wit, goodness, and behaviour. She is a combination of all the virtues. Such is the natural refuge of anyone who has to speak of a bride who lacks beauty. It must be admitted that, according to all the contemporary writers, the future queen was not the equal in looks of the handsomest young man in the kingdom. Marie, with her heavy shoulders and her breadth of body, made the slender youth of Louis XV the more noticeable. I agree that she is ugly," wrote Duc d'Anton to Morville, "but she pleases me above everything that I can express. The intriguers were very active. Scandal-mongers passed their tales from mouth to mouth until the queen was made out to be an absolute monster. On dit qu'elle est idieuse, mais cela ne fait rien, car elle est vertueuse et très fille de bien. They say she is hideous, but that matters not, for she is virtuous and very good." M. de Conflans, who was sent to tell the king of the celebrations of the marriage at Strasbourg, gave a just account of her. Villars says, "He reassured us about the queen, who, as he tells us, is certainly amiable, not beautiful, but far removed from the ugliness which is generally attributed to her." The whole court met at the capital of Alsace on August 15th. The Duc d'Antin, ambassador extraordinary to Stanislas, accompanied by the Comte de Beauvais, and the Marquis de Dreux, Grand Master of the ceremonies, Mademoiselle de Clermont, superintendent of the queen's household, and with her the ladies of the palace, amongst whom was the Marquise de Prie, who had not forgotten herself. Stanislas, on his part, did his best to make some show of royalty to honour the occasion, aided by his relative and general factotum, the Count of Tarlo, and Baron of Meschek, Marshal of the Palace. The Comtesse de Linange acted as lady of honour to Marie. With some difficulty, and finally through the good offices of the Marshal de Bourg, 6 pages were mustered. The Duc d'Orléans was the most important person present. He was to marry the queen by proxy, this honour being given to him because he was the first prince of the blood royal. But there was a certain irony in this chance which made the son the instrument for the undoing of his father's work. The Cardinal Bishop de Rouen, surrounded by his clergy, received the procession at the door of the cathedral. Marie entered the church between her father and mother. In front of her went the Duc d'Orléans and 2 ambassadors. The prelate gave a dignified address before the mass and the nuptial benediction. The roar of cannon and a Te Deum concluded the ceremony. The queen dined in public, served by officers of the king, her husband. Then she returned to the cathedral for the procession of the vow of Louis XIII. There were popular fêtes in the afternoon, and in the evening a wonderful firework display, while food and wine was distributed at the public fountains. Madame de Prie did not waste her time in Strasbourg. She gave Stanislas a letter from M. le Duc, which said: "Your Majesty has shown me so much kindness that I have thought you might allow me to take the liberty of instructing you on many of the things which are happening in the country. But as prudence forbids me to write them, and as I can trust Madame de Prie's discretion, I have charged her to inform your Majesty and to hide nothing, believing that there are many things our future queen would be glad to know." The nets were spread and the traps all ready. Madame de Prie, no doubt, spoke with as much eloquence as ability. She brought presents to the queen and talked of her own exalted position with an incredible want of tact. She even offered her chemises, not hesitating thus to humiliate the poor daughter of Stanislas, who accepted them with a smile. On August 17th Marie set out for Fontainebleau. The weather she experienced was execrable. It never ceased to rain during the whole journey. Several times the queen's coach stuck fast in the mud. The crops were injured by the floods, and the summer of 1725 was remembered as a time when the evils of nature were made worse by the maladministration of M. le Duc. Bread was so scarce that there were riots both in Paris and the provinces, and the bakers' shops were pillaged. The Prime Minister and the favourite were accused of speculating in corn and of making large profits out of the people's distress. Faithful to her reputation, Marie distributed alms at each halt. The 15,000 livres sent her for largesse were soon exhausted. Everywhere she went she was feted and heard highly coloured addresses. Her good sense and tact prevented her from losing her head, as is shown by the charming letter to her father quoted by the Abbé Poyard. "There is nothing that these good French people will not do to divert me. They say the prettiest things in the world, but no one tells me that you are near me. Perhaps they will tell me so later, for I am journeying in fairyland, and am indeed under a magic sway. I pass through transformations every instant, and each seems more brilliant than the one before. At one place I have the virtues of an angel, at another the sight of me makes people happy. Yesterday I was the wonder of the world. Today I am a star of benign import. Every one does his best to deify me, and tomorrow doubtless I shall be higher than the immortals. To break the spell, I put my hand up to my head, and then, my dearest papa, I find her whom you love, and who loves you too so tenderly, your dear Maruchna." The young wife who could write these lines must have had wit as well as heart. Very soon she appeared wearisome and ill-humoured. Doubtless her new surroundings changed her character, but she was still lovable to those who could gain her affection and conquer her shyness. The meeting between husband and wife took place near Moret at a spot which still retained the name of the Queen's Crossways, Carrefour de la Reine. A small monument was erected to commemorate the event. Louis was kept waiting for some time owing to the badness of the roads, which made the progress of the coaches extremely difficult. It was sometimes necessary to attach more than 30 horses to Marie's coach to drag it out of the ruts. Barbier relates that all the king's household were smothered in mud. A carpet and flooring were placed on the ground. The Queen alighted and was about to fall on her knees, but Louis allowed her to make no more than a formal obeisance. Then he raised and embraced her with an ardour that had never before been seen in him. He entered the coach with the Duchesse d'Orléans and accompanied his wife to Moret, where he remained for half an hour talking to her with extreme affability. Marie spent the night in this little town, and the next day, September 5th, she reached Fontainebleau at about 10 o'clock in the morning. The marriage was celebrated in the chapel of the palace. The scene was magnificent. Everywhere was the glitter of embroidered dresses, robes covered with precious stones, and hangings ornamented with golden fleurs-de-lis. The procession was announced by trumpets, fifes, and drums. It started from the king's great chamber, crossed the gallery of Francis I, and arrived at the staircase of honour, which was lined by the 100 Swiss. Louis came first, a picture of youthful grace, preceded by the princes of the blood, the Comte de Charolais and de Clermont, and the Prince de Conti. Then came the Queen, escorted by the Duc de Bourbon and the Duc d'Orléans. She wore a violet train lined with ermine, which was borne by the Dowager Duchesse de Bourbon, the Princesse de Conti, and Mademoiselle de Charolais. She was followed by the Duchesse d'Orléans, Mademoiselle de Clermont, and the Mademoiselle de la Roche-sur-Yon, sister of the Prince de Conti. Attending the various royalties came the dignitaries of the court, officers and knights of the Holy Ghost, maids of honour, heralds of arms, Scotch guards and bodyguards with their shining arms. The Cardinal de Rohan, Grand Almoner of France, again officiated and gave the address. At Strasbourg he had drawn a touching picture of the vicissitudes of Stanislaus, and had spoken his praises. On this occasion he addressed himself particularly to Louis, exalting the greatness of his ancestors, and finally he presented him with a wife whom God had made after his own heart, a virtuous and prudent woman. The nuptial benediction was given, and while medals struck in honour of the occasion were being distributed, music burst forth and hymns of thanksgiving filled the vaulted roof of the chapel. The procession returned again to the royal apartments. After dinner the Duc de Mortemart presented the Queen with a velvet casket embroidered with gold containing the splendid trifles which are called the corbeilles, wedding gifts. The Queen distributed them to her household, saying, "This is the first time that I have been able to make presents." The day ended with a display given by the court actors. Plays of Molière were selected so that no one might be offended. The result was that Voltaire, who had prepared an entertainment, decided that the Amphitryon and the Médecin Malgré Lui were not a suitable choice. He criticised everything, even to the display of fireworks given at about 11:30 after supper, with many rockets and little originality. He saw nothing in the festivities but noise, crowds, uproar, and tumult. A few days later all seemed fair to him. Adrienne Lecouvreur played his Marianne. Madame de Prie presented him to the Queen, and she spoke to him of his Henriade, as yet unpublished, and called him "my poor Voltaire." A pension was granted to him, and he quitted the ranks of the rhymers who resorted to Fontainebleau, and assailed the young bride with Pindaric odes, sonnets, epistles, and epithalamia. It must be admitted that Voltaire was right, and that these starveling poets must have seemed to Marie a band of court jesters. They called the king Alcides or Adonis. The Queen was changed into Astrea, Cypris, Diana, or even Flora, an excellent rhyme for Aurora. The whole fashionable mythology was resuscitated. Voltaire dedicated Marianne to the daughter of Stanislas, and was himself unable to avoid comparing her to the ancient goddesses. Du trône redouté, que vous rendez aimable, jetez sur cet écrit un coup d'œil favorable. Daignez m'encourager dans celle de vos regards, et songez que Pallas, cette auguste déesse, dont vous avez le port, la bonté, la sagesse, et la divinité qui préside aux beaux-arts. From your dread throne, that you make so gracious, cast on these lines a favourable glance. Deign to encourage me with a single look, and remember that Pallas, the august goddess, whose bearing and grace and wisdom you have, is the divinity who presides over the arts. These uninspired and unpoetic verses were the best with which the Queen was afflicted. In all probability she read nothing but the celebrated Conseil written by her father, which began with the scriptural reminiscence, "Hearken, my daughter, behold and give ear, forget thy people and thy father's house." Stanislas warned his daughter of the dangers she would encounter at the court, such as grandeur and prosperity and flattery. He enlarged upon these three subjects with emotion, showing all the tender affection he felt for his daughter. Prosperity, he said, is the more dangerous in that it is practically unknown to you. Since infancy you have participated so fully in my adversities that you are aware there is nothing like the experience of misfortune to guard us from abusing our happiness. Flattery inspires him to some wise precepts. You must realize that you will be surrounded by those who will vie with one another to pay court to you. There will be no one who will not be prepared to obey you, to sacrifice his goods, his life for your service. But there will be no one who will tell you the truth, or who will not think that if he did so, he would displease you and risk his fortunes. Though you are surrounded by those who are devotedly attached to you and are most attentive in your service, yet on this point you are left to yourself, and have nothing to rely on but your own good sense and reason. Stanislas sought for some one on whom she might rely. He found only the king and him who was the depository of all his wishes, meaning Monsieur le Duc, to whom the Queen was under an infinite obligation. This was the real danger to avoid. But fortune blinded the King of Poland. He could not foresee that the Queen was to shed her first tears simply because she had too much confidence in the Duc de Bourbon. End of section 7. Section 8 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6, A Palace Revolution, 1725 to 1726. On the day after the wedding, to the great joy of the Queen, her parents arrived to take up their residence, not indeed at Saint-Germain, but at the Château de Chambord. Stanislas spent 3 days with his daughter in raptures, then some weeks at Bourbon until his new residence should be furnished. Louis and Marie spent the whole autumn at Fontainebleau. Their perfect harmony promised well for the future. The king was transformed. He was high-spirited, a pleasant companion and lover. The queen found her husband comparing her to Blanche of Castile. When anyone wished him to admire a lady of the court, Louis replied, "The queen is still more beautiful." But these were merely the illusions and the words of a young husband. The king's enthusiasm was only an instinctive recognition that he owed to Marie an existence to which he had hitherto been a stranger, and the first emotions of a new life. Louis's heart and mind were incapable of other and nobler sentiments. It has often been said of Stanislas's daughter that she did not know how to make use of her opportunities, and that at her age she might have gained a complete influence over the as yet unformed character of the young king. But she believed she was doing what was right in submitting to the Duc de Bourbon as if to the king himself. This attitude, which recommended itself to the ingenuousness of the young wife, was the most fatal she could have adopted. Unfortunately, the perceptions of Stanislas were no clearer. He thought that M. le Duc's cajoleries were sincere, and had no suspicion of the intrigues of which his daughter was to be the plaything. As for Louis, would he ever have submitted to the influence of any queen? He was inconstant by nature, and his chief object was to escape the ennui which was already beginning to poison his most brilliant days. "Sire," said Marshal de Villars to him in 1735, "to see a king of France listless and bored at 25 is unconscionable. Besides, your affairs are in so good condition that it will never be a trouble for your Majesty to attend to them." Words such as these had little effect on Louis. His lamentable education had given him neither the taste for serious matters nor application, nor the energy which had made a great king of Louis XIV. All his life he was idle, a great hunter, and an equally great gambler. He made it his habit never to interfere, and according to Dufault de Cheverny, he spoke of affairs of state as though someone else were at the head of the kingdom. He displayed the same carelessness in his private life, much to the Queen's distress. In reality, it was essential for him to be in bondage to someone, and owing to her timidity and to bad advice, the dominion was not to be Marie's, but that of a politician. Fleury, the king's tutor, in seeming simplicity and modesty, awaited the time when he would be able to profit by the remarkable ascendancy he had gained over his pupil. Marie made the unconscious blunder of attacking the one person whom she should have propitiated. She did not realize his unostentatious but immense influence, and so, acting at the instigation of the Prime Minister and Madame de Prie, she displeased Fleury. Madame de Prie continually interfered. She took complete possession of the Queen, allowing her neither to speak nor write to whom she would, abused her position as lady-in-waiting to enter the royal apartments at all times. When the court returned to Versailles, there were preparations on foot for a revolution in the palace which was to compromise Marie and bring the first clouds, never again to be dispersed. It will be remembered that Henri de Bourbon was never allowed to see Louis alone. The Bishop of Fréjus even made it his custom on all occasions to enter the king's cabinet half an hour before the Prime Minister. There he did what was called his work, which consisted in the distribution of favours both great and small, such as commands in war and the like, while M. le Duc could dispose of no favours, and saw them all go to the creatures of Fleury. The baffled minister sought to rid himself of this constraint. He made overtures to the Queen, who at first resisted, but afterwards gave way on being informed that it was a question of state secrets. He thought he had found an accomplice. One evening the Queen contrived an interview between the King and the Duc de Bourbon in her presence. The Duke aired his complaints against Fleury, criticising both his character and his conduct. The King was annoyed, although he said nothing, but at last his anger broke out. "Have I displeased your Majesty?" asked the Duke naively. "Yes." "Your Majesty no longer has a kindly feeling toward me?" "No." "Monsieur de Fréjus alone has your Majesty's confidence?" "Yes." Thereupon the minister fell on his knees and burst into tears. The Queen also wept, and Louis immediately retired to his apartment in extreme displeasure. Fleury went to see his master, and found the apartments closed by order of M. le Duc. On the next day he left the court and retired to the convent of the Sulpicians at Issy. The following day he came back on receiving a letter from the Duke himself, soliciting his return to Versailles. The Prime Minister was charged with the performance of this humiliating task by the King, on the advice of M. de Mortemart, First Gentleman of the Bedchamber. The Duke was doomed, and Fleury only waited his time to get rid of him. The Queen herself was not long in seeing how great a mistake she had made. She tearfully complained to the Marshal de Villars of the change she saw in her husband's affection, attributing that change to the influence and jealousy of the Bishop. The Marshal consoled her to the best of his ability, and made some remarks which are useful as revealing the psychology of these incidents. "I believe, madame, that the King's heart is far removed from what is called love. He has not the feelings toward you that he had, but do not show any signs of resentment. He must not perceive that you fear the weakening of his affections, lest the many fair eyes which continually ogle him make a desperate attempt to profit by the change." The advice might have been couched in better language, but the sense could not have been improved upon. The Queen did not yet understand, however, and a few weeks later, in conversation with Fleury, she again defended those who had been the cause of her trouble. "What is your complaint against them?" said Marie, "that you insist so strongly on their removal?" "I have no personal feeling against them," replied Fleury, "and if I oppose M. le Duc, it is because of the harm that Madame de Prie and Paris Duverney do to the King." "But how can I decide to send away these people, one of whom, my private secretary, asks for judgment as to the accusations against him, the other that strict inquiry should be made into the wrongs attributed to her? I assure you that the disgrace of these people, who satisfy me, will cause me distress." Marie went on to speak of the coldness of Louis, to which the Bishop dryly replied, "It is not my fault." Meanwhile the complaints against Henri de Bourbon began to take definite shape. The town came to the help of the Bishop. Public opinion played Fleury's game and brought matters to a head. The Bishop remained behind the scenes, keeping an outward appearance of friendliness. His proverbial patience was destined to assure his victory, and his long-desired succession to the position of Prime Minister, without the name, but indeed with all the power. Reforms were demanded, but never came. The people desired the abolition of heavy taxes, representing an annual income to the King of 180 million francs, and the reorganization of the administration on more equitable lines. There was need for a better distribution of the revenues from the monopolies. For instance, the tobacco monopoly had been given over to the Compagnie des Indes, and for new sources of taxation, less onerous to the exhausted and impoverished nation. The King was silent, following no doubt the advice of the Bishop of Fréjus. He was affable to M. le Duc, and seemed to have pardoned his errors. At 3 o'clock on June 11th, 1726, he left for Rambouillet with the intention of hunting with the Comte de Toulouse, which he was fond of doing. Before he left, he said to the Duc de Bourbon, "Do not make me wait for supper." Some hours later, the Duc de Charost, who had been let into the secret the day before, asked to speak to M. le Duc, and handed him a severely worded lettre de cachet. "I command you, on pain of punishment for disobedience, to retire to Chantilly and remain there until further orders. Louis." The Duke obeyed immediately, though complaining of the harsh manner in which he had been treated. The King's dissimulation was severely criticised. It was said to be unlike the conduct of any one of his age, and to show a mind at once feeble and petty. The influence of Fleury was also plainly discernible. However, Louis never showed frankness and courage in similar circumstances. His defenders explained his invariable line of conduct by his timidity. The triumph of the Bishop of Fréjus was assured. The Queen also had her lettre de cachet brought to her by Fleury himself. "Madame," said the King, "do not be surprised at the orders I have given. Pay attention to what M. de Fréjus will tell you on my behalf. I pray you and I command you." After this a correspondence was established between the Bishop and the Queen. But though they have an appearance of affectionate confidence, these letters prove that Marie was deluded, and that she did not find an echo in him through whom she hoped to keep the heart of the King. Fleury deceived Stanislas also later on. Reading the exile's letters, one might think that the Bishop was really interested in his fate. The ministers of state, Morville and Maurepas, received similar orders. To celebrate his victory, Fleury confined Paris Duvernay in the Bastille, sent away his 3 brothers, and exiled Madame de Prie to her castle of Courbépine in Normandy, where she died a year later. He accepted the resignation of Dodon, Marquis d'Herbeau, the Controller General, who was succeeded by Desforts, and of Breteuil, whose successor was Leblanc, returned to favour. An order was at once drawn up to revoke the 50ème tax, and everyone smiled on M. le Duc's enemies. The joy was extreme. The lieutenant of police had to take the most rigorous precautions to prevent the people of Paris from illuminating the town on the day of the departure for Chantilly. Henri de Bourbon distracted himself by hunting in the world's fairest residence, but he was troubled by the natural constraint felt by all who cannot go away at any rate for any distance. His mother paid him many visits, less to console him than to reproach him continually for not having married Mademoiselle de Sens to the King. Louis was ill in July. Madame la Duchesse took occasion to ask that her son might come to hear the bulletins. To her importunities the King replied that he did not wish to be troubled. "But, sire, you overwhelm me with the keenest grief. Would you drive my son and myself to despair? Allow him the consolation of seeing you, if it is only for a moment." "No," said the King, and he turned away to put an end to the monologue. The Duc de Bourbon was restored to favour in 1727 on his second marriage with Charlotta of Hesse-Rheinfels. He died in 1740, leaving no record in history beyond that of his deplorable administration. A celebrated passage in Andromaque was parodied, in which he was made to say, "Si j'ai réduit la France aux pleurs, à la misère, si j'ai frappé le blanc d'une injuste colère, c'est que je voulais être un tyran accompli. Eh bien, je suis content, et mon sort est rempli. Mais quelle épaisse nuit tout à coup m'environne? De Prie, où êtes-vous? D'où vient que je frissonne? Quelle horreur me saisit? Grâce au ciel j'entrevois, Dieu, ce sont les paris perdus autour de moi. Viens, ma chère de Prie, à toi je m'abandonne, et te réserve encore mon cœur à déchirer, après t'avoir donné l'état à dévorer." If I have reduced France to tears and misery, if in my unjust anger I struck down Leblanc, it is because I wish to be a complete tyrant. Ah, well, I am content. I have fulfilled my destiny. But what is this dark night which now envelops me? Desprez, where are you? Why do I shiver? What horror seizes me? Thanks to heaven I have a glimpse of God. It is Paris and the rest ruined all round me. Come, my dear Desprez, I abandon myself to you. I have kept my heart for you to rend after having given you the state to devour. The king's illness, which had served as a pretext for Madame la Duchesse to come to Versailles, was only indigestion. He had too many figs and walnuts, and too much milk and other things, besides being over-fatigued by hunting. The alarm was, however, great, and upset the queen to such an extent that she fell into a fever. But according to a letter from Stanislas, there was yet another cause for this illness. You have heard of the indisposition of the king and queen? God be thanked, it is over. Their sympathetic feelings extend even to the cause of their maladies, which is overeating. They both had violent indigestion, and the queen especially, after eating 180 oysters and drinking 4 glasses of beer. As you will realize, there is a charming touch in the assistance they have lent one another during their indisposition. You will be equally glad when I tell you that their confidence and their tenderness have been strengthened. Stanislas was always an optimist, and he was far from understanding that this confidence and this tenderness did not exist. After the first 4 days in which the smallpox was feared, Louis went often to see the queen, but his visits were only for a few minutes, and Villars remarked that the tenderness did not seem very great on the king's side. When Marie recovered, Louis spent 3/4 of an hour with his wife, accompanied by the Bishop of Fréjus. This mark of affection did something to repair the pain caused by his coldness, even though the presence of Fleury gave it an official air. The king left for Fontainebleau without bidding the queen good-bye. It was announced that he would return every Saturday until Marie was well enough to rejoin him, but he did not in fact do this. This was not all, for when the queen arrived at Fontainebleau at the end of the month, the huntsman in Louis was stronger than the husband, and instead of going to greet his wife, he went after his hounds. The queen could retain no illusion as to his feelings, but her own love was constant. The courtiers whispered, for they saw that the young king was indifferent and selfish. Thus it was that Stanislas's daughter lost all at the fall of Monsieur le Duc. The revolution in the palace had turned against its author and his innocent accomplice. Henri de Bourbon had arranged the marriage in the belief that he could use it to the profit of himself and Madame Desprez. His only achievement was to ensure the queen's unhappiness and her isolation between a husband who was indifferent and a minister who was absolute master of the king and the destinies of France, and little troubled by the moral tortures under which her heart bled. Having thus become head of the government, Fleury received from the Pope the highest honour bestowed on prelates. Cardinal Gualteri's nephew brought him the cardinal's hat from Rome on November 5th, 1726. Henceforth he had precedence of the dukes in the council, and he was cousin to all Christian kings and princes. End of section 8. Section 9 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. The Queen's Dowry, 1727 to 1737. Cardinal de Fleury's only desire was to govern in peace, to effect stringent economies, and to avoid war. On his advent to power he was 72 years old, but in spite of his age he was in excellent health, and there was some analogy between his methods of treating his own constitution and that of the state. Voltaire was justified in saying that Fleury considered France a strong and robust body which would recover of its own accord. The bishop surrounded himself with associates, but he chose men who would place his own capacity in relief and strengthen his position. The best known was Chauvelin, who, in spite of public opposition, was entrusted with 2 important posts in 4 days, without having given any proof of his ability. He became Keeper of the Seals in 1727, and immediately undertook the functions of Secretary of State and Minister for Foreign Affairs in the place of Morville, who decided to retire at the same time as his father, M. d'Armonenville, Chauvelin's predecessor. Fleury was perfectly honest and never abused his high position. He had not the ostentation of a Richelieu, though it is certain that he had not his talents either. But after the rule of Dubois, it is only fair to call attention to the integrity of the Cardinal, if but for its novelty. The court in Paris did not treat him with respect, so extraordinary did his spirit of economy seem. They mocked at his simple life. The Marquis d'Argenson ridiculed it. One of the most absurd spectacles is the prelate's petit coucher. All France, from the usual idlers to those who have business, is at his door. His Eminence enters and passes into his cabinet. Then the doors are opened, and you see the old priest take off his small clothes and carefully fold them. An unostentatious dressing gown is handed him, and then his shift. He takes a long time combing his 4 white hairs, discourses, chats, babbles, makes bad jokes interspersed with bland or commonplace remarks. The good man imagines that this is a consolation for the poor folk who press to see him. He cannot give them a more propitious moment without interfering with business. Fault was also found with the niggardly fare of the Cardinal. He was compelled to keep open table, but he only had 4 enormous entrees, a dish of roast, and 4 entremets. Such was his custom, and he would not change it. When the guests were too numerous, the dishes were passed round without the least ceremony. On one occasion the Bishop of Rennes, Vauréal, not finding enough to eat, said to his host, "Ma foi, monseigneur, however much you try, your estate will not equal that of Cardinal Mazarin." The minister laughed. He considered probity and economy the first of virtues. A typical phrase he used when he had occasion to defend his finance was, "Silver and gold do not drop like leaves from the trees." One of Fleury's first objects was to reconcile France and Spain. Ever since the return of the Infanta, Philip and Elizabeth had sulked. They even formed an alliance with the Emperor Charles VI, though as Archduke he had claimed to succeed Charles II, and had conducted the war in Catalonia against the combined Franco-Spanish armies. In 1724 a congress had been opened at Cambrai, at which the plenipotentiaries of the states who formed the Quadruple Alliance attended, their object being to settle the complicated interests of Spain. But while Marianita was on her way back to Madrid, Philip recalled his representatives. After the dissolution of the Congress, he gave secret instructions to Ripperda, his minister at Vienna, to continue negotiations. As a result, 4 treaties were signed on April 30th and May 1st, 1725, 3 of them with the Emperor and 1 with the Empire. The Germans agreed to recognize the hereditary rights of the Infante Don Carlos to the duchies of Parma, Placentia, and Tuscany, in return for the renunciation by the King of Spain of his claims to Naples and the 2 Sicilies. This settlement satisfied Elizabeth Farnese, whose whole skill was concentrated on dynastic claims in favour of her sons, a business in which she displayed the asperity and ill humour of a virago, threatening and insulting the French ambassadors as if they had been servants. The remaining treaties confirmed the Quadruple Alliance, guaranteed the Spanish succession as established at Utrecht, recognized the imperial pragmatic sanction, that is to say, acknowledged the right of the emperor's only daughter to inherit the possessions and powers of her father, assured for Philip the good offices of Charles VI with the King of England to secure the restoration of Gibraltar and Minorca, regulated the commerce between the 2 countries, according protection to the Ostend Company in so offending the English and Dutch, finally, in case of war, provided for mutual support between the contracting parties. the hereditary enmity between Habsburg and Bourbon was forgotten. So strange a political situation caused consternation in Europe. On September 23, 1725, a reply was made by the Treaty of Hanover between France, England, and Prussia, to which Sweden and Denmark, and later on Holland, adhered. They were pledged to the maintenance of the Treaty of Utrecht. But Prussia soon detached herself from this league against Vienna, and in company with Russia ranged herself on the side of the Emperor. The powers who were ultimately to share Poland were preparing for the future. During the whole of the 18th century, their policy was directed toward the dismemberment of the Northern Republic. Such was the position at the disgrace of M. le Duc. The cardinals saw that it was necessary to bring Philip V to a better frame of mind. It was easy for him to disown all responsibility for the Infanta's return, and having done this, he had recourse to Father Bermudez, the Spanish king's confessor. He wrote a letter on September 1, 1726, in which he insinuated that his Catholic Majesty had renounced his family and his fatherland, and was indifferent to all that was happening in the French court. In his postscript he put aside all pretense and said, "It is true that we have formed alliances which are suspected by the Catholic king, but our allies are not our masters, and God grant that it is the same with those of Spain. I trust that you will forgive me for saying this." A year later, in 1727, a reconciliation was with some difficulty effected. It was brought about by the fall of Ripperda, the daring originator of the treaties of Vienna, by the Spanish reverse before Gibraltar, and by Philip's precarious state of health. These causes were quite as effective as Fleury's skill. On May 31, 1727, the Treaty of Paris was signed. By this the Emperor agreed to suspend the concessions given to the Ostend Company for 7 years, and to summon a fresh Congress with a view to a general peace. Alarmist reports ceased, and the plenipotentiaries, meeting at Soissons, sealed the compact between the two Bourbon branches as a preliminary to the Treaty of Seville. The latter was signed on November 9, 1729, and for the moment reconciled Spain with the members of the Hanoverian alliance. By this treaty Spain was authorized to station 6,000 troops in Parma and Tuscany to support the rights of the Infante Don Carlos over the Italian duchies. The last Farnese died on March 10, 1731, without issue, whereupon the son of Elizabeth became Duke of Parma and heir presumptive of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. Calm reigned in Europe until 1733, but on February 1st of that year an event happened which created fresh complications. Augustus II, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland, died of a swelling in the thigh caused by blood poisoning. His death left the succession of the throne vacant. The new king had to be elected by the Polish nobility assembled in the Diet. Among the candidates were the son of the late king, who was favoured by Austria and Russia, the young Emmanuel of Portugal, the Prussian candidate, and the queen's father, Stanislas Leszczynski, who was supported by France, but without much enthusiasm on the part of Fleury. However, the conclusion of this struggle was to be fortunate for France, and after 5 years of war and negotiations to give her a new province. The cardinal was able to compliment himself on having brought a difficult task to a satisfactory conclusion, but the reconciliation with Spain was not particularly successful. Fleury had too blind a confidence in the English minister Walpole, his great friend, who was paralyzing the commerce and sea power of France. He was apprehensive lest the elevation of Stanislas should give Marie a certain amount of influence and diminish his ministerial power, while if France were to land in Poland from the sea, and thus give the Queen's father effective assistance, he was afraid of what Great Britain might say in her jealousy for her maritime supremacy. Fleury secretly took the advice, one might almost say the orders, of Walpole. Thus he was not only acting against the Polish friends of Leszczynski, but also offending the many Frenchmen who saw in the cause of Stanislaus an object worthy of the chivalrous traditions of the nation. Louis himself intervened at the Commencement. Having no suspicion of the purposes of his late tutor, he did his duty without reservation. The French ambassador at Warsaw was the Marquis de Monti, who had no need of moral encouragement, as he had already made Stanislaus's cause his own. The diplomatist was delighted to receive the promise of 1,000,000 florins to capture the electors, who had been depraved by the election campaign of Augustus II, when money had been flung about in handfuls. Monti was authorized to distribute cardinals' hats, offices, blue and red ribbons, gold and jewels, glittering but inexpensive watches, caskets, flagons, and patch-boxes to the most loyal of the Polish nobles. Thus far the cardinal approved. Louis realized that his father-in-law ought to go to Poland to conduct his electoral battle. His stay at Chambord, he wrote to Monti, although possibly advisable for the moment, yet allows discreditable doubts to arise as to the sincerity of the measures I am taking for his restoration. I am aware of the force of your arguments in requesting the presence of King Stanislaus. He will leave how and when you suggest. Everything will be ready for his departure at a moment's notice. Until then, he will await your final instructions. Stanislaus set out and monetary support flowed in. Fleury gave him upwards of 3,000,000 francs, hoping that this sacrifice would keep off war, for his desire for peace outweighed his care for the coffers of the state. The affair which was to end in tragedy began with comedy. Stryienski, attired in garments of pinchina, a coarse woolen material, and wearing a black peruke, left Meudon on August 22nd, 1733. He reached the frontier in the utmost secrecy and entered Germany accompanied by the young Dandelot, son of his friend the lieutenant of Alsace. One passed as a clerk, the other as a merchant. Their passports were made out in the names of Georg Bauer and Ernest Brambach. The two travellers arrived at Warsaw on September 8th. Meanwhile, a squadron sailed from Brest towards the Baltic Sea, carrying a French noble, the Comte de Thianges, who vaguely resembled Stanislaus. He was dressed in gala costume and wore the cordon of the Holy Ghost in order to make his appearance the more authentic. This stratagem was suggested to Fleury by Walpole. Received with enthusiasm, Stryienski was elected king on September 12th, amid the acclamations of the electors, on the field of Wola near Warsaw. His success was remarkable and induced Narbonne to say, "Posterity will find difficulty in believing that a prince could come to Warsaw from 400 leagues away and be proclaimed king, all in the course of a fortnight." There was great delight at Versailles, when a courier named Bartel arrived post-haste with the news of the election, after having covered 420 leagues in 8 days. He reached Versailles between 11 o'clock and midnight. The keeper of the seals was still at dinner, but the cardinal was resting, and the king had already retired. When Louis opened the packet and read the missive, he threw himself on the queen's neck, and she embraced him tenderly. Their joy was not destined to last long. The son of Augustus prepared for vengeance. He was assisted by the Russian army, which advanced to threaten Warsaw, and was about to effect a junction with the Saxon and Austrian forces. He gained some adherents by distributing gold and buying the fickle electors in his turn. Faced with this invasion of foreign troops and with the desertion of a larger part of his friends, Stanislaus fled to Danzig, then a free town under the protection of the Polish Republic and firmly loyal to its suzerains. Here he found hospitality and valiant defenders. A new diet annulled the former one, and elected Augustus III on October 25th. History repeated itself, and the son followed his father's example, dethroning in his turn the ephemeral king, the nominee of French diplomacy, who was thus again driven from his country by the Russians. Stanislaus would not acknowledge himself beaten. He had faith in his star and knew the bravery and devotion of those who had accompanied him. among them Monty and all the flower of the purest Polish nobility, Poniatowski, the hero of the wars of Charles XII, the primate Theodor Potocki, Prince Frederick, Michael Czartoryski, Duke Ossoliński, and Prince Georg Sapieha. He counted also on the support of France. Fleury decided on war. The emperor was to be attacked on the Rhine and in Italy in conjunction with the kings of Sardinia and Spain, but practically nothing was done for him who was justly styled the Forsaken of Danzig. While the Russians under Lacy were pushing their way to Warsaw, Stanislas's eyes were turned to the sea. His hopes were set on the promised French fleet. But this fleet was delayed at Copenhagen, and Thiange returned to France, having played his ridiculous part. The commander de Thiange, who played the part of king on the flotilla, wrote Maret to President Bouhier, has arrived in France and deserted the scene. I do not know where he left the fleet. The French ambassador in Denmark, the Comte de Plélu, whose name is famous, urged La Luzerne, who was in command of the squadron, to sail for Danzig, but that officer asserted that he had received secret orders not to stay more than a night off the town and then to return with all speed. He made an illusory concession at the instance of de Plélu and left 3 of his ships in Danish waters, the Argonaunt, the Astrée, and the Méduse. The ambassador followed the dictates of his own enthusiasm, but he had to make excuses for having done his duty. I have taken it upon myself, he wrote to the king, to retain the vessels here for some days. I am apprehensive lest some may think it extraordinary that the squadron has not by now passed Copenhagen, and they may imagine that if it had appeared off the coast of Poland, its presence alone would have given great encouragement. Plélu was severely reprimanded. Generous sentiments were no longer appreciated at Versailles. The Cardinal contented himself with writing dispatches bearing the stamp of the court, full of fair words which led to nothing. He had been obliged to declare war, and Stanislas's injuries had been the cause, but he maintained an attitude of servility toward the maritime powers and did not allow himself to be disturbed by the misfortunes of the exiled king. He was far from appreciating, like Maret, the impulsive glory and the warm ties of kinship, and would more readily have quoted "Mais que nous chaud que le Nord s'entrepile." Stanislas thus served as pretext for the operations of armies on a scene far distant from Danzig. The French, under the command of Marshal Berwick, conquered Kehl on October 28th, and in Italy entered Milan under Villars. This was the latter's last campaign. He set forth in spite of his 80 years like a true paladin, and the people, remembering his former exploits, cheered him all along the route. Marie Leshtenska gave him a cockade. Elizabeth Farnese sent him another at Lyons, and the Queen of Sardinia pinned a third on him at Turin. He was able to say, "My hat is decorated by a bevy of queens, a happy opening to my venture for the 3 crowns." The operations could not be decisive during the winter, and the allies of France were chiefly concerned with their own interests. Charles Emmanuel paid little attention to the advice of Villars, assured himself of the Milanese province on December 29th, and made no effort to join the Spanish armies beyond the Mincio. Don Carlos, on his side, directed his troops towards southern Italy and marched on Naples. The 2 princes, who were united by treaties, turned their backs on one another, and each fought for his own hand. Thus the way was clear for the imperial forces to fall back on Mantua and the passes of the Lower Tyrol. The whole conduct of this campaign was strange, and it has been described as a triumph of diplomatic fictions. The emperor was on the defensive on the Rhine and in Italy, but in Belgium he was neutral. The King of Prussia did not interfere in Poland, and he forbade the passage through his territory of the Russian artillery, which wished to attack Danzig. Meanwhile, on the Rhine, in his capacity as Prince of the Holy Roman Empire, he furnished a contingent of 6,000 men. George II, as King of England, was also neutral, but as Elector of Hanover he swelled the imperial forces. Russia, nominally at peace with France, aided Charles VI as auxiliary of Austria. Voltaire called attention to the singularity of the situation, saying to the Abbé de Sade, "The fort of Kehl has been taken, the Alicante fleet is at Sicily, and while the wings of the imperial eagle are being clipped in Italy and Germany, King Stanislaus is being more than ever obstructed." Leszczynski hoped that de Plélu's advice would be followed, and that 30,000 men would be detached from the army of the Rhine to come to his succour through Saxony, while the Saxon forces were massed in Poland. But the Cardinal would not listen to reason. The Queen received discouraging letters from her father. "I assure you," said he, "that unless the King occupies Saxony, I shall be compelled to abandon my inheritance and seek again my old homestead, where I shall be your tenant. If, as I am informed by M. de la Roche, the Cardinal, and M. Le Chauve, Chauvelin, treaties and conventions make the invasion of Saxony absolutely impossible, it would be better to end the matter at once and peaceably than to incur useless expense in further pursuing it, for I see no other hope of its success." Stanislaus began to regret the adventure. "You are to be envied," he wrote to his wife, Catherine Obolinska, and his daughter. "You are to be envied, my dear ones, for being together as you inform me, and for the dinner you have had with mother. I believe I would be willing to fast on bread and water for a whole year to be one of the party." He could at least depend on the inhabitants of Danzig, who remained faithful to the deposed king, even after the coronation of Augustus III in the Cathedral of Wawel at Cracow on January 17, 1734. But the 800 defenders of the gallant town could do little against the bombardment which the Russians had commenced. 10,000 Polish supporters hoped to concentrate in Danzig, but they were soon dispersed on the frontiers of Pomerania. Help from France might still have saved all, but Fleury's abandonment of Stanislaus was obvious. Plélu wrote to the court unceasingly, "Send us a fleet as soon as possible. We have only ourselves to depend on. I should wish above all that M. Duguay-Trouin should be in command. His name alone is worth a squadron. Moreover, we must have a spirited leader who does not immediately wish to be back again at Brest. Were all Germany and all Italy to be taken from the Emperor, it would not enhance our prestige so much as the capture of the King of Poland and the fall of Danzig would shame us and damage our reputation." While promising a squadron, Fleury sent only one flotilla without stores or ammunition. On their arrival at Denmark, the men had to be revictualled by the ambassador, who discovered that the soldiers were supplied with but 7 rounds apiece. "Has such a thing ever been seen as that only 7 rounds should be served out to men who were going to meet the enemy?" he wrote to Chauvelin. "As for the flints, it is shameful that anyone should dare to supply them." This was not all. The flotilla, equipped as it was, arrived before Danzig on May 11th. 3 days later, during the night, the French rejoined their ships and set sail for Copenhagen. La Motte, the commander, had been frightened by the numbers of the enemy and the smallness of his own force. Possibly also he did not take his commission seriously. Modern historians have some reason for thinking that Fleury, after his custom, must have sent the officer secret, contradictory instructions. Whatever was the cause, Stanislaus was abandoned. "The King of Poland," said Monty, "is plunged in the deepest grief. Consider what my own must be. The whole town is in tears. The relief so long expected, which did much honour to the king, has set out from France only to become the laughing stock of Europe. The Vistula has never seen the French flags. They should never have come if it was but to flee. Condole with me," Plélu also wrote to the king. "Never, sire, never have your Majesty's arms suffered so shameful a disgrace." But the gloom was lightened by one of the fairest acts of heroism in all French history. Pleylu reasoned with the fugitives, telling La Motte that he acted in the name of the king, his master, whose authority he represented. 3 other ships were anchored at Copenhagen, and the fleet became almost the squadron that had been desired. On May 20th, the ambassador informed the French court of his decision. He took over the command, and himself led the sailors to battle. "You will only see me again if I am victorious," he wrote to Louis. "Or if we survive, it will only be in a manner worthy of true Frenchmen and faithful subjects of your Majesty." Addressing Chauvelin, he was more explicit. "The resolution I have taken is extraordinary, but the event which causes it is still more so. The shame and infamy of what has happened can only be effaced by a complete victory or by the blood of us all." Lastly, he sent a letter to his wife, who knew nothing of his projects. "I should be unworthy of the name of Frenchman and of your love if I did not do my duty on this occasion. My heart is too full to say more. Love, duty, glory, what ills you bring me! All that there is to do is to get our people to Danzig, and thence I shall rejoin you, never to leave you again in this life." Pleylu arrived at Danzig on May 23rd. Shortly afterwards he led an assault on the enemy's entrenchments. The little force was compelled to retreat under a murderous fire from 15,000 Muscovites. The dead body of the ambassador was found covered with wounds at the entrance of the Russian camp. In the chapel of Saint-Billy, near Saint-Brieuc, may be seen a memorial inscription marking the spot where this noble heart was laid. "Sparge lauris sepulchrum viator, et benedic nomini amorico." Traveller, strew the tomb with laurels and praise the Breton name. This prayer is heard. No more eloquent proof of the greatness of the sacrifice can be given than the memory this gallant Breton has left. Events moved rapidly. Stanislas, in despair, fled from the besieged town and abandoned it to its bitter fate. He left in the disguise of a peasant, unarmed save for a thorn-stick. After braving countless dangers, he succeeded in reaching Prussian territory and arrived at Marienwerder in July 3rd on a muddy cart which he drove himself. Danzig capitulated after a terrible siege lasting 135 days, and the magistrates were compelled to recognize the election of Augustus III. The Queen's father found refuge with Frederick William, King of Prussia. He signed his official abdication at Königsberg, but the Cardinal hesitated to allow him to re-enter France. Stanislas's letters are full of bitter feeling. "Let the ministers triumph," said he, "as they will. I will triumph in my turn when by divine assistance and angelic patience I shall arise from my abyss. But now there is a new dagger in my heart, since you tell me of their cruelty in wishing to prevent me from seeing you. I assure you that they will not prove the stronger in this, and I will not yield." He spoke the truth, for during the course of the year 1736 he again saw his beloved Maruchna. The campaigns continued on the Rhine and in Italy. Here, however, neither troops, supplies, nor ammunition were wanting. Berwick fell before Philipsburg, struck by a cannon-ball, and Villars observed, "That man was always fortunate." The Marshal envied his glorious fate. He himself, completely worn out, died in his bed a little later, on June 17th, 1734, at Turin, the town where he was born. On June 29th, 1734, Coligny won the Battle of Parma, defeating Mercy, the imperial general, who was killed with 8,000 of his men. Maillebois captured Modena, but the Prince of Württemberg, who succeeded Mercy, avenged him by surprising the Comte de Broglie in his tent at Quistello, a reverse which was redeemed by the victory of Guastalla on September 19th. Don Carlos reached Naples in May. His general, the Duke of Montemar, distinguished himself at Bitonto in Apulia, and the prince crossed over to Sicily, where he secured the recognition of the rule of the Spanish Bourbon. The armies of Charles VI were everywhere defeated. The emperor won a kingdom for Saxony, but he lost 2 others, and with them a great part of Italy. It was time to think of peace. Fleury willingly listened to Charles's hints and sent a secret agent to Vienna, Monsieur de la Bonne, a gentleman in ordinary of the king's household. The preliminaries were discussed at length. The 2 Sicilies went to Don Carlos. Parma and Placentia were given back to the House of Austria. Milan fell to the lot of Charles Emmanuel. Stanislaus caused considerable embarrassment. Duke Francis of Lorraine had just been betrothed to the Archduchess Maria Theresa, eldest daughter and heiress of the emperor, but France could not allow the duchy to become Austrian. This new diplomatic problem provided a means of settling everything. Lorraine was to be given to Stanislaus for life, and was afterwards to form part of France, and thus become a retrospective dowry for the Queen, who, like Anne of Brittany, would enrich France with a fair and powerful province. In exchange, Francis III was to have Tuscany, where Giovanni, the last of the Medici, was about to die without issue. The conditions were signed at Vienna on October 3, 1735, and after interminable conferences with reference to the cession of Lorraine, they were ratified on November 18, 1738. The delicate negotiations were carried through by Chauvelin, but this did not restrain Fleury from sacrificing him to his own English proclivities. Stanislaus was generously provided for. He received an annual pension of 2,000,000 livres, but he had no right of taxation in Lorraine. That province became a source of considerable wealth to the French crown. Stanislaus solemnly entered on his rule in 1737. In the future he lived a quiet life of philanthropy and patronage, well endowed, but a king without a kingdom, still dreaming at times of the Polish throne. He was worn out by struggles for which he was not fitted, and he found in his affection for Marie some consolation for his political sorrows. Before everything, he was a fond father. His correspondence gives charming proofs of his sentiments. This hero, in spite of himself, lives for us as the prince who dearly loved his Marie. In his craving for economy, the Cardinal had replaced the magnificent cascade of Marly with grass banks in order to save 1,000 crowns. One day he was discussing with the Queen the events which had brought Leszczynski to his satisfactory retreat. "Believe me, madame," said he, "the throne of Lorraine is better for the king your father than that of Poland." "Yes," replied the Queen, "just as a grass plot is better than a marble cascade." Marie Leszczynska was not without wit, but it was her pleasure to shun the society of courtiers. Consequently, she is held to have been a woman of no importance. It will be apparent later on why she adopted a secondary role, and was content to live with a few intimate friends who knew how much sad philosophy and what resources the good Queen had within herself. End of section 9. Section 10 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. The Royal Family. Between 1727 and 1737, 10 royal children were born. First came twins in 1727. Louise Elizabeth, the future Duchess of Parma, and the only daughter of Louis who married, and Anne Henriette. Then in 1728 a princess who died young. In 1729, to the great joy of all France, the Dauphin was born. A second son, the Duc d'Anjou, came into the world in 1730 and only lived 3 years. Further, there was Adélaïde, 1732, Victoire, 1733, Sophie, 1734, Thérèse Félicité, 1736 to 1744, and last of all, Louise Marie, 1737, Madame Dernière, who was afterwards Sister Thérèse of Saint Augustin, prioress of the Carmel of Saint Denis. These princesses may be seen in the Musée de Versailles in the rooms on the ground floor, where they passed the greater part of their lives. They are there in fitting surroundings, amid scenes on which their fair glances still seem to rest. One might almost imagine they were alive, so skilfully have the painters portrayed the beauty and freshness of their young models. The two eldest are painted by Belle as well-behaved children, looking dainty in their hoods. Adélaïde, in her 15th year, is shown by Nattier in a costly rose-coloured dress, shot with white and embroidered with stars, holding a shuttle. But this portrait unquestionably is surpassed in beauty by the portrait of Madame Victoire, in which the artist has shown his full talent. Seldom has he portrayed a smile with more exquisite simplicity, or a face with more radiance and expression. There is an unconscious grace in the carriage of her head, a head of amber tints, with large soft eyes and crowned by a wealth of black hair. A dress of silver and a yellow scarf, which the breeze flutters lightly, complete the mellow harmony of this fine portrait. Nattier gives us less happy pictures of Mesdames Sophie and Louise. In these, more artifice was required. The princesses in life sometimes resembled their portraits and had that smile on their lips, but it was not there always. They spent many monotonous days at Versailles, at Fontainebleau, at Choisy, or at Compiègne. These costly changes of residence were their only distractions. Everywhere they were on parade and dressed for ceremony, whether at the king's daily mass, at their dinner, at the taking off of their father's boots, or at their mother's receptions. On one occasion a maid of honour complained to Madame Adélaïde that she was dressed and undressed 4 times a day, and did not get a quarter of an hour to herself. "Madame," replied Louis's daughter, "you are free to have a week's rest, but I have to do it all the year through, so you must allow me to keep my pity for myself." It is the business of painters, for painters of royalty it is their reason for existence, to show us the flattering side of this endless display in finery, but it is impossible to forget the sadness that is hidden beneath the furbelows. It is pleasant to believe in their deceitful outward appearance, so attractive are the smiling and serene faces of the young girls. Yet it is probable that the princesses have more consideration in the chateau of Versailles today than they had at the court of their father. Their biography is but a few lines, and the springtime of their lives was dreary, and for this Louis must be blamed. He really had an affection for his daughters, but he gave them no effective proof of it, either by precept or example. The eldest princess married in 1739 at the age of 12. She went to Spain as the bride of the Infante Don Philippe, son of Philip V and Elizabeth Farnese. Her departure was a great grief to the whole royal family, though it was a valuable political gauge of the good relations between the two crowns. Louise Elizabeth's marriage could not have been less satisfactory. Don Philippe was the least intelligent man in Spain. He was kept in leading strings by his mother, and had neither initiative nor will of his own. The unhappy son-in-law of Louis XV had at least the good fortune of possessing an ambitious mother, and a wife who was jealous of his dynastic interests, and to them he owed the Duchy of Parma in 1748. Louise Elizabeth led a feverish existence. She filled the world with her schemes, moved heaven and earth to gain her ends, went from Madrid to Versailles, from Versailles to Parma, and returned time and again to her father's court, wearing herself out with fatigue and disappointed hopes. She wanted something better for her husband and her descendants than this whole of a Parma, as she called her domain. She dreamed of reigning in Milan, Corsica, Poland, the Netherlands, the two Sicilies, and even in Spain itself. She had fresh hopes every day, only to be dissipated by circumstances over which she had no control, yet her illusions survived through all. If she could win nothing for herself, She believed she would ensure glorious reigns for her son Ferdinand and her daughters, one of whom became Archduchess of Austria, the other Queen of Spain. She could not foresee the calamities which from one generation to another would destroy the royal fortunes. She could in all sincerity declare that her duty was her first love, and she performed her duty as a princess with unusual energy, perhaps better than her duty as a mother. Also, throughout, she remained French at heart. It is possible that Louise Elizabeth's example discouraged Louis, and that the hard struggles of the eldest condemned her 5 sisters to celibacy. But it is also true that the king was indifferent. His family caused him little anxiety. Did he not leave them a kingdom, a treasure, and a wealth that was unassailable? For a while he seemed to favour the marriage of the Duc de Chartres, grandson of the regent, with Madame Henriette. The young prince was much in love, but one day, when he was hunting in the king's company, he thought he had found a favourable moment, while their horses were side by side, to make his request to the king. "Sire, I have a great hope. Your Majesty has not rebuked my father for it. I would further the happiness of Madame Henriette, for she would stay in France with your Majesty. May I still hope?" Louis leaned toward the young prince and sadly pressed his hand twice. It meant a refusal. Was Henriette a victim of the Cardinal's policy as a sworn enemy of the House of Orleans? The Marquis d'Argenson is perhaps a little too certain on this point. Anyhow, the unhappy princess died in 1752, some say of grief, others with more probability of a malignant fever which she obstinately refused to have nursed. A phrase of her sister Louise sums up this sweet creature, so sensitive and affectionate, who was cut off in the flower of her age. "Why did they not leave me at Fontevraud? I should never have known Henriette." Fontevraud was the abbey celebrated in the Middle Ages as the sepulchre of the kings of England. It was 80 leagues from Versailles, on the borders of Maine and Poitou. 4 of Louis's daughters were sent there in 1738. The idea of banishing them was Fleury's. In his passion for economy, he asserted that the princesses encumbered the chateau of Versailles and caused expense. 5 were to have been exiled, but Adélaïde presented herself to her father on his return from Mass. She kissed his hand, threw herself at his feet, and began to weep. The king was touched by the scene. He wept a little, and the court did the same. Adélaïde remained. But Victoire, Sophie, Thérèse Félicité, who died there, and Louise, who was not a year old, went to the abbey. There was no one to protect these innocents. They did not know how to speak or command like their elder sister, whose imperious and masterful nature soon showed itself. Adélaïde had high ideas of the prerogatives of her rank. On one occasion, one of her chaplains had the misfortune to pronounce the Dominus Vobiscum with too little solemnity, and she roundly rated him after the service, reminding him that he was not a bishop and had no right to act as one. Her beauty quickly faded. She acquired a masculine appearance which was not unsuited to her baritone voice. She had an overwhelming desire to learn everything. She wished to play every musical instrument, from the horn to the Jew's harp. She learnt Italian, English, the higher mathematics, and watchmaking, without acquiring a very deep knowledge of any of them. All this we learn from the Duc de Luynes and Madame Campan. She endeavoured to interfere in state affairs, but had no influence, and could scarcely have had any with a father who said of an unpopular minister, "It is better that he should fall, since there is none but myself to support him." Madame Adélaïde became soured in old age, and as aunt of Louis XVI she was difficult to please. With her sister Victoire she survived to the Revolution, and they both died in exile and poverty at Trieste, one in 1799, the other in 1800. Thanks to her youthful energy, Adélaïde escaped the convent, while the seclusion of Fontevraud lasted 10 years in the case of Madame Victoire, and 12 years in that of Mesdames Sophie and Louise. What did these young girls learn in their distant monastery under the guidance of the most high and puissant Dame Claire Louise de Montmoron de Saint-Hérem? Madame Campan relates that Madame Louise did not yet know all her letters when she returned to Versailles. This is an exaggeration, for an autograph of the future Carmelite exists, dated 1746. It was no longer a time when kings' daughters had philosophers and men of learning for their tutors, when, like Elizabeth of England, they understood the classical tongues, and, like Marguerite de Valois, sister of Charles IX., could answer the speeches of ambassadors in Latin. Fontevraud did not change Madame Victoire. She was always essentially a princess and essentially melancholy. She loved good living. The princess's fare was marked by great simplicity. She also loved ease. She was asked if she would retire into some Carmelite house like Louise, and her reply was pleasing. "Here is an armchair which corrupts me." So saying, she stretched herself with enjoyment in a cosy bergère. She was a complete nonentity. The same may be said of Sophie, whose virtues and absurdities Madame Campan records. Sophie always seemed to have fallen from the clouds. She remained for months without opening her mouth, and she was never seen full face. Victoire and Sophie were the antithesis of Adélaïde. They passively submitted to her tyranny. Louise, on the other hand, revolted, and would not let herself be managed. She sought refuge at Saint-Denis and quickly made an independent position for herself. Thus she had influence at court and profited by it to help the Church. She possessed wit and gaiety. The ordinary dower of nuns who entered the Carmelite houses was 6,000 livres. Madame Louise doubled the amount and said to the prioress, "I am giving you 12,000 livres, 6 for myself and 6 for my hump." She is known to have had a spinal curvature. Until her father's death she obtained numerous favours, but after the accession of Louis XVI, the court grew tired of her ceaseless demands. Here is another letter from Louise. Marie Antoinette would often say to Madame Campan, "She is the most intriguing little Carmelite in the kingdom." This severe phrase, says a historian, has the durability and austerity of an antique bronze medal. On that day Marie Antoinette forgot the emotion she had experienced in September 1770 on her aunt's taking the veil, when she handed her the scapulary, the mantle, and the nun's veil, all bedewed with tears. She forgot the impressive ceremony when the princess, before donning the mantle of Sainte Thérèse, appeared before her household in all the splendours of an apotheosis, covered with pearls and diamonds, whose fires surrounded her with a sort of luminous mist, truly a king's daughter in her court robe threaded with silver and sprinkled with golden flowers. In her youth Madame Louise had loved the pleasures of the chase passionately, and on her deathbed her thoughts went back to her existence at court. Her last words were, "To paradise, quick, quick, gallop." She thought she was giving orders to her equerry. Louis saw his daughters for a few minutes practically every day. To love them was a kind of duty in the king's eyes, and he acquitted himself of the duty conscientiously, but he never thought of treating them as more than pretty dolls. Between the princesses and their mother there was always a certain coldness, due no doubt to the isolation in which Marie Leshtenska was left, and to etiquette which the queen could not break as easily as the king. That Louis's familiarity was a little disconcerting is shown by the nicknames he gave the princesses. Adélaïde was called Torche, Victoire, who was inclined to be plump, Coche, Sophie, Graille, a kind of crow, and Louise, Chiffre. This was the fashion of the age. We do not find in the 18th century only the pleasing elegance which has come down to us in the pictures of Boucher, in the scented verses of the minor poets, and the exquisite chamber decorations. In the letters of the Duchess of Parma, for instance, there are crude expressions and remarks worthy of a trooper. We may have lost the artistic sense of those times, but our language at least is more correct. The king used often to descend to Madame Adelaide's chamber by a private staircase. He brought down coffee made with his own hands and took it with her. He was fond also of cooking dishes he had prepared, and on days of high festival he used to go and inspect the head cooks and supervise the roast. As soon as the king arrived, Madame Adelaide pulled the bell to inform Madame Victoire, who, as she rose to go to her sister, rang for Madame Sophie, while she in her turn rang for Madame Louise. The latter lived in the most remote room, and being small of stature, she could not take long steps. She had to run as fast as she could, and then only arrived in time to embrace her father as he left for the chase. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the débeauté (the removal of the boots) was held, and the princesses publicly visited their father. Each princess, says Madame de Campan, their reader, put on an enormous hoop which supported a petticoat trimmed with gold or embroidery. They fastened a long train round their waists and hid the negligée of the rest of their dress with a large cloak of black taffeta which covered them up to the chin. The gentlemen of the court, ladies in waiting, pages, equerries, and ushers attended them to the king's presence with large torches. Instantly the whole palace, usually quite deserted, was in motion. The king kissed each princess on the forehead, and the visit was so short that the reading, interrupted by it, was often resumed after a quarter of an hour's interval. Mesdames retired to their apartments, undid the ribbons of their petticoats and trains, and again took up their tapestry and I my reading. It was with their brother, the Dauphin, that Mesdames really experienced family life. That prince was twice married, first of all to Marie-Thérèse Raphaëlle, Infanta of Spain, who left him a widower in 1746, and later to Marie-Joseph of Saxony, daughter of Stanislas Leszczynski's rival, Augustus III, King of Poland and Elector of Saxony. Marie Raphaëlle did not live long enough for any judgment to be formed about her. Marie-Joseph was a high-minded woman, well educated and loving beautiful things. She soon made a position for herself at Versailles. She had some difficulty in winning the Dauphin's affections, but thanks to Madame Henriette, who loved and supported her, she came to know the joys of wedded life. She was morally strong and a sincere Christian, and won universal esteem. The king had a remarkable affection for her. She had the merit, rare in those days, of looking after her children like a simple bourgeoise, and that even before Rousseau had made maternal care the fashion. Yet withal she was a princess, and jealous of the prerogatives attached to her title. The Dauphin was kept in the background by his father. In spite of his distinguished conduct at Fontenoy, he was denied a career in the army, and was given no share in the affairs of state. His chief pleasure was to find a quiet corner where he might indulge his taste for study. There, with a considerate and obedient wife, he consoled himself for events which distressed him, in which he was compelled to take part, but which he could not remedy. In this little circle, Mesdames also found the inestimable pleasure of intimacy between brother and sister. There they enjoyed an innocent gaiety, always in the best taste. During his lifetime the Dauphin was not understood. He was thought to be an overgrown boy, apathetic and indifferent. He was very like the Queen, as is shown by their two pictures by Latour in the Louvre. Like Marie, he had wit and a sense of humour. Like her, he was also reserved. His conversation was coherent, well-informed and agreeable. No one could have shown more tact than he did when giving audiences to ambassadors. He was a considerable judge of character, and could express himself concisely. On his death in 1764, the clergy and philosophers, among them Voltaire and Diderot, praised his great qualities. All parties of the public sincerely mourned him. It had been hoped that this prince, who possessed all the virtues of a man, would have also had those of a king. The writings he has left testify to his profound piety, They contain a series of maxims on laws, administration, and the interests of the state, which display sentiments of justice, humanity, and love for the people. On one occasion he was leaning over the great balcony of the Chateau de Bellevue with his eyes fixed on Paris, when one of his friends approached him and said, "Monsieur le Dauphin seems pensive." "I was thinking," he replied, "of the pleasure a sovereign must feel in causing the happiness of so many people." The Dauphin would doubtless have shown more energy on the throne than did his son Louis XVI, but he could only have delayed the relentless march of events. The Queen, like the Dauphin, was isolated, but her life was active and her days fully occupied. She was often alone, but she always made good use of her time. Her mornings were passed in prayers and serious reading. Then, after a short visit to the King, there came recreations, among others painting. The good Queen had never had a master, and she was not highly gifted. Her pictures, as seen at Trianon and at the Carmel de Sens, have been retouched by some obliging artist. She loved music. She played the guitar, the viol, and the harpsichord, and was the first to laugh at her own false notes. At 12:30 she made her toilet, which was followed by the daily mass and the dinner at which 12 ladies in waiting attended. After dinner she retired to her private apartments, and was no longer queen but an ordinary mortal. She did her embroidery and spoke of her morning's reading, which malicious tongues said she did not always understand. About 6 o'clock the court assembled in her apartments, though the attendance was not large. Afterwards everyone tried to escape the eternal game of cavagnole at the Duchesse de Luynes, one of the ladies in waiting, where Marie Lesztenska spent her evenings and supped. The Dauphin and Dauphine and Mesdames were bound to attend, but in addition there were only the Queen's intimates, Président Hainaut, Montcriff, all the dowagers, some old gentlemen, and some officers of the guards, like the Marquis de Razilly, a famous piquet player. Etiquette was banished from this rather monotonous society. The conversation often flagged, for all ordinary subjects, such as intrigues and politics, were interdicted. The Queen allowed people to argue with her. Sometimes she was even given a lesson, as the following anecdote, related by the Comte de Chaverny, will show. A certain Monsieur de Flammarion, Grand Master of the Wolf-Hounds, was celebrated for his table accomplishments. He wagered that he could eat a rabbit after a large dinner in one. His achievement was often spoken of, and at one of her suppers, the Queen, who herself ate with a well-sustained appetite, asked the man of the moment, without any notion of giving offence, "Monsieur de Flammarion, is it true that at Monsieur d'Ardor's," the ambassador of the Two Sicilies, "you ate a rabbit in 2 mouthfuls?" "Yes, madame." "Then you always have a good appetite, and it is well maintained?" "Yes, madame, and I always pray that your Majesty may be equally blessed. I know perfectly well that your Majesty has this morning eaten so and so." He went on to enumerate all he had seen the Queen eat, whereupon she was annoyed and left the table, saying, "It serves me right, but I will never speak to him again." The King lived an idle life. His chief occupations were hunting and trifling, habits which were encouraged by Cardinal de Fleury, who only consulted him for form's sake. His chief care was to avoid being bored, and such being his attitude, he was easily gulled by his courtiers. With the Queen he was cold and indifferent, even in the early years of their union. Marshal de Villars, in his Memoirs, notes a characteristic scene in September 1727. The King supped with the Queen. There were very few present, and as he was about to leave for Fontainebleau the next morning, it was whispered that it would be better to leave them alone, and every one quitted the room. But an instant later the King opened the door. Everything proved that the Queen loved him, but was not loved in return. Louis attended the councils, but if he was indisposed to the slightest extent, they were suspended. Hunting, and in winter sledge races, and excessive meals at the ménagerie, followed by balls far into the night, often injured the royal health. These diversions marked a new stage in the King's existence. people began to suggest that some bold woman might easily gain an influence over the young idler. There were ambitious persons endeavouring to be the first in the field, and waiting for the right moment. They encouraged the king's intimates to lay traps for him. There were two factions: the Chantilly faction, headed by M. le Duc and his mother, which had but little influence, and the Rambouillet faction, in which Sophie de Noailles, Comtesse de Toulouse, was most prominent. Louis delighted to go to Rambouillet to find relaxation from state. The society there was gay. He felt himself free and showed himself a good conversationalist. The Comte de Toulouse was a kind of great uncle of the king. Between the interludes, small groups were formed in which Louis, the owners of the chateau, and Mademoiselle de Charolais, a sister of M. le Duc, who had quarrelled with him, took part. At these meetings many favours were granted. In particular, the Comte de Toulouse's son, the Duc de Penthièvre, secured the reversion to the offices and powers of his father. At Rambouillet, the idea originated of introducing the king to the Comtesse de Mailly, née Mailly-Nel, one of the queen's ladies-in-waiting. This lady was discreet, and at Versailles had the air of a penitent. There is some reason for comparing her with Mademoiselle de la Vallière. She was devotedly attached to the king. Later on, her sister, Madame de Vintimille, was preferred to her, and she suffered greatly. However, when Madame de Vintimille died in 1741, she displayed great self-abnegation and returned to the king to console him. But the king was overwhelmed by the event, and his grief could not be assuaged. His religious fervour was awakened under the influence of this emotion, the first real emotion of his life, for when he lost his parents and his grandfather he was too young to know what had happened. He returned to the spiritual observances which he had abandoned, and now and then he was heard to express regrets inspired by the purest Christian sentiment. Such moods were rare with him. Madame de Vintimille bore no resemblance to her sister. She was arrogant, bold, inquisitive, vindictive, fond of power and of inspiring fear, with few friends and little to attract them. Her whole thought was for her own interests. Her only aim was to make the best use of the king's favour, and she would have succeeded if she had had the time. She was a dangerous favourite. Occasionally her intentions were good. She endeavoured to make a soldier of Louis by inducing him to accompany the army. She was hated by the people of Versailles, who were delighted at the news of her death. They called her an infamous beast. Insulting gibes were hurled after her funeral cortege by the mob. Another sister of Madame de Mailly was also presented at court. Her name was Marie-Anne, and she was the widow of the Marquis de la Tournelle. Louis created her Duchesse de Châteauroux, just as Antoinette Poisson, wife of M. le Normand d'Étoile, was created Marquise de Pompadour. Nattier painted Madame de la Tournelle as a victorious aurora floating on a cloud. This portrait is in the museum at Marseille. It was the artist's first success. It is a remarkable psychological study, showing in all her disquieting beauty her of whom it was said, "Her large blue eyes gave bewitching glances, and all her movements showed infinite grace." The Duchesse de Châteauroux possessed a natural wit, and though she was quite ignorant, she charmed by the spontaneity of her conversation. All Madame de Mailly had asked had been a little affection. Madame de Vintimille died before she had obtained all she coveted. The future Duchess, in the words of a chronicler, made good terms for herself. She asked for the dismissal of her elder sister and demanded titles and distinctions such as had only once been accorded in the reign of Louis XIV. The king granted all her desires, and her influence became so great that it was feared she would rule as absolute mistress. The Cardinal tried to check this intrigue, but failed. There was a complete revolution at Versailles. Louis did not like governing. He never entered into discussions, but merely gave his decision. But Madame de la Tournelle busied herself with all that happened both in France and abroad. "She does not interfere in personal matters," said Louis to Madame de Broncas. "That would not be worthy of her. But she never ceases talking to me of ministers, the Parliament, and peace, which makes me wretched. I have often told her she will kill me. Do you know what she replies? 'So much the better, sire. A king must be brought to life again, and I will revive you.' 'I do not understand it,' he said. He understood nothing about it, but he was involved in spite of himself. To do her justice, Madame de Châteauroux, supported by Noailles and Richelieu, had an excellent influence over Louis. More fortunate than Madame de Vintimille, she induced the monarch to share the campaign in Flanders. The king's conduct had immediate consequences. His ruinous expenditure burdened the treasury, and the state fell into the hands of the favourites. From that moment the monarchy was lost. A vast groundswell was driving it like a disabled vessel against the rocks. But for the present the sky was clear. Neither king nor people saw any threatening signs on the horizon. When Louis escaped from death at Metz, he was called Louis the Well-Beloved. So powerful still were the monarchic traditions which had brought about the unification of the country. End of section 10. Section 11 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9, For the Prussian King, 1740 to 1743, Part 1. On October 20th, 1740, the Emperor Charles VI, the last male descendant of Charles V, departed this life at Vienna. He left behind him a depleted treasury and an army weakened by the War of the Polish Succession. The Pragmatic Sanction, his edict giving his inheritance to his daughter Maria Theresa, wife of Francis of Lorraine, the regent's nephew, had been recognized during the Emperor's lifetime by the states of the Empire and by Europe, with the sole exception of Bavaria. But when it was seen that Charles Albert, the Elector of that duchy, coveted the imperial throne of the Habsburgs, claiming it through his grandmother, a daughter of Ferdinand I, and a niece of Charles V, other candidates arose. Firstly, there was Augustus III, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland. He had married Marie Joseph, daughter of Joseph I, the elder brother of Charles VI, and emperor before him. Next, there was Charles Emmanuel III of Sardinia, husband of Elizabeth Therese, the sister of Francis of Lorraine, and lastly Philip V of Spain and Frederick II, King of Prussia, who had ascended the throne at 28 years of age on May 31st in the same year, 1740. Each of the last two named desired to profit by so important an event, the former for one of his sons, the latter for himself. Maria Theresa, against whom all this rivalry and covetousness was arrayed, was 23 years of age. She was rather attractive than beautiful, well educated, intimately conversant with many languages, pious, simple, and home-loving. She brightened the gloomy court of her father like a delicate flower blooming in the crevices of an ancient building, to quote the happy simile of Arneth, one of her biographers. As Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, she justified the judgment of the English diplomatist Robinson. She is so well fitted to reign that she already looks upon her father as merely the administrator of states which belong to her. Her most redoubtable adversary was Frederick II, a young sovereign endowed with the character of a conqueror, much energy, and no scruples. On hearing of the demise of Charles VI, he wrote to his friend Voltaire, "This death upsets my pacific plans, and I believe we shall be more concerned in the months of June with gunpowder, soldiers, and entrenchments than with actresses, ballets, and the theatre." The time has come for the total change of the old political system. I am overwhelmed with business. I must get rid of my fever, for I need my machine, and must draw upon every resource at my command." In November, Frederick again took up his pen, and this time confided in Algarotti, a pleasant Italian of his acquaintance. "If you ask me what is happening in Europe, I will tell you that Saxony is playing at knucklebones, that Poland is eating salted beef and rotten cabbage, the Grand Duke, Francis of Lorraine, Grand Duke of Tuscany, has a gangrene in his body and cannot make up his mind to the operation that will heal him. France is playing a deep game and watches her prey. Holland trembles. At Rheinsberg we play and dance." The picture is amusingly conceived, but the King of Prussia was covering the scent. If they were dancing at Rheinsberg, they were also meditating formidable schemes. The gangrene of the Grand Duke needed a surgeon's knife, and the specialist was none other than Frederick, who intended to annex Silesia and to give a good example to his rival competitors. He appealed to old rights which had been in abeyance for 80 years, but in fact his troops were ready for action. His finances sound, his confidence firm, and these were his real rights, as he himself declared, though he did not go so far as to admit that he wished to despoil a weak woman. He sent Maria Theresa an ultimatum, and offered to lend his support to the claims of Francis of Lorraine to the Empire, and to pay 6 million francs in addition in exchange for Silesia. The Queen replied that she defended her subjects and did not sell them, but as a reply the King of Prussia invaded Austrian territory on December 22nd, 1740. Frederick needed support and obtained it, blinding his allies and persuading them to cooperate in the bold stroke he proposed to make. It was above all for his benefit that so many victims bled, and that for nearly 8 years Central Europe was convulsed. Louis XV believed it his duty to support the Elector of Bavaria, whose grandmother was the Grande Dauphine, Marie Victoire, the mother of the Duc de Bourgogne, but he had something better to do than to join in a war which was to enrich the King of Prussia by a fair province, and to bring nothing to France. The time had come to abandon the ancient struggle with the Habsburgs and to be satisfied with the conquests which during the last century had extended the domains of France and freed her from the pressure of Austria. Cambrai, Besançon, and Strasbourg were sufficient guarantees. The recognition of the pragmatic sanction, so strangely violated, had strengthened and confirmed the new view of the situation. But Fleury, whom Frederick ironically described as a great man endowed with so many singular qualities, the greatest man that France has had up to now, was quite incapable of understanding the advantages to be derived from such a volte-face. To do him justice, the prelate was stimulated by the impatience of the young military element, so long inactive, which was anxious to win laurels. Perhaps at bottom there was also a desire to induce Louis to imitate his ancestors in their conduct as kings and soldiers. Public opinion on this occasion was irresistible and all-powerful. It was one of its first victories. It will be seen whether the victory was a fortunate one. The spokesman of the young French war party was the grandson of the celebrated controller Fouquet, Charles Louis Auguste Fouquet, Comte de Belle-Isle, one of Madame de Pries' victims. On the day after the regent's death, he had been confined to the Bastille for having been concerned together with the minister Leblanc in a scandal connected with military supplies. He was 56 years of age in 1740 and was intelligent, ambitious, and energetic. He knew all the secrets of the chancelleries and neglected nothing which could inform him as to the strength and weakness of the various European powers. He proposed a great scheme to the Cardinal. This was to place the imperial crown on the head of the Elector of Bavaria, and to seize some of the fairest states of Maria Theresa, as though all the provinces of the Archduchess were up for auction, in order to provide a suitable domain for the Elector, whose possessions were too small to maintain the rank of Emperor. The Cardinal was attracted by the scheme, though he grudged the expense. 100,000 men were required for Munich, but he only granted 40,000. Meanwhile he dispatched Belle-Isle, newly promoted to the rank of field marshal, as ambassador extraordinary to the Electoral Diet of Frankfurt, where the proud representative of French interests displayed an almost royal luxury, and astonished the town with his dinners and receptions and retinue. He visited the electors of Treves, Cologne, Mayence, and Saxony, making liberal payments to their ministers and secretaries. He poured out money like water, and in the end secured the victory of the Elector of Bavaria, who was nominated emperor on January 24th, 1742. On January 27th, Belle-Isle wrote, "The moment the emperor came to the window of the town hall and was shown to the people, he was greeted by countless acclamations. I had the honour to be at a window with the empress, who was incognita. The emperor, at one of these acclamations and outbursts of joy, turned his eyes toward me, and putting his hand to the crown of Charlemagne on his head, he made me a sign to show that it was to the King of France alone that he owed the glory he was then enjoying." Important events, which must be recapitulated, had contributed to this success, and first and foremost, the victory of the armies of the Prussian king over the Austrians. On April 10th, 1741, Frederick was almost surprised at his headquarters at Mollwitz in Silesia by Field Marshal Neipperg, and was obliged to fly. He owed the ultimate success of that day to Marshal Schwerin. It is asserted that he took refuge in a mill, where he passed a night of trepidation. At dawn, Schwerin came to announce the defeat of his enemies, and to bring him to his army, covered, as was maliciously said, with glory and flour. However, Frederick brought the laugh to his own side by wittily announcing the news to Voltaire. "They say the Austrians are beaten, and I believe it is true." Belle-Isle was happy in the diplomatic sphere. On May 18th he signed a treaty at Nymphenburg, the Elector's beautiful residence in the neighbourhood of Munich. The participants were France, Spain, and Bavaria, and later Saxony and Sardinia, and they proposed to share Upper Austria, Bohemia, Moravia, and the Italian possessions of the Habsburgs. The Pragmatic Sanction was forgotten. Fleury thought himself justified in what he did by saying that the guarantee was subject to the rights of third parties. After long discussions, Frederick decided on June 7th to conclude an alliance with Louis. He promised to give his support to Charles Albert, and in return he obtained a guarantee for his future possession of Silesia, and for a present dispatch of French troops into Germany. He acted up to the reply he gave to an English ambassador: "Do not talk to me of grandeur of soul. A prince must only consult his own interests." His manoeuvres were astute. He had entered into negotiation with both North and South, and had accepted the alliance of the one who offered most. "If there is anything to gain by being honest," he said, "we will be honest. If we must deceive, let us be knaves." All that remained to Maria Theresa was the support of England, but she was able to count on the flimsiness of the coalition which was organized against her. All the allies were concealing their designs, and all had ulterior motives. Their shufflings, as Frederick himself said, were the miracle which saved the House of Austria. At this juncture Maria Theresa was crowned Queen of Hungary, and received the oath of her subjects at Pressburg on June 25th, 1741, amid the greatest enthusiasm. "The Queen is grace personified," said one of her admirers, the old diplomat Robinson. "When she lifted her sword in defiance of the 4 quarters of the world, for thus the kings of Hungary swore to defend their people against the enemy from whatever side the danger came, it was easy to see that she neither needed that weapon nor any other to conquer those who entered her presence. The old mantle of St. Stephen became her as well as the richest robes. This festival preceded some sad tomorrows for the sovereign, and the chances of Louis's protégé in his candidature for the empire were increased. The French were duped by Frederick and crossed the Rhine in the summer of 1741. One division, commanded by Marshal de Maillebois, overawed George II, Elector of Hanover and King of Great Britain, compelling him to maintain a neutral attitude to the King of Prussia's advantage, and guarding Holland and the Netherlands. The other division was nominally under the command of Belle-Isle, but the real leader was Marshal de Broglie. This latter was intended to support the Bavarians, of whom Charles Albert was generalissimo. In its ranks was Marshal de Saxe, the future victor of Fontenoy, and natural son of Augustus II, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland. He needed nothing but the opportunity to show himself a remarkable general. There were also Lieutenant Colonel Chevert, a celebrated soldier of fortune who gained his promotions step by step at a time when they were lavished on birth, and the delicate thinker Vauvenargues. The Bavarians entered Upper Austria, and on September 10th they were joined by the French and encamped before Linz on the Danube, 3 days from Vienna, which they were afraid to besiege. They hoped to have Frederick's assistance, but he was content to play the part of spectator, only showing himself when there was no longer any need of him. Charles Albert's object was Bohemia, and he directed the Franco-Bavarian army toward Prague. The siege of this town is famous. An ingenious surprise was contrived by Marshal de Saxe. Besides him, there were others who distinguished themselves: the Comte de Broglie, son of the Marshal, and Chevert, who before the assault exchanged the well-known dialogue with a sergeant of the Alsace regiment named Pascal. "You would like to mount first, comrade?" "Yes, Colonel." "When you are on the wall, the sentry will cry, 'Wer da?' Who goes there?" "Yes, Colonel." "You will make no reply." "No, Colonel." "He will fire at you." "Yes, Colonel." "He will miss you." "Yes, Colonel." "You will kill him." "Yes, Colonel." The sentry was not killed, he took to his heels. The town capitulated on November 25th without a drop of French blood being shed. The letter which Maurice de Saxe wrote to Belle-Isle must be quoted. It is grandiose in spite of the quaint orthography. "Monsieur, vous avez désiré que Prague fût pris, et il est pris. Le gouverneur s'est rendu en moi, et je vous écris de sa chambre. Je ne saurais au demeurant assez vous faire dialogue de la valeur des troupes et surtout de la bonne conduite de Monsieur Chevert, lieutenant-colonel de Bosse. Je suis un peu occupé à maintenir l'ordre, ce qui n'est pas assez dans une ville prise l'épée à la main. Maurice de Saxe." "Monsieur, you desired that Prague should be taken, and it has been taken. The governor has surrendered to me, and I am writing from his apartments. I am indeed unable to eulogize sufficiently the valour of the troops, and especially the conduct of Monsieur Chevert, Lieutenant Colonel of Beauce. I am somewhat occupied in maintaining order, which is not easy in a town taken sword in hand. Maurice de Saxe." End of section 11. Section 12 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9, For the Prussian King, 1740 to 1743, Part 2. Some days later, the gates were solemnly opened to receive Charles Albert. He was escorted to the Harachane in the cathedral church, where he was crowned King of Bohemia. It might be said that it was not only the town of Prague and the crown of Bohemia which had been taken by storm, but the imperial dignity itself. The news of this event arrived when the Diet of Frankfurt was sitting and ensured the elector's success. Thus the protégé of France became emperor, under the title of Charles VII, and a hard blow was struck at the descendants of Rudolf of Habsburg, who had held for many generations the orb and sceptre of the Holy Roman Empire. But the insignia fell into feeble hands. Charles Albert was in no way prepared for his new position. He had neither energy nor initiative, and he had not even the money or the troops necessary to resist the reprisals meditated by the Austrians. Maria Theresa's subjects were fired by the proud attitude of their queen, and were about to make fresh efforts to avenge the loss of Prague. Kevin Hula crossed the Danube, and the Hungarians and the Croats invaded Bavaria and reached Munich on the day after the coronation of Charles VII. The emperor became a John Lackland. He was at Frankfurt with his family without a kingdom in which to exercise his illusory sovereignty. All he now possessed was Prague, his ephemeral capital, while armies led by Francis of Lorraine, his brother Charles Alexander, Lobkowitz, Nyperg, and Königsegg blocked his way to Bohemia. The unfortunate emperor was not spared by the rhymes and lampoons of the time. The best example was a Latin couplet: Aut nihil, aut Kaiser, bewaris dux, esse volebas, et nihil et Kaiser factus utrumque simul, which may be translated, Caesar or not, Bavarian prince you'd be, Caesar and not, at once your destiny. To this disaster Frederick, the ally of France, had contributed. He profited by Charles's weakness to carry on negotiations with him, by which he secured not only Upper Silesia, but also the county of Glatz, dependencies of the Bohemian crown. He also sounded Vienna. Finally, to give more weight to his arguments and make some show of keeping his official word, he closed the route to Prague for the Austrian army by the Battle of Saslau on May 17, 1742. Look to yourselves, he then said to Fleury, the French minister at Berlin. I have gained my point, and am going to make my peace. This was the signal for the negotiations which ended in the Treaty of Berlin on July 27th. The treaty guaranteed to the King of Prussia nearly all the territories he coveted, and secured the adhesion of the Elector of Saxony. France had been tricked, and Belle-Isle could now recognize the vain audacity of plans so easily upset by a young king, whose double dealing he had not suspected. France was isolated in Europe, both morally and in fact. England joined Germany, and waited a propitious moment to make her mark in the struggle. The King of Sardinia turned to meet the Spanish troops massed in the north of Italy, and it was apprehended that Elizabeth Farnese, who had been abandoned by Fleury, would join a coalition at the price of an establishment for Don Philip. The electors of the Rhine deserted France one after another, and even Charles VII followed their example and ceded Bohemia, with the object of regaining a roof under which to hide his mortification. His defection left France small regret, and the memory of a friendship which had heavily burdened her. Paris was in consternation. Voltaire, however, found occasion to congratulate the King of Prussia. His letter abounds with witticisms and even contains a pun. The following are some of the passages. The Seigneur, footnote, blood letter, that is, of course, a play on the word seigneur. The Seigneur of the nations, Frederick the Great, has granted our prayers. I understand that your Majesty has concluded a favourable treaty. That it is favourable to yourself cannot be doubted, for you have trained your mind in political skill. But there is some doubt expressed in Paris as to whether it is favourable to us French. One half of our people cries that you have abandoned our troops to the will of the god of war. The other half cries too, but does not know what is the matter. Then you are no longer our ally, sire? But you will be the ally of the human race. Your desire is that each should peacefully enjoy his rights and his inheritance, a cynical statement as applied to the despoiler of Silesia, and that troubles should cease. This would be the philosopher's stone of politics, a fit product of your laboratory. Say, I wish men to be happy, and they will be. May yours be a successful opera, a successful comedy. May I be witness of your pleasures and your triumph at Berlin. Frederick replied, I have little concern for the cries of the Parisians. They are hornets who are always buzzing. If all France condemns me for having made peace, Voltaire the philosopher will never allow himself to be carried away by the crowd. The justification which follows is too gross to quote. Voltaire's letter was intercepted and published. He was forced to disown it under the threat of being sent again to the Bastille. These two men who held so important a place in the 18th century, one in the military annals, the other in the Republic of Letters, show themselves in an unfavourable light at the commencement of their careers. Frederick twitted those he had deceived. Voltaire clothed the ill-timed homage which he laid at the feet of His Majesty of Prussia in philosophic and humanitarian phrases. Both were ignoble, but their pettiness is forgotten in the grandeur of their achievements. Here it is indeed the end which justifies the means. The climax was reached when the French marshals Broglie and Belle-Isle failed to agree as to the orders to be given to the armies, and Fleury accentuated the failure by writing to Königsegg on July 11th, 1742, a letter expressing his regrets and excusing himself for having supported Bavaria and for having allowed himself to be carried away by such disastrous counsels. A few months earlier Maria Theresa had tried in vain to soften the Cardinal, and now her only reply was to publish the letter in the Dutch papers. Louis's minister replied to this insult by summoning to the assistance of the French in Bohemia the troops under Maillebois, who had been quartered in Westphalia since 1741, but the junction was not effected. Broglie retired into Bavaria, being unable to maintain his positions until winter. Belle-Isle evacuated Prague in the night of December 16th with 14,000 men and retired to Egra, which was halfway to Munich. Thence he retreated to Frankfurt and informed Charles VII of Frederick's defection, advising him to make terms with the Queen of Hungary. The retreat of Egra was terrible owing to the rigours of the season. To use an expression of Belle-Isle, nature was forced. The troops began to march at moonrise in order to climb mountains where soldiers had never before ventured. An echo of the sufferings endured by the French has come down to us in a funeral oration over one of the too numerous victims. In his éloge of his friend Paul de Sètre, Vauvenargues says, "Mourn, my hapless country, mourn these sad trophies. You are covering all Germany with your gallant soldiers, and you pride yourself on your glory. Scarce will a remnant of a once flourishing army see your happy fields again. What perils! I shudder at them. They are fleeing. Hunger and confusion march on their furtive tracks. Night covers them, and death follows silently. You say, 'Is this the army which spread terror before it?' You see that fortune changes. It is afraid in its turn. It hastens its flight through woods and snows. It marches incessantly. Sickness, hunger, and fatigue overwhelm our young soldiers, poor wretches. We see them laid in the snow and inhumanly deserted. Fires lit on the ice lighten their last moments. The ground is their terrible bed." A pitiful consolation was found in comparing their mournful achievements with the retreat of the 10,000. But what advantage did France gain from this sacrifice of men and money? At this disastrous period in the fortunes of French arms came the death of the man who, in the weakness of his 90 years, had allowed himself to be drawn into these barren struggles. On January 29th, 1743, the cardinal minister died in his retreat at Issy. The event had been long expected and desired. "At last," cried the Marquis d'Argenson. "It is certain that our greatest enemy is dead," said Elizabeth Farnese to Don Philip and she added, "I pardon him with all my heart for the evil he has done us, and may God give peace to his soul." Louis XV alone had some words of tenderness for a good friend and a good servant who was infinitely attached to him. The history of these two wars for the Polish and Austrian successions is enough to enable us to judge him in his capacity as Minister for European affairs. But we must not leave the Cardinal without some account of the internal events in which he was concerned. Louis XIV and Madame de Maintenon had left unsolved a serious problem which placed the Church of France in conflict with the Papacy, Gallican liberty with Roman supremacy. This was the matter of the Constitution or Bull Unigenitus. By this celebrated bull, Clement XI in 1713 denounced the 101 propositions contained in the Augustinus of Jansenius, and quoted by Père Quesnel, the Oratorian, in his Abrégé de la morale de l'Évangile. This religious manual was already 20 years old, and no doubts had been raised about it until the Jesuits, hating the Oratorians and strong in the support of Madame de Maintenon, awakened the susceptibilities of the Papacy. Cardinal de Noailles, Archbishop of Paris, and 7 other prelates refused to submit to the demands of Rome, and sent a protest to the Holy See. The regent at first was not disposed to interfere, but at the time of the intrigues to which Dubois owed his cardinalate, he intervened without success in favour of the Vatican. The Lateran Council, held in 1725, did not succeed in restoring peace between the rival parties who met there. On one side were the Jansenists, who comprised ecclesiastics and parliamentarians. These were called the Appellants. On the other side were the Molinists and Jesuits, called the Acceptants. In 1727, Fleury summoned the Provincial Council of Embrun, which condemned Père Soanem of the Oratoire, Bishop of Senez. This was the starting point for a general agitation, which was accentuated by the death of the deacon Paris in 1727. François de Paris was the brother of a councillor of the Grande Chambre, and possessed an income of about 10,000 livres. He gave liberal alms and lived a simple and saintly life. Barbier notes that he only ate vegetables, slept without covering, and was a Jansenist in all respects. He was buried at the cemetery of Saint-Médard in the Faubourg Saint-Marcel. Almost immediately his tomb became the resort of the disciples of Jansenius, and an astonishing number of people followed them there. The church was some distance from the centre of Paris, and on the way thither might be seen the carriages of many people of fashion, and even bishops and princes of the blood, such as the Comte de Clermont, brother of Monsieur le Duc. Numbers of sick persons went there. They lay on the tombstone and had convulsions, and some of them went back cured. But these scenes acquired a bad character, fraud was introduced, and the real Jansenists were discredited in consequence. The best known of the appellant bishops, the Cardinal de Noailles, after considerable hesitation, finally submitted to the papal bull in 1728. But the bishops of Troyes, Auxerre, and Montpellier, and the parliaments of Paris and the provinces still held out. Fleury had the cemetery of Saint-Médard closed, but the Convulsionnaires continued their practices in private. The parliaments on their side made Jansenism a political weapon, with which to encroach on the ecclesiastical power, and to rouse an opposition sufficient to threaten the royal power under the pretence of asserting Gallican liberties. In 1731 they condemned certain priests of the diocese of Orléans, who wished to compel the faithful to range themselves on the side of the acceptance. Fleury exiled a number of the magistrates, and their colleagues replied by refusing to sit, but suddenly the king yielded and allowed the most violent decisions of the Grande Chambre to go unpunished. Hostilities, however, did not abate, nor did the struggle terminate until 1756, after many conflicts between the same adversaries. Fleury died without seeing the end of either the European or the religious and parliamentary troubles. The task he left his pupil was a difficult one. The finances were in a fairly prosperous condition, owing to the proverbial economy of the Cardinal, but it was at the expense of the navy and of commerce, which had been badly neglected since the death of Louis XIV. For personal reasons, which according to Maurepas he communicated to the king alone, Fleury did not favour the augmentation of the naval forces. It seems that he was afraid of giving offence to the English, who were now about to enter the lists, and to show with complete cynicism how blind had been the confidence of their ally. Voltaire has left a remarkable portrait of the Cardinal. He shows him as hating all system, because his intellect was happily limited, understanding nothing of finance, and only demanding of his subordinates the strictest economy, incapable of being a clerk in an office, but able to govern the state. Voltaire revenged himself for the disdain Fleury had shown when he recommended Télémaque to him, and he never cloaked his words with a subtler irony than this. End of section 12. Section 13 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Third part, Louis XV. Chapter 10, Louis the Well-Beloved, 1743 to 1744, Part 1. The Cardinal is dead, long live the King, was the sentiment of the public, and it was confirmed when Louis announced his intention not to have a chief minister but to govern by himself. Yet the position of the king was no more independent than before. The sole change was that he became subject now to a fresh and more dangerous tyranny, the tyranny of his favourites. The fate of France began to be decided in boudoirs, the centres of intrigue and ambition. There it was that when ministers and generals saw their favour rise or fall, and diplomatic questions of the gravest importance solved, they knew that all depended on the moods or caprices of a woman. In the intervals of choosing a precious stone or new toy, when the correct spot had been found for the patch, when the newborn wrinkle had been hidden with the assistance of some infallible paste, the favourite had leisure to give her advice on state affairs. Everything, whether frivolous or serious, was treated as an amusement at the toilet table veiled with lace in the woman's hour of triumph, when madrigals and amber-scented trifles were assured of victory, when a smile was the most potent argument. While a guitar twanged or a parrot screamed, amid the hum of conversation, alliances were broken, colonies lost, all Europe convulsed. This period, which became acute under Madame de Pompadour, was happily preceded by a bright interval. Louis began his part as king conscientiously, and without any illusion as to the difficulties of his task. He worked and studied, and he wrote letters which were seen by his correspondent alone. It is a pleasure to recall this all too short phase, when Frenchmen, delighted at the change, were eager to display the most devoted loyalty in return for the attitude of a king, then indeed worthy of his ancestors. The Marquis d'Argenson could ask without any irony, "Are we going to have a king?" Louis provided himself with a mentor. For a while it was feared that it would be Marshal de Belle-Isle who came to court to make a survey, extremely inconvenienced by his sciatica, and only walking with the support of 2 men. The Marshal had carried through part of his programme with success, the Emperor owed his crown to him, and the Grand Duke of Tuscany had been excluded. Was he responsible for the King of Prussia's treason? No, but he returned to give a disastrous account of the consequences of his over-ambitious projects, and although his breast was covered with the exalted orders of a prince of the Empire, the Golden Fleece, and the Cordon Bleu, he had temporarily lost his prestige. He retired of his own accord to his estate of Vernon near Gisors. couplets followed him in his retreat. Belle-Île, fameux empirique, grand novateur en politique, homme de guerre sans pratique, dans ses projets vrais frénétiques, chargé de la haine publique, porte à Gisors sa sciatique. Belle-Île, the famous empiric, the great political innovator, the inexperienced warrior, insane in his plans, loaded with the public hatred, carries his sciatica to Gisors. Marshal de Noailles' time had come, and he was chosen. Foreseeing the death of Fleury, Louis wrote to this faithful servant, November 1742. The late king, my great-grandfather, whom I desire to imitate as far as possible, counselled me on his deathbed to seek advice in all things, and to endeavour to know the best, that I might always follow it. I shall be delighted if you will give me yours. I open your mouth as the Pope does to the Cardinals, and I permit you to say whatever your zeal and attachment to my person and kingdom may prompt. Louis was as good as his word, and received from the Marshal sound advice, founded on the actual policy of Louis XIV, whose confidant Noailles had been. Thus the office of Prime Minister was suppressed. The Marshal wrote to the King, "The rule of having neither favourite nor Prime Minister, which your Majesty will read in the directions of your august great-grandfather, was formed, as I have had the honour of learning from the late King himself, as the result of his long experience and great skill, of his profound studies of former governments, and in particular of the ministry of Cardinal Mazarin." In this long memorandum Noailles recalled the examples of Henry III, who was ruled by his favourites to the great detriment of the state, of Henry IV, who would never have other counsellors than his own head and arms, of Louis XIII, whose minority had been so stormy and his reign so troubled. But although the Marshal had not, like Fleury, the title of Prime Minister, he had all the prerogatives. The pupils seemed to follow his precepts with docility, and the public rejoiced at the change. Barbier said of Louis, "He is accessible, he speaks at Versailles, he administers justice, and works with considerable knowledge of his subject. This does not astonish me, for I have long understood that he was intelligent. What does astonish me, so that it almost seems uncanny, is that Cardinal de Fleury should have had such an ascendancy over a king more than 30 years old as to prevent him from displaying all his talents and to dominate him in everything." The first question which arose was the plight of the French army of Bohemia. The cause of the phantom Emperor Charles VII was lost. It had cost France sufficiently dear, and it had been defended with chivalrous unselfishness. It would become necessary to send reinforcements to this exhausted army, which in a year's time, without serious battles, had lost 60,000 men, mostly from disease or hardships. It was decided to evacuate. Marshal de Broglie tried to bring his troops back from the Bavarian frontiers in time to join the army of the Rhine, the movements of which were directed from France by Marshal de Noailles, but the junction was not effected. The struggle was concentrated in the Rhenish and Flemish provinces, where Noailles, as head of 40,000 men, was prepared to meet the so-called pragmatic army of George II, who purposed to aid Maria Theresa, and was assembling his troops in the electorate of Hanover. This was in the spring of 1743. The battle took place on June 27th at Dettingen, a village of Lower Franconia, while Broglie was still at Donauwert on the confines of Württemberg. The French lost the day, though Noailles attained his object of preventing the English from entering Bavaria. The battle was lost through the fault not of the Marshal, but of his nephew, the Duc de Gramont. The latter, instead of waiting for the attack, foolishly charged the enemy with his French guards, and thus upset all Noailles' plan of defence, and rendered the artillery unable to fire for fear of shooting Frenchmen. The soldiers in their flight crossed the river by swimming, and long retained the sobriquet of Ducks of the Main. In the general encounter the English king was almost made a prisoner. Since the morning he had been riding at the head of his troops, armed with an enormous pistol and a sword of prodigious length, which he drew from time to time, saying, "On at the King of France! He is my enemy. You shall see how I will fight him." While he was uttering these vaunts, his horse shied at the cannonade and threw him. He found himself surrounded by French horsemen who would have carried him off, had not help arrived just in time. This incident was maliciously revealed by the King of Prussia, who took a wicked pleasure in making his uncle ridiculous. It must be admitted that the English army, and especially the infantry, were capable of resisting like a wall of brass, to quote Noailles. George dined on the battlefield, but he retired immediately afterwards, even leaving behind the wounded, whom Lord Stair commended to the generosity of Marshal de Noailles. The two generals, Voltaire records, wrote letters which allow us to see how far politeness and humanity can be carried amid the horrors of war. The losses had been equal. More than 2,000 men were killed or wounded on either side. The result of the day of Dettingen was absolutely negative. Lord Stair asserts that the French committed one great fault and the English two. Yours, he said, was in your not knowing how to wait. Our two were, first, that we put ourselves in obvious danger of being destroyed, and then that we were not able to profit by our victory. In short, as Pitt remarked, it was less a victory than a fortunate escape. A few days later, Noailles, in a spirit of courtesy and kindness, went to meet Charles VII, who had left Augsburg and taken refuge at Frankfort. He knew how precarious was the situation of the errant emperor. He made him a generous allowance of 40,000 crowns, that being the most that France could do at this unfortunate time. Charles obtained a suspension of hostilities, promising Austria the absolute neutrality of the imperial troops. This was the signal for the French armies to quit Germany. They were only auxiliaries, and as their ally disarmed, they retired. The blow was painful to the prince. "I am fully sensible," he wrote to Noailles, "that the king is touched by the situation I am in. My reply must be akin to that the Duchess, who was loved and esteemed by Louis XIV, Marie de Mancini, made to that monarch when she found herself deserted. You are the king, you love me, and I have to go. I in my turn will say, you are the king, you are touched by my fate, you are the most powerful king among my allies, and you desert me, and I lose by your desertion all that I can lose. My situation is the most terrible ever known in history." Louis replied in person and excused himself to the best of his ability. He expressed the deepest grief at the thought of the Emperor's consenting to an agreement with the Viennese court, but he promised never to desert him in so sad an extremity, to assist him with fresh subsidies, and to continue the war until his Imperial Majesty was re-established in full possession of his states. The king was really sincere. He used the same language to Noailles, though he added, "It is perfectly true to say that we are no longer at war, since the Emperor has declared his neutrality, and we only went to war because of him. However, we are at war. I can hardly believe that such a thing has happened, or could ever happen, but we are in a century of extraordinary things." At this time Louis resolved to show himself to his army, and he received the praises he merited from his immediate circle. They were pleased to see in him the blood of Louis XIV and Henry IV. Under cover of an armistice, the chancelleries were now very active. The Treaty of Worms on September 23, 1743, brightened the prospects of the Austro-English coalition. Charles Emmanuel joined George II and Maria Theresa. He deceived the French, who up to the last moment had hoped to see the King of Sardinia united with them. But they forgot that the prince was guided by the Italian proverb, and that he always wished to have his foot shod with two slippers at once. The Spanish troops in Italy, supported by some French detachments, were thus compelled to fight not only the Austrians, but the Sardinians, and to dispute with them the territories belonging to the Queen of Hungary, the coveted Milanese province among them. Louis replied with the secret treaty of Fontainebleau on October 25th. This treaty between France and Spain guaranteed Naples to Don Carlos, Lombardy to Don Philip, Bavaria to the Emperor, and further indemnities. As Argenson says, "We engaged ourselves to make the greatest and the most impossible conquests in Italy." Philip and Elizabeth profited by Louis's favourable disposition. To please them, he was to be engaged in two different quarters: to declare war on George II and Maria Theresa, and even to expose his own person. These grandiose schemes were complicated by a conspiracy. England was always threatened by the possibility of a Stuart restoration. Among those who favoured the re-establishment of the Catholic line on the throne of William of Normandy, the French were at this time in the front rank. The Entente Cordiale was merely an historic memory. Charles Edward, eldest son of the Pretender, lived with his father at Rome, but he hoped to distinguish himself by a great deed. "My head must fall," said he, "or be crowned." He succeeded in evading the vigilance of the spies in the pay of Austria, who watched his least movements. He reached Livorno in disguise and landed at the port of Antibes. He offered Louis's ministers to attempt a diversion in England against the House of Hanover, which was then fully occupied with continental affairs. But the attempt failed, though a plan was drawn up, and Maurice de Saxe was deputed to command in England in the name of James III, should occasion arise. At the beginning of 1744 the Comte de Saxe went to Dunkirk to superintend the preparations for the expedition. On his return to Versailles he was greeted with his nomination as Marshal of France, a distinction afterwards most brilliantly justified at Fontenoy. Meanwhile, after the Battle of Toulon in February 1744, in which the English Captain Matthews was driven off the French coasts by the combined fleets of France and Spain, war was declared with Great Britain on March 15th. The nominal object was to stop the piracy and pillage which continued to be committed in defiance of international law and the most solemn treaties. A similar message was sent to the Queen of Hungary on April 26th, when the Austrians tried to enter Alsace and preceded their attempt by declarations as bold as they were indecent. Menzel, the daring chief of this army, insolently pledged himself to reconquer Alsace and give Lorraine back to its former masters. The king resolved to attack the Dutch possessions of Maria Theresa, and proceeded to do so in spite of the protests of Holland. Thus, in the spring of 1744, there was a considerable display of arms. The Prince de Conti went to the aid of Don Philip, crossed the Var, and performed great feats on the other side of the Alps. Louis XV set out for Lille. Altogether, 4 French armies were in action. Besides the army of Italy, commanded by the Prince de Conti, there was the defensive army in Alsace under the command of old Marshal de Coigny, and the royal army, which was divided into 2 distinct portions, one of which was preparing to enter Flanders with Louis, while the other, as a reserve under Maurice de Saxe, was on its way to protect French territory on the left bank of the Rhine. The nation watched these movements with pride. Not a single complaint was made when heavy taxes were raised to meet the expenses of this war, in which 300,000 men were engaged. The court would have liked to form an escort for the young monarch in accordance with the tradition of Louis XIV. By the court we mean the Queen, the Dauphin, and above all the favourite of the day, Madame de la Tournelle, who was now at her zenith and had lately been created Duchesse de Châteauroux, October 28th, 1743. She received the actual possession of that duchy and all the prerogatives and revenues attached thereto, amounting to 85,000 livres per annum. The Queen attempted to get leave to go, though it caused her no little embarrassment. The Duc de Luynes says as much, and shows us the stage at which the relationship between the King and Queen had arrived at this time. Not daring to speak, the Queen wrote a letter. As the King was at Choisy, and she feared that a letter from her might seem strange, she awaited his return, and herself handed it to him as she left the Petit Lever. The Duke adds, "I have not seen the letter, but I have heard it said that she offered to follow him to the frontier in any manner he pleased, and that she did not ask for a reply. Probably this last suggestion will be all that will be accorded her." However, the King did reply by a refusal on the grounds of the expense of her journey. End of section 13. Section 14 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. Louis the Well-Beloved, 1743 to 1744, Part 2. The Dauphin, who was close on 15, said, "You must not be annoyed, mother, that I am so sorry to stay behind with you. I cannot understand why the King has left me. The young de Montauban, who is small and weak, has gone, and I, who am tall and strong, might well have gone too." When the Dauphin pleaded for his first experience of war, the King made the proper reply. "I honour your desire, but your person is too valuable to the state until the succession to the crown is assured by your marriage." The Duchesse de Châteauroux applied to Marshal de Noailles. He also made the expense a pretext to bar the way. Thus Louis left without the court, with a certain amount of secrecy, during the night of May 4th, 1744, after a banquet at which a large number of people were present. He did not bid farewell either to the Queen or to his daughters, but he wrote to them. He told his daughters that he feared a mutual emotion. The Dauphin alone had an interview with his father, who spoke to him in the presence of M. de Châtillon, his tutor, with considerable affection. In company with Noailles, the King visited the fortresses of Condé, Valenciennes, Maubeuge, and Douai, giving commands and holding reviews. He was very popular. He speaks kindly and in a way to turn all men's heads in his favour. He was cheered everywhere and greeted with cries of "Vive le roi!" "We have a king at last." Besenval says, "He attracted the gaze of all, his face so fair and noble, his eyes so proud and yet so mild. All these natural advantages, whatever the impression they created at Versailles, were further heightened by the occasion." At Lille especially, the reception organised by Maurice de Saxe was extraordinarily enthusiastic. On May 17th, the army advanced on the Lys near Menin. The King joined it on the 23rd. He reconnoitred the place within pistol shot, and himself indicated the principal points of attack. He supervised the investment, and the town capitulated on June 4th after 7 days in the trenches. This first conquest was followed by the capture of Ypres on June 24th and of Fournes on July 11th, for which the Comte de Clermont was responsible. A former ally was greatly interested in this victorious march, and decided to offer his support to Louis. This was the King of Prussia, yielding to necessity and self-interest. The moment was well chosen for an intervention on his part. He wished to profit by the presence of the Austrian troops on the Rhine and in Italy to attack Maria Theresa from the side of Bohemia. The negotiations lasted several months, and out of the mass of correspondence which passed, it may be interesting to quote a letter written by Frederick to Madame de Châteauroux, which clearly indicates the influence of the new Duchess and the part she played in the most delicate matters. "I am flattered," Madame wrote, the King of Prussia, "that it is partly to you that I am indebted for the favourable disposition in which I find the King of France, and his willingness to form the lasting bonds of an eternal alliance between us. The esteem in which I have always held you is now mingled with a sense of indebtedness. It is unfortunate that Prussia is compelled to ignore the obligation she is under to you. However, the sentiment will remain deeply engraved on my heart, as I would have you believe. Ever your affectionate friend, Frederick. Although matters were far advanced, there was still some delay. It was only when he saw the martial attitude of Louis that Frederick finally decided to instruct his plenipotentiary, Rottenburg, to sign a treaty in Paris on June 5th. Without having the least suspicion of what was happening, Prince Charles of Lorraine crossed the Rhine. He was driven back by Coigny, but he returned in force and threw his troops upon Alsace. France was invaded. Thereupon Louis left Maurice de Saxe to continue a defensive campaign in Flanders, and advanced to Metz with 26 battalions and 30 squadrons, commanded by Marshal de Noailles. The king intended to be in the front rank in the defence of his kingdom. Following the king, though a day behind him on the march, were seen coaches of a very unmilitary appearance. They contained the Duchesse de Châteauroux and her sister Madame de Lauraguais. These ladies were dull at Plaisance on an estate of Paris d'Auvernay, and they made every effort to obtain permission to follow the operations. The Princesse de Conti, mother of the general who was acquitting himself so well in Italy, was able by skilful intrigues to satisfy the favourite. The Duchesse de Chartres, the Princesse de Conti's daughter, who had but lately married, wished to go and join her husband, since he was reported to have had a fall from his horse and be slightly injured because of his weight. The two princesses left with the king's consent. Such, says Barbier, was the beginning of the court of women with the army. Presently others arrived at Lille, Mesdames de Châteauroux and de Lauraguais, the Dowager Comtesse d'Egmont, Mesdames de Roure and de Belfond, and the Duchesse of Modena, who was then in France owing to the invasion of her own states. One after another these ladies were obliged to ask the queen's permission to leave Versailles, as etiquette demanded. Marie was patient at first, but when the Duchesse of Modena presented herself, the queen momentarily lost patience and said with some asperity, "She may make her stupid journey if she likes, it does not matter to me." The favourite had gained her point, but she had to pay dearly for this stupid journey, and the pleasure of playing the part of vivandière. The disapproval was universal. Songs were written giving voice to the most violent sarcasm at her expense, and during the progress of herself and her sister, nothing but hoots and jeers were heard. However, the favourite soared far above terrestrial incidents, and after the capture of Ypres, she proudly wrote to her uncle, the Duc de Richelieu, "Assuredly, dear uncle, we have agreeable news, which gives me the keenest pleasure. I am overwhelmed with joy. Ypres captured in 9 days. Can you not see that nothing could be more glorious or flattering to myself, and that his great-grandfather in all his greatness never did as much?" But subsequent events must be kept at the same pitch. They must always maintain this appearance. We must hope, and I flatter myself that it will be so, for you know that it is my nature to see everything in a rosy light, and that I believe my star, which I value, for it is not a bad one, influences everything. She posed as a martial Egeria with some dignity, it must be admitted. But the star of which she was so proud was soon to lose its lustre. So Louis was at Metz preparing for great deeds and abandoning easy conquests. We come now to August 4th, 1744. On the preceding day Schmettau, the envoy of Frederick II, had come, bearing the congratulations of his master, who admired, possibly with sincerity, the haste with which Louis flew to the succour of his people. On the 7th, a magnificent supper was given in honour of the Prussian officer, during which there were premature celebrations of the exploits which were to end the conflict in Alsace and Bohemia. The excitement was the stronger since the despatches from Italy announced a fresh victory, the capture of Castel Delfino by the Bailli de Givry. On August 8th, the king woke up with a fever owing to the fatigue of the journey, the excessive heat, or the too generous libations of the night before. The malady grew worse, and on the 11th he was given up for lost. At his bedside were the Duchesses de Châteauroux and de Lauraguais, who took it upon themselves to impose silence on everyone and jealously guarded the entrance to the royal chamber. However, they had to admit the princes of the blood, the Duc de Chartres and the Comte de Clermont, and dignitaries like the Duc de Bouillon, the Grand Chamberlain, and the Bishop of Soissons, the king's chaplain. The king himself understood the gravity of his condition, and Madame de Châteauroux was compelled to leave him. He made his confession to Père Pérousseau, and when it became a question of administering the last sacrament, Fitzjames, the Bishop of Soissons, insisted on the immediate departure of the favourite. Louis did not hesitate, but ordered the Duchess to leave Metz. The rite of extreme unction was administered by the Grand Almoner in the presence of the princes of the blood and the great officers with extraordinary pomp. Fitzjames made himself the spokesman of the dying king and declared that he asked pardon from all for the bad example he had given. The road from Versailles to Metz was furrowed by the coaches that bore Marie Leschtenska, the Dauphin, and Mesdames. At Saint-Menehould the cortège met the carriages of Madame de Châteauroux travelling in the opposite direction, pursued by the invectives of the populace. The queen went to the king's bedside and was alone with him. He embraced her, saying, "I have caused you much sorrow which you do not deserve. I beg you to forgive me for it." "Do you not know, monsieur," she replied, "that you never need pardon from me? God alone has been offended. Concern yourself with God alone, I beseech you." The queen burst into tears, but she wrote to Madame de Maurepas that she was the happiest of mortals. The king was better, and everything was to be hoped from so fervent a conversion. The fears which threw all France into consternation were changed into joy as soon as it was known that Louis was out of danger, that he had repented, and was prepared to make amends. The people of Paris embraced the horse of the messenger who published the news of his convalescence. A poetaster named Vadet was able to say with truth, "He is Louis the well-beloved," an expression which echoed the sentiments of the nation. The enthusiasm was such that the king exclaimed, "What have I done to make them love me so much?" For all too short a time he was a king after the heart of his devout Christian subjects. The people rejoiced to see that Louis merited their affection, and they trusted him and were ready to follow him in his new path. He began to talk of rejoining his troops. Meanwhile, according to Voltaire, he sent to remind Noailles that when Louis XIII was being carried to the tomb, the Prince of Condé was winning the battle of Rocroi. Unfortunately, the Marshal had nothing of the great captain about him. Too much was expected of this timid time-server. He could do nothing except when he had a pen in his hand. Noailles was in Alsace in pursuit of Charles of Lorraine, who had received orders to retire and come to the support of Bohemia against the King of Prussia. The prince abandoned his positions, Saverne and Haguenau, taking care not to risk a battle and so diminish his army. It was most important to prevent him from crossing the Rhine. But owing to the slackness of the pursuit, he succeeded in effecting his object. He burnt the bridges behind him to obstruct his enemies, though they made no attempt to strike at him. Public opinion about the Marshal was unequivocal. It was rumoured that he had a wholesome fear of cannon balls, that he had given as many as 35 different orders in a day, that he never knew what course to take. One night a wooden sword was fastened to the door of his house in Paris, where insulting songs were current about him. Ami des bâtissons Noailles, tout autre nom mieux lui convient. Comment le sien rime à bataille. Eh, morbleu, ce rime est trop bien. Friends, let us rechristen Noailles. Any other name would better suit him. Why his name rhymes with bataille, battles. Eh, morbleu, the rhyme is too good. He returned to Metz to find a cold reception. His influence was at an end. Louis no longer asked him for his advice, and for the future used him only in purely ornamental services. He sent him, for instance, to Spain in the following year as ambassador extraordinary to Philip. Close relations ceased between the king and his Nestor. At this time, on August 23rd, Frederick invaded Bohemia with 80,000 men, and there he heard what had been done. He wrote Louis a letter in which his ill humour was apparent, and he said quite plainly to Schmettau, "I do not know what to think of Marshal de Noailles' behaviour." He had almost accused him of treason. "I desire you to make strong complaints to the King of France." He would have had the French troops join him in Bohemia, but only half measures were adopted. The Comte de Clermont with a small detachment endeavoured to join Charles VII's army for an advance into Germany. He took Constance in September and Munich in the following month. The main body of the French forces was directed to the further side of the Rhine above Strasburg. Thence they invaded the nearest territories of Austria and besieged Freiburg, the capital of Breisgau. The king was still weak and convalescent, but he arrived at the town, and it was captured in his presence on November 8th. Frederick had taken Prague on September 15th, but had been driven out again 2 months later by Charles of Lorraine. Then came winter to suspend operations. Louis returned to Paris on November 13th. In spite of a cold and rainy evening, and of a wind which was strong enough to extinguish the illuminations, a large crowd assembled to greet him. The enthusiasm was enhanced when they saw how thin he was, and how much he had changed. Frederick, and with him all France, was anxious to know whether the convert of Metz would keep the promises he had made so solemnly, and whether he would continue faithful to the Queen. France feared and hoped, but Frederick prayed that the favourite would regain her influence and be useful to him. Hitherto Louis had listened to the Duchesse de Châteauroux alone, and the King of Prussia relied on her to make his ally act, to urge him to strong measures, and in particular to persuade him to appoint a minister of foreign affairs who would be ready to accept advice in furtherance of Prussian policy. This post had been vacant since the dismissal of Amelot, Chauvelin's successor, on March 27, 1744. Two important events took place at this time: the disgrace of the Dauphin's tutor, the Duc de Châtillon, who had openly expressed his approval of the dismissal of the favourite, and had delivered a moral lecture thereon for the edification of his pupil, and the disgrace of M. de Balleroy, private secretary of the Duc de Chartres, and related to the family of Fitzjames. His fault was that he belonged to the religious party. These two had been singled out because the striker had not dared to aim higher. During the 5 days' fête in Paris, the prevailing topics of conversation were Madame de Châteauroux and her victims, and her probable reinstatement. But, as Barbier says, no one dared speak openly. As soon as the king returned to Versailles, these rumours were confirmed. It was reported that Madame de Châteauroux had been received privately by Louis, and that she had reason to be contented with the results of the interview. Everything was to be forgotten. The insults of Metz were retracted, and the forfeited rank of lady-in-waiting was restored to her. Paris was stupefied, and public opinion was voiced by the women of Arles when they cried, "As he has taken back his favourite, we shall no longer say a pater for him." 2 days after her visit to the king, the Duchess in her turn caught a fever, and was almost immediately in a critical condition. During the fortnight that her illness lasted, the public followed its progress and phases with more curiosity than emotion, without attempting to disguise the fact that they considered that this mysterious illness was opportune. In the Rue du Bac, where the Duchess was staying with Madame de Lauriguet, there was a constant stream of messengers from the king, the queen, and the court inquiring for her. The dying favourite made her confession to the Jesuit Père Segaud and received the last sacraments. She died on December 8th. She was buried 3 days later at 7 o'clock in the morning in the chapel of Saint Michel and Saint Sulpice, a time when the streets would be little frequented, and was purposely selected for fear of popular demonstrations like those that had occurred at the funeral of Madame de Ventimille. The king's grief was very great, and the people had to restrain their joy for fear of injuring his health. But in the peace which preceded new campaigns, preparations were made for the marriage of the Dauphin to the daughter of Philip V, and these occupied everyone's attention. During the fêtes which celebrated this event, Louis forgot his grief, as at Christmas he forgot his contrition of August. He did not approach the holy table, as was the custom of the court. End of section 14. Section 15 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 11. As Stupid as the Peace, 1745 to 1749. In 1745 the Dauphin was slender and graceful, as he is represented in the pastel by Latour in the Louvre. He was like his mother, and the good Queen's subtle and resigned smile was to be seen again on the face of this boy of 16. The Dauphine, the Infanta Maria Theresa Raffaella, was 4 years older than her husband. She was ugly, red-haired, and austere, but she inspired the Dauphin with a deep love. The Dauphin was married for reasons of state to assure the succession, and for family reasons to cement the reconciliation of the two crowns. At the same time he was made happy, a rare event in diplomatic marriages. His happiness only lasted 2 years, for Maria Theresa Raffaella died in July 1746, after giving birth to a daughter who died in infancy. The marriage celebrations at Versailles and Paris were magnificent. Memoir writers and draftsmen have preserved them for us, and help us to picture the rejoicings of the time. There is an engraving by Cochin of the masked ball given at Versailles on February 25th, 1745, at which Louis noticed for the first time Antoinette Poisson, an elegant, graceful, and very pretty young lady of the court, who had already appeared frequently at the royal hunts in the forest of Senart. She was the wife of Lenormand d'Étiolles, nephew of Tournem, the director of public works. She became, by the king's favour, Marquise de Pompadour, and even a duchess. She was then radiant in all the charm of her 24 years. Madame de Châteauroux was already forgotten by Louis, and the little bourgeoise was about to enter upon 20 years of absolute power. Madame de Pompadour appears to posterity surrounded by the writers and artists whom she patronized with so gracious an appreciation. She had the head and heart of a true patriot, and yet history is obliged to admit that the influence she exercised for a quarter of a century over political matters was harmful. On the surface her reign was nothing but laughter and pleasure. The atmosphere in which she lived seemed to be tinted with rose and blue. We see her through the pictures of Boucher with which she loved to surround herself. Around the marquise were to be heard the murmur of light conversation and the applause which hailed her as a sovereign when she trilled arietas from an opera in the theatre of the Petit Appartement, a worthy pupil of Geliot. The air was filled with madrigals. Such are the futilities we connect with the Pompadour. But this fairy Eldorado vanished before the eyes of those who understood, and the hour of disaster was at hand. There was no one capable of steering the tempest-tossed vessel to anchorage, least of all Louis. No statesman, not even Choiseul, was strong or disinterested enough to dethrone the favourite and to give a lesson to this king, so eager to avoid the responsibilities of his throne. However, before the final reckoning, there was one more bright incident to record in the annals of the 18th century. On May 11th, 1745, the gallant descendants of the heroes of ancient France were gathered round the king and his son. All the chivalry of the French nobles was concentrated at Fontenoy, and if Louis earned a halo by his presence at this triumph of French arms, what should be the crown of the real victors? Some months previously it was almost decided to make peace. Important tidings received in their winter quarters took the belligerents by surprise. On January 20th, the phantom Emperor Charles VII died of aggravated gout, leaving a son who was too young to undertake the government of the Electorate of Bavaria, and still less able to claim the imperial throne. The real cause of the war thus disappeared. It was left to the chancelleries to decide what should be done. The new Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Marquis d'Argenson, found at the outset that his task was difficult. He was of a speculative turn of mind, and had long interested himself in international politics in the seclusion of his retreat. He thought himself ready for action, but he had little knowledge of men. He was an intimate friend of Voltaire, and trusting in him, he believed in the good faith of Frederick. He had not sufficient foresight to arrange a peace with Maria Theresa at the price of consenting to the election of Francis, Grand Duke of Tuscany, to the imperial crown. Nor had he the courage to secure a concentration of forces in the heart of Germany, and so bar the way to Austria and annihilate her claims. His policy was one of uncertainty and hesitation. 2 years were wasted in attaining a result which might have been realized in 1745. The King of Prussia might have assisted with his advice, but he was scheming. Appearing all along to consult France, he made overtures for an alliance with England and Holland. And while he was engaged in these futile attempts, an event occurred which ended the uncertainty of the French minister. The young Elector of Bavaria yielded, placing himself at the discretion of Austria and acknowledging her supremacy over all southern Germany. He subscribed to an ultimatum dictated by Maria Theresa, and retained his electorate by submitting to the following terms: renunciation of the empire and of the slightest claim to any part of the Austrian succession, complete adhesion to the Pragmatic Sanction, promise of the electoral vote of Bavaria in favour of the Grand Duke, and immediate rupture of all alliances with Louis and Frederick. These terms were embodied in the Treaty of Füssen on April 22nd. At this juncture, when Frederick asked for French support, he received very little encouragement. The French and Prussians were allies in name only. They acted separately, and each defended their own interests without any concerted plan. Louis resolved to resume the Flanders campaign, and to follow up the conquests of 1744. All preparations had been made during the winter by Marshal Saxe, and when the King and the Dauphin arrived at headquarters on May 8th, Maurice had invested Tournai and was prepared to try conclusions with the enemy, composed of English, Dutch, Hanoverians, and Austrians to the number of 65,000, under the command of the young Duke of Cumberland, the second son of George II. The engagement took place to the southwest of Tournai in the direction of Antoing, near the village of Fontenoy. A memorable day it was, and marked by many deeds of valour showing the spirit of both armies. Some weeks before Fontenoy it was feared that Maurice de Saxe would be unable to accompany the army, for he was suffering from dropsy. Voltaire, meeting him in one of the galleries of Versailles, asked him if he would not endanger his life if he went with the army. Maurice answered indifferently, "It is not a question of living, but of setting out." He was tapped for his complaint, and then directed and won the battle from a wicker carriage which drew groans from him at every jolt. The English were full of confidence, and saw themselves already in Paris. Cumberland had declared, "I will get there, or I will eat my boots." "Here is an Englishman who is a bit of a gas gun," remarked Morris, "but if he likes to eat his boots, we will make it our business to prepare them for him." The English officers were equally sure. At their first encounter with the French, they greeted them as they would have greeted acquaintances on a public promenade. Then there was a halt, while Lord Charles Hay, captain of the Guards, came forward to say to the Comte d'Autreche, lieutenant of the Grenadiers, "Monsieur, let your men fire." "No, monsieur, this honour shall be yours." There is another version of this dialogue which has been popularly accepted, in which Autreche is supposed to have said, "Messieurs the English, fire first." Be that as it may, it is probable that under the veil of courtesy the French were obeying Maurice's orders. His tactics were not to make too much use of his muskets. He held that troops should never be in a hurry to fire first, as if they fire in the presence of an enemy who reserves his reply, they are bound to be defeated. The English fought valiantly. Their impenetrable column of infantry made success doubtful for several hours. For a moment everyone thought of Dettingen, but the last charge was terrible, and the French vivacity was irresistible. The Dauphin, with a natural impulse, took his sword in hand with perfect grace, wishing to join the charge, and was only restrained with difficulty. The young Duc de Gramont, who had been responsible for the defeat of Dettingen, died at Fontenoy. A bullet struck his horse. "Take care, sir, your horse is killed," someone cried to him. "And so am I, sir," he answered. His thigh was shattered, and he died an hour later. The slaughter was terrible. At the end of the day, Louis left the hill of Notre Dame aux Bois with his son, and passed before his victorious regiments, who greeted him with wild cheers, and threw themselves on the ground to kiss his feet. Then he pointed to the heaps of corpses and said, "See, my son, what a victory costs. Learn to be chary of the blood of your subjects." Developing the king's idea, the Marquis d'Argenson wrote to Voltaire, "Triumph is the most beautiful thing in the world. Cheers for the king, hats in air and on bayonet ends, the master complimenting his warriors, joy, glory, affection. But the groundwork of all this is human blood and shreds of human flesh." "I think that this check will take down the English pride a little," wrote Maurice de Saxe. "The action lasted for 9 hours, and although I am dying, I stood the fatigue as well as if I were in full health." The king and his only son insisted on being present on the other side of the river, and practically without means of retreat. I cannot say enough of the king's firmness of mind and calmness. He did not disturb our operations by giving orders counter to mine, which is often to be feared when a monarch is present with his court and cannot see things as they are. Some amends were due from Voltaire to make the people forget his untimely affection for the King of Prussia. He made them not in his poem Fontenoy, which is lacking in spontaneity, but in the following short note addressed to his friend Argenson. What a splendid occupation for a historian! He had just been made royal historian. "The kings of France have not performed so glorious a deed for 300 years. I am wild with joy. Bonsoir, monseigneur." A generous impulse of the Marquis d'Argenson made him wish to follow up this glorious battle with proposals of peace. He ordered the Abbé de la Ville, the plenipotentiary at the Hague, to make overtures to the States General of Holland. On the occasion of so complete a victory, he said, "When the Netherlands lie unprotected, and our victory is practically assured, an offer of peace made in all sincerity would be the act of a hero and a statesman." He spoke in Louis's name. But it was not to be, and peace had to be sought sword in hand. Frederick, to quote his own expression, met the bill which Louis had drawn on him at Fontenoy by his victories of Friedberg in Silesia and Kesseldorf in Saxony. He then signed with Austria on December 25th, 1745, the Treaty of Dresden, by which his rights in Silesia and the province of Glatz were acknowledged. In Italy, the Infante Don Philip won the battle of Basignano, but lost that of Placentia. On the death of Philip V in July 1746, his successor, Ferdinand VI, terminated the active intervention of the Spanish troops and kept them on the defensive. France was thus left to fight alone. In Flanders against the allies defeated at Fontenoy, in Italy and the south of France against the Austrians, who were now free from the pressure of the Prussians. She bravely stood her ground. Rocou in 1746 and Laufeld in 1747 were brilliant sequels of Fontenoy. Once again the ability of Maurice de Saxe was manifested. Mention may be made also of the capture of Berg op Zoom by Löwendal and the siege of Maastricht. Flanders became French once more, and Holland had to witness the invasion of her territories. In Provence, Maillebois, with the assistance of Chevert, repulsed the Austrians and Sardinians, who had occupied Cannes and Antibes, and were preparing, with the encouragement of the English, to besiege Toulon. In consequence of these achievements, the Republic of Genoa revolted and succeeded in throwing off the foreign yoke. Its success was due to the Duc de Boufflers and the Duc de Richelieu, and to Belle Isle's unsuccessful diversion at Col d'Assietta, which induced the King of Sardinia to withdraw all his troops from the coast. After this, the preliminaries of peace were mooted at Breda, and a treaty was drafted which was signed subsequently at Aix-la-Chapelle on October 30th, 1748. What had France gained? She had heroically defended the Emperor, but on the death of Charles VII, she had lost interest in the imperial election, and as a result the crown went to Francis of Lorraine, husband of Maria Theresa, and the aspirations of France's enemy were assured. Frederick at least acquired Silesia, but Louis kept none of his conquests in Flanders because he said he wished to act like a king and not like a tradesman. He was content that the duchies of Parma, Placentia, and Guastalla should go to his eldest daughter's husband, the Infante Don Philip, who had become the pretext for the war after the death of Charles VII. In America, France recovered Louisbourg and Cape Breton, a meagre return for her expenditure of lives and money. The King of Sardinia, like Frederick, gained territory. The Republic of Genoa won its independence. The Duke of Modena, the regent's son-in-law, recovered his duchy, which he had lost in supporting France. In spite of her defeats, the real triumph was with England. From the commercial point of view, which with her was the most important, she obtained the right of importing negroes, asiento, and of trading with the Spanish colonies for 4 years. Politically, she obtained a renewal of the stipulation made at Utrecht for the demolition of the fortifications of Dunkirk, and secured the banishment of the Stuarts from France. Charles Edward, called also the Chevalier de Saint-Georges, who had been under French protection and was the nation's guest in Paris, was arrested at the Opera and conducted to Vincennes and thence over the frontier. This outrage aroused severe comments. The king did not escape satires and libels, and he was told, "He is a king in chains. What are you on the throne?" Maria Theresa also was deceived. Intelligent observers saw in the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle a Protestant victory over the two most ancient Catholic monarchies in Europe. After this appeared the first signs of a rapprochement between Habsburg and Bourbon, and of that reversal of alliances which has been so warmly defended by many modern historians. The people were greatly discontented with the results of the war, although on the cessation of hostilities the burden of the taxes were lightened. The women of the Halles expressed the general feeling when they abused one another for being as stupid as the peace, which passed into a catchphrase. Their ignorance of the undercurrents of diplomacy excused their downright judgment, and in truth the popular conception was not far wrong. The treatment of the Stuart pretender displeased the people, and drove them to express their resentment. They also wanted to know why all the towns of Flanders in which the fleur-de-lis had waved had been taken for nothing. Again it was suggested that the King of France's eldest daughter deserved more than 3 insignificant Italian duchies. It had been hoped that she would become a queen and wear a real crown. Peace none the less was proclaimed on February 12th, 1749, with all the customary pomp. A procession was formed, numbering more than 800 people. Among them were Burnage, the provost of the merchants, clothed in his magnificent dress, a robe of crimson and tan velvet enriched with golden embroidery. The first municipal magistrate was accompanied by the sheriffs, the public prosecutor and the attorney general, the protonotaries and the receiver general, the king at arms, 6 heralds, a master of the ceremonies, gentlemen of the Châtelet, and the lieutenant general of the police. A fanfare of trumpets, drums, hautboys, cremonas lent its aid to the ceremony. All these imposing officials started from the Place de Grève, where a large crowd had been waiting since the morning to see this magnificent spectacle. The king-at-arms especially attracted attention. He was mounted on a white horse and rode by himself, preceded by his heralds. In his left hand he held the king's ordinance, which he was to proclaim. In his right a sceptre. His heralds at arms carried wands. After 3 flourishes of trumpets, accompanied by solemn ringing of bells, the procession started on its long itinerary. It stopped 13 times at the principal open spaces of Paris, amongst others at the Place du Carrousel, the Grand Châtelet, the Halles opposite the pillory, the Place des Victoires, the equestrian statue of Henry IV on the Pont Neuf, the Place Saint-Michel and the Place Maubert. At each halt the king-at-arms uncovered and said in a loud and clear voice, "By the king's command." Then he put his Majesty's proclamation into the hands of one of the heralds, saying, "You, herald-at-arms of France, do your duty." The proclamation of peace was read. It was preceded by 3 flourishes of trumpets and cries of "Vive le Roi" from the archers, but the spectators did not take up the cry. The crowd was curious, but not in the least enthusiastic. Louis's unpopularity was just beginning. End of section 15. Section 16 of the 18th century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 12. Louis XV becomes unpopular. 1749 to 1757, Part 1. The nation hoped that the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle would cause an appreciable reduction of taxation, but the actual reduction was insignificant. Consequently, there were loud complaints when it was known that the royal expenditure had not diminished, and that the fêtes at Versailles and the building operations at Choisy, Bellevue, and Fontainebleau had depleted the treasury. Songs, verses, and satires were published against the king. One of these pamphlets said, "Louis, if you were once the object of our love, it is because all your vices were not yet known to us. In this kingdom, depopulated by you and given over to the mountebanks who are reigning with you, all Frenchmen have come to hate you." The king found on the floor of Versailles missives containing the following words: "You are going to Choisy, why don't you go to Saint-Denis?" On the Louvre and the Pont Neuf the following warning was posted: "Crains notre désespoir. La noblesse a des guises, Paris des Ravaillacs, le clergé des Cléments." Beware of our despair. The nobility has its Guises, Paris its Ravaillacs, and the clergy their Cléments. There also appeared a brochure called "The 5 Wounds of France," an attack on the whole reign, the Constitution, the convulsions, one of its disastrous effects, Law's system, Cardinal Fleury's ministry, and the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. There were murmurs also against the reduction of the army. 12 regiments had been suppressed, and there had been a general retrenchment of the military establishment. But Louis's greatest unpopularity arose from the new favourite. It began to be known that all responsible positions and places under government were at the disposal of Madame de Pompadour. When the naval minister, the Comte de Maurepas, was dismissed, there were grounds for belief that his disgrace was due to the favourite, who was said to be thus avenging herself on him for some satirical remarks. The Queen, however, had to be gracious to the favourite, for she knew that she had her rival to thank when her husband treated her kindly. It must be confessed that Madame de Pompadour was extremely attractive. She was anxious to please, or at least to appear amiable. Her skill was great. Never has actress played her part so well. She had more charm than real beauty. Her round face, regular features, magnificent complexion, superb hands and arms, and intelligent eyes would have been of little value but for her talent for putting people at their ease. Her conversation was gay and witty, and gave evidence of a taste and a fund of information much above the average. None knew better than she how to treat everyone suitably. Her tact was remarkable, and she gave evidence of it by holding receptions at her toilet so as to avoid difficulties of etiquette. She understood Louis perfectly, and possessed the valuable art of being able to amuse the most unamusable man in the kingdom. She realized that this Bourbon was meant for a private rather than a public life, so she transformed the court to suit his caprice, arranging a large number of supper parties, journeys, and select gatherings to which only intimate friends were invited. While life went on in this way at Versailles, the clergy and parlementaires were meditating revolt. The clergy wished to escape their burdens of state and the payment of the regular taxes. The parlementaires objected to the curtailment of their prerogatives and privileges. Even the courtiers who surrounded Madame de Pompadour complained bitterly as soon as they left her presence. Everywhere, in the salons, in the cafes, and on the promenades, men complained against the government without caring if they were heard. The police contented themselves with espionage and arrested nobody, as they would have been obliged to arrest everyone. A breath of revolution was passing over the nation and spreading like gangrene. Montesquieu's Esprit des Lois, by its comparison of the monarchic with the republican system, furnished arguments to the enemies of the government. Hitherto, religious quarrels had merely divided the Jesuits and Jansenists, but about 1749 the war between scepticism and faith was initiated, and daring publications began to appear. Diderot was sent to Vincennes for his letter on blindness for the use of those who see. Toussaint's book, Les Mœurs, was ordered to be burnt for its impiety. The Parliament accused the author of establishing natural religion on the ruins of all outward faith, and of objecting to the punishments with which human justice corrects theft and murder. Toussaint was the forerunner of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Beccaria. The Abbé de Prade delivered a lecture in the Sorbonne, in which he compared the miracles of Jesus Christ to the cures of Aesculapius, and under the influence of the Jesuits, the Sorbonne denounced him in spite of having previously received him. He retired into exile at Berlin, but was recalled to retract his essay publicly. In 1750 there were risings in Paris caused by the kidnapping of girls and boys. It was said that they were destined to be shipped to America, where they were to be employed in the proposed new Canadian silkworm farms. Some too zealous constables, actuated by greed of gain, instead of taking foundlings for this purpose, seized workmen's children who were wandering in the vicinity of their homes, or who had been sent to church or to fetch something, and the tumult among the people was great in the Faubourg Saint-Marcel and the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. On May 22nd, the house of a commissary in the Rue de Clichy was wrecked with stones because a constable had taken refuge there. The same thing happened to a restaurant keeper in the Croix Rouge, who had given shelter to an archer. The next day the rising became more serious. At Saint-Roch, shots were fired. A spy called Parisian was murdered, and his corpse was dragged to the house of Berryer, the lieutenant general of police, against whom fierce threats were uttered. The culprits were placed on their trial, but it was realized that the whole populace was implicated. In June of the same year, when the king went from Versailles to Compiègne, he travelled to Saint-Denis without crossing Paris, dreading seditious cries, and afterwards a road was made which still bears the name of the Route de la Révolte. Thus clergy, parlementaires, courtiers, writers, men of letters, and men of the people were all discontented, and believed themselves to be victims of injustice, under the influence of the spirit of revolt which was driving France toward revolution. The Marquis d'Argenson wrote these prophetic words in September 1751. Every class is discontented. Everything is in a highly inflammable state. A rising may grow into a revolt, and a revolt into a national revolution, which would result in the election of tribunes of the people and electoral assemblies of the communes. Thereby the king and his ministers would be deprived of their excessive power to do harm. It is true that when d'Argenson himself was in power, he did not find his authority excessive. To create a diversion, some popular schemes were set afloat. On January 1st, 1751, under the auspices of Madame de Pompadour, the École Militaire was founded, in which 500 sons of gentlemen were to be educated free, the preference being given to those whose fathers had been killed on active service. The building in which they were established still exists, and is a fine specimen of 18th century architecture. It is situated near the Invalides, at the end of the Champ de Mars. The public took much interest in it. "We shall see," said Barbier, "two neighbouring houses, one the cradle and the other the tomb of soldiers." Some months earlier an edict was passed establishing a new nobility in which not only those who reached the rank of general, but those also who had become captains and whose fathers and grandfathers had served in the same capacity, patre et avo militibus, acquired a prescriptive right. The nobility thus created did not owe its immunities to the power of money like the court officials, but to personal service, often of a distinguished nature. These just favours were some consolation to the soldiers now in mourning for the victor of Fontenoy, who had just died, to the deep regret of his companions in arms. They felt that one century could not produce two such heroes. He died at the chateau of Chambord, which Louis had given him for life as a reward for his services. He led a sumptuous life there, and had made it a second Versailles. Maurice de Saxe died bravely. He said to Sénac, the court physician sent to him by the king, "My friend, you come too late. This is the end of a beautiful dream." He was a Protestant. The queen said of him, "It is a pity we cannot say a De Profundis for a man who was the cause of so many Te Deums." His body was taken to a Lutheran chapel at Strasbourg, and later Pigalle erected a monument to the great captain, whose glory was not surpassed even by that of Turenne. His face was bright and intelligent. Latour has immortalized him in a wonderful pastel at the Louvre, of which there is a beautiful replica in the Dresden Museum. Maurice honoured the house of Saxony as the natural son of the Elector, Augustus II, King of Poland, and he honoured France also by his brilliant services to her. A gloom was cast over the court in 1751 by this sad event, and by the censures passed upon the monarch from the vantage ground of the pulpit. Père Griffet, who preached the Lent sermons at Versailles, alluded to the king's conduct and inveighed against worldliness, even in the presence of Louis himself, an attentive listener. The Jesuits, and with them the queen and the Dauphin, hoped that the universal Jubilee festival would bring Louis back to religion. But Louis performed his Lenten devotions very carelessly. All the while ballets and comedies were being rehearsed behind the scenes at the Marquise's theatre, in preparation for private performances. At the sermons Louis was merely amused, treating them as though the words of truth could not apply to him and were addressed only to his court. On September 12th, the Dauphin's first son, the Duc de Bourgogne, was born, but there were no manifestations of public rejoicing. The official celebrations aroused no enthusiasm. Bread stood at 2d. a pound. The high prices and the poverty increased. Taxation became heavier. The complaints of the clergy and the Parliament troubled the country, and honest folk had no heart for merrymaking. The prevailing listlessness was so great that when the Duc de Gevres, governor of Paris, caused money to be thrown to the people, there were not 10 persons present to pick it up. Artisans and merchants had some cause to be discontented. The Dauphin and the Dauphine on November 26th went to a Te Deum at Notre Dame, and their reception was unfavourable. More than 2,000 women assembled near the Pont de la Tournelle and cried to them, "Give us bread, we are dying of hunger." The Dauphin ordered the distribution of some small coins, but the women only cried the louder, "Monseigneur, we do not want your money, we want bread. We love you. Send away this Pompadour, who is governing and ruining the kingdom. If we only had her here, there would soon be nothing left of her to serve as relics." On their return, Louis asked the Dauphine if she had not received many benedictions. "Benedictions," she answered, sobbing. "They asked me for bread." On the death of Madame Henriette, on February 10th, 1752, a terrible blow for Louis, the people cried out again, "See what happens when you offend God and make your subjects unhappy. God takes away your beloved daughter." Louis was tortured with grief and remorse. The Queen's party hoped to be victorious this time, but after 2 days it was apparent that there was to be no change, and the Marquise was more powerful than ever. Some months later the court was again alarmed. The Dauphin had smallpox and seemed to be in danger. Louis did not enter the sick room. The Queen was less timid and went to see her son. The Dauphine took her place at her husband's bedside and ordered those who assisted to forego all ceremony and not to consider her. "I am no longer Dauphine," said Marie Joseph. "I am only a nurse." Puce, a doctor who had been summoned from Paris, knew nothing of the court or its etiquette. He saw the princess, simply dressed, attending to the various requirements of the sick room, and said one day, "Do exactly what this little woman tells you, for she understands wonderfully what is wanted." And turning to Marie Joseph, he added, "What is your name, my child?" When the Dauphin began to mend, the king was compelled by custom to show himself to the Parisians and to go with his family to Notre Dame for a thanksgiving service. The price of bread had been lowered so that his Majesty should be better received. Nevertheless, a poor wretch climbed onto the Queen's carriage near the Pont du Jour to show her some black bread, crying, "There, madame, that is what we have to pay 3 halfpence a pound for." Louis changed horses at the Petit Cours, where he was cheered by some bystanders, but in Paris nobody cried "Vive le Roi." In spite of these sentiments, Louis chose this very time to complete Madame de Pompadour's satisfaction by according her the tabouret and the privileges of a duchess. The favourite was presented with great ceremony by the Dowager Princess de Conti, and thus fresh jealousy was aroused, since for the future she would be entitled to the privileges of the wives of dukes and peers. The tabouret was the right to sit down at the grand couvert and in the court assemblies, and was the highest honour at court. It was a dignity to which no bourgeoise had ever yet attained. The Dauphin greatly resented this inopportune favour, and the event caused what was then called a ruffling of feathers at court. Sharp words passed between father and son. The Dauphin asked permission to dine with the Archbishop of Paris, and received the following answer from the king: "My son, you ought to wish me to live long, for you are not yet able to govern yourself." The Dauphin, who was deeply sensible of his duty, could not completely ignore the Marquise, but towards his father he behaved for the future with only an outward show of respect. The antagonism between the clergy and Parliament increased. Boutin, curé of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont, refused the last sacraments to a Jansenist priest named Lemaire, because he had not a confessional certificate signed by an ecclesiastic who had submitted to the bull Unigenitus. There was a general disturbance in Paris. 10,000 people followed Lemaire to the grave. The Parlement did not dare to attack the Archbishop of Paris, Christophe de Beaumont, who was responsible for the scandal, but they issued a warrant of arrest against the curé of Saint-Étienne. The king interfered and quashed the warrant as derogatory from his authority. The trouble spread to the provinces and almost brought about a revival of the League. The Parliament addressed a remonstrance to the king, like the harangues which the Romans made from the tribune. The magistrates pointed out the disorders which the constitution had caused in church and state, and they reminded the king that Louis XIV had only allowed the bull to be registered with the addition of certain amendments safeguarding Gallican liberties. The impious, they said, have made use of the dissensions which have arisen between ministers of religion to attack religion itself. The proud philosopher, madly jealous of the divinity himself and seeking with regret the homage which is rendered to him, thinks this is a favourable moment to introduce a monstrous system of unbelief. This was an allusion to the first volumes of the Encyclopaedia. It has been reserved for our generation, they continued, to hear without comment in the first university of Christendom a public lecture, that of the Abbé de Prade, in which all the false principles of unbelief were systematically expounded. The chief president, in a private interview, said to Louis, "Sire, you are being deceived. It is time you realized it. Schism needs small forces to dethrone kings, whereas it takes great armies to defend them." A commission of prelates and parlementaires was appointed to discuss the question, but it never sat. The troubles increased, the Ultramontanes continued to refuse the sacraments, and the Jansenists to protest. They disputed over opinions and doctrines. Contradictory decrees were issued at the same moment by the Parliament on one side and the King's Council on the other, and thus two practically equal powers crossed one another in their operations. The anarchy was complete. "Everything is falling in turn," wrote d'Argenson. Meanwhile, opinion gains ground, rises and spreads, until it may cause a national revolution. End of section 16. Section 17 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 12. Louis XV becomes unpopular, 1749 to 1757, Part 2. The Parliament sent in remonstrances in quick succession, but the king persisted in his refusal to listen. Matters were at their worst in May 1753, and in the night of May 8th, musketeers went from door to present the presidents and councillors with lettres de cachet, ordering them to go to the residences which had been assigned to them. The Grand Chambre was excepted from this punishment, but it desired to share the fate of the rest, and so was sent to Pontoise, as in 1720. The Grandes Remonstrances, which had fired the powder, were published on May 23rd, although they had not been officially read. These Grandes Remonstrances were a political and religious manifesto of the utmost significance, for they revealed the temper of the parlementaires and already foreshadowed the revolution to come. They censured the clergy, showing how the Church had encroached on the temporal authorities. The following was among the phrases used: "The authority of the successors of the apostles is a ministry, not an empire." The throne was censured. "If subjects," said the Parliament, "owe obedience to kings, kings on their side owe obedience to law." The conclusion was particularly stirring. "No, sire, we will not allow the triumph of a schism fatal to religion and capable of striking a deadly blow at your sovereignty and the state. In vain do they try to compel us to become powerless spectators of the misfortunes of our country, and thus incur responsibility for its woes. If those who wrongfully use your name are trying to reduce us to the cruel alternatives of either suffering disgrace from your Majesty, or betraying those duties that an inviolable zeal for your service imposes upon us, let them know that that zeal is boundless, and that we are resolved to remain faithful to you, even though we become the victims of our own fidelity." All the provincial parliaments joined with the Parliament of Paris. There were even suggestions of a convocation of the States General. There were numerous attempts at repression, but they only inflamed the resistance. The one dominant idea was that the nation is above the monarch, as the Church is above the Pope. The Ultramontane party seized upon this as a weapon. The Bishop of Montauban published a charge in which he recalled the fate of Charles I. and insinuated that the Parliament of Paris, like that of London, was capable of condemning the sovereign to the scaffold. We have here an example of courageous championship of the liberties of ancient France, when the highest institution of the kingdom, an institution which was independent of the state both in its origin and its functions, addressed such reprimands to the government. But it must be admitted that the effect was small. Under the name of the Chambre Royale, a sham parliament was created, a weak anticipation of the Maupeou parliament. But the Châtelet, the last remnant of the judicature, a court of first instance, refused to recognize it, whereupon the government wished to suppress the Châtelet. I learn, writes Argenson on this subject in December 1753, from one of the chief magistrates of Paris, that the Parisians are in a state of subdued excitement. Military precautions are being taken. The watch is doubled each day, and patrols of Swiss and French guards are to be seen in the streets. The same magistrate tells me that he believes if the Châtelet is suppressed, the shops will be shut, barricades will be constructed, and thus the revolution will begin. The ultramontane reaction became very violent in 1754. Christophe de Beaumont, Archbishop of Paris, deprived of their authority, all confessors who did not show sufficient zeal for the Constitution. Père Logier, a Jesuit, preached before the king against the Parliament, and concluded in the style of an attorney general, urging the abolition of this institution as impious and destructive of religion. The Protestants of the Cevennes were threatened with new dragonnades. In March 1754, 5,000 Huguenots of Nîmes left the kingdom. This quarrel between the Jansenists and Ultramontanes was the preface of the Cahiers of the States General of 1789. The fever of opposition in 1754 is a forecast of the Revolution, and if the storm cloud did not burst, it was not, as Rousseau says, because of the publication of his Lettres sur, or rather against, la musique française. When you read, he says, that this pamphlet perhaps prevented a revolution in the state, you will think you are dreaming. It was still less, as the Duc de Luynes would have us believe, because of the arrival in Paris of a troupe of opéra bouffa and of the actor Manelli, which set the partisans of French and Italian music at loggerheads. The real reason was that the court realized the danger and changed its policy. In June, it caused a report to be spread of the recall of the exiled parlementaires and the expulsion of the Jesuits. Only the first was true. On August 30th, the Chambre Royale was suppressed by letters patent, and on September 4th, the Parliament returned to favour, almost at the very time that the Duc de Berry, the future Louis XVI, was born on August 23rd. It was said that these measures were the work of the Marquise. They were designed to calm the hatred which pursued her and the insults with which she was loaded. Magistrates were muzzled by the law of silence. Louis XV ordered them not to revive religious quarrels and to maintain public peace. This law hardly pleased the clergy, and especially the bishops, who asserted that they had received their mission from our Lord to preach his name on the housetops, and to be in subjection to God and not to men. There were fresh refusals of the sacraments at Boulogne and at Paris. The magistrates asked for explanations from the archbishop, but he did not listen to them, so they complained to the king. Louis, intent upon keeping the peace, exiled Monseigneur de Beaumont to Conflans on December 3rd. The reconciliation between the king and Parliament was complete, but the Archbishop of Paris resisted and continued the war. He was next ordered to go to Lagny, a little further from his faithful followers. Then the Parliament declared in March 1755 that a bull was not a rule of faith, and forbade all clergy to attribute this character to it. The law of silence was scarcely observed at all, and the Constitution was nationally annihilated. At this pass the king, foreseeing war, annulled the decree, so as to persuade the assembly of the clergy to vote him several millions. There was a tacit agreement between the magistrates and the monarch, and as soon as he had secured the free will offering, don gratuit, as the ecclesiastical tax was called, Louis met all the requests of the bishops with a refusal. This was followed by a general relaxation of stringency. The encyclopedia was allowed to reappear. Tolerance was shown to the Protestants, and they were allowed to build places of worship. But the Archbishop of Paris, supported by the Jesuits, would not own defeat, and finally, at the lit de justice held on December 13th, 1756, they persuaded the king to order the constitution to be respected as a decision of the Church. The archbishop's exile was made less strict, and he returned in October 1757. Once more the omnipotent favourite was the cause of this abrupt change of policy. She had special reasons for supposing that her reign would one day end, for Louis was now interested in her merely from force of habit, and because no superior attraction had yet arisen. Her enemies lost no chance of intriguing against her and of putting temptation in the king's way, and she, playing a dangerous game, was prepared to use any means to serve her ends. The memory of Madame de Maintenon haunted her, so she made preparations to secure her retreat with feminine adroitness, combining the trickery of a Tartuffe with the craft of a Dorimène. She thought of becoming converted, and did not hesitate to apply to a Jesuit, Père de Lacy, an innocent accomplice and a very saintly man, to unravel the tangled skein of her position. This took place at the end of 1755. The Marquise at that time gave evidence of the most fervent piety. She went every day to Mass, fasted on Friday, and held receptions no longer at her toilet, but at her embroidery frame. It was even thought that she would cease to use rouge. Suddenly, on February 8th, 1756, to the surprise of everyone, she was appointed Lady of the Palace to the Queen. A letter from the king informed Marie Leschtenska of the appointment, and she answered, "Sire, I have a king in heaven who gives me the strength to endure my troubles, and a king on earth whom I shall always obey." The next day Madame de Pompadour performed her new duties with an easy air, as though she had never done anything else. Such was the reward of her return to the faith, her quarter conversion. Extremists said already, writes the Duc de Queilly, that after the death of the Duchesse de Luynes, the post of superintendent of the Queen would be revived in favour of Madame de Pompadour, that her great influence would continue and even increase, if it were possible, and that she would equal or surpass Madame de Maintenon, whom for some time she had been carefully imitating. The Marquise certainly owed some return to the Jesuits. She made Père de Lacy believe that her example would bring back the king to his religious practices. She conjured up a vision of a devout court firmly supporting the Church, and she persuaded Louis to insist upon the acceptance of the Constitution. Later, when she returned to her old life, she helped to complete the ruin of the clergy who had procured her the position of Lady of the Palace. La maison est à moi, c'est à vous d'en sortir. Once more the course of justice was suspended. Many parlementaires sent in their resignations, and there were general signs of discontent. On January 5th, 1757, a fanatic named Damien tried to assassinate the king as he was leaving Versailles for the Trianon. Immediately all was forgotten in anxiety for the king's health. The suspense, however, was not long, as the wound was not serious, and in spite of fears of a fresh attempt, it was soon ascertained that Damien had no accomplice. The citizens of Paris had been as much distressed as everyone else when the king was ill at Metz in 1744, but now they remained indifferent and nursed their resentment at the exile of the Parliament. The attitude of the court at this critical moment is interesting. The king behaved well, and when the surgeons told him of his safety, he showed no more pleasure at being out of danger than he had showed fear when he thought he was lost. He said to one of his courtiers, "The wound was not very deep, yet it went to the heart." His conduct to the Dauphin was moving. He spoke long and affectionately to him, expressing his regret at the scandal he had caused, and recommending his son to study the happiness of his people. He wanted to confess. His titular confessor, Père Desmarais, who certainly had not a very heavy duty to perform, was at Paris, but the Abbé Soldini was brought to him and remained 3/4 of an hour with the king behind his curtains. All eyes were turned on the Dauphin as the rising sun. On the 5th he was treated as king, and that evening he presided at the Council of Ministers. Argenson says he showed intelligence, dignity, and eloquence beyond all expectation. Men must be put to the test before they can show their true value. The Queen and Mesdames thought only of the king's conversion, which would have given them more authority, and would have dismissed the Marquise forever. The Comtesse de Toulouse, on behalf of the king's children, approached Bernis. She asked him to advise the Marquise to retire, adding that this retreat would not diminish the confidence and friendship of the king, and would assure her of M. le Dauphin's protection for the rest of her life, besides covering her with glory in the eyes of all Europe. Madame de Pompadour's future was the topic of all conversation, and if Bernis is to be trusted, people were more interested in what was likely to become of the favourite than in the accident to the king. All means of access were closed to her. The royal family was sufficient to fill the chamber. The friends of the Marquise were no longer numerous. At court, disgrace causes courtiers to fly away like pigeons from a cot at the entry of a sparrowhawk. Most of the people who went to see her went to see what appearance she was presenting, under pretence of interest. However, some were faithful to her. Bernis and the Prince de Soubise managed to overcome the intrigues of the Comte d'Argenson, Minister of War, and the indecision of Machaut, Minister of Marine, and saw that Madame de Pompadour was allowed to wait at Versailles in safety. For 11 days she was left in uncertainty as to her position, as she had no message from the king, who was under the eyes of all his court and all his family. At last, on January 16th, the courtiers noticed a change in Louis. Instead of looking sad and severe, he now appeared calm and bright. A smile passed over his lips, and happiness brightened his handsome face. Thus his intimates knew that he had visited Madame de Pompadour. They had tried indirectly, says Cheverny, to prove to him that people were ill-disposed toward him, and that this was probably a conspiracy. Madame de Pompadour took a different view. She told him that Damiens was only a dangerous madman, and that it was not a conspiracy. She spoke of the general alarm which had spread through the kingdom, how all the parliaments had been horrified at the deed. She said that this accident would protect him from anything of the kind happening again. Thus she poured so much balm on his wounds that evening he dressed, and the next day he reappeared at the hunt and at the suppers in the Petit Appartement. The pious cabal was defeated, and the Marquise became more powerful than ever. She took advantage of this omnipotence to secure the disgrace of Machaut and the Comte d'Argenson, against whom she had a personal grievance. She also resented their attitude in the Damiens affair. These two ministers, and especially Machaut, were men of considerable experience, and their disgrace took place at a time when war was imminent and their services would have been inestimable. They were sacrificed in spite of the king and in spite of public opinion. Cheverny, in his Mémoires, says of them, Monsieur le Comte d'Argenson was minister for war. Naturally gifted with a handsome appearance, a prodigious memory, and the refined eloquence of a courtier, and believing his position secure, he originated vast intrigues in the hope of persuading Louis to make him prime minister. M. de Machaut's plans were deeper and better carried out. Louis on this occasion showed his habitual dissimulation. He treated the two victims equally well both publicly and privately. Bernis remembers that 2 days before his disgrace, d'Argenson said to him, "You are reticent, but you know quite well that Machault is packing up. The Marquise wishes to see no more of him. It is a question of a week at most." Machault and d'Argenson were exiled together on February 1st, 1757. Neither of them had suspected his own disgrace. The wording of the letters that the king had sent to them was very different. It is evident that Louis was distressed at having to obey the Marquise when he wrote to Machault. "Although I am persuaded of the probity and uprightness of your intentions, present circumstances force me to ask you to return my seals and to resign the office of Secretary of State for the Navy. Be always assured of my protection and my friendship." A pension of 20,000 livres was granted to Machault. The note which d'Argenson received was cold and imperative. "Monsieur d'Argenson, as your service is no longer necessary to me, I order you to send in your resignation of the office of Secretary of State for War and your other duties, and to withdraw to your estate of Ormes." Bernis, who was devoted to Madame de Pompadour, owns that this was a fatal error. The Marquis de Pommy, who succeeded his uncle d'Argenson, and Morat, who replaced Machault, brought confusion and disorder into their respective departments. The Marquise, with her childlike confidence, thought that with her help all would be well. Neither Bernis nor the new allies had any illusions on that subject. Disasters were hanging over France which would increase the already considerable unpopularity of Louis and his favourite. As for Damiens, he was condemned to be drawn and quartered. We will not here give the details of this terrible execution. It will suffice to say that according to Barbier, the criminal remained more than half an hour seated in front of the scaffold, looking on calmly whilst everything was prepared for his punishment. They took an hour and a quarter to kill him. Many people, says Madame de Hossay, and even women, had the barbarous curiosity to watch this execution, among other Madame Pey, a very beautiful woman, wife of a farmer general of taxes. Someone told the king of this, and he put his 2 hands over his eyes, saying, "Oh, the horrible woman!" They say that she and others had intended to flatter the king by their action. End of section 17. Section 18 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 13. The 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, Part 1. Cardinal Fleury had continued the Regent's English policy and had allowed himself to be duped by his pretended friend Walpole. The British government had been continually waiting for a propitious moment to dispute with France the possession of her colonies in India and America, and to destroy her fleet. In Asia, the settlements, which were originated by Colbert, founded by Lenoir and Dumas, and developed by Dupleix, were compromised by the rivalry between the latter and de la Bourdonnais. At the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, France had to give up Madras to England, and only kept Pondicherry, Mahé, Chandernagore, and Karaikal. Nevertheless, Dupleix continued to conquer the Mughal Empire with the intention of establishing European supremacy, and being both an able statesman and a man of action, he understood that in order to exercise a victorious authority in India, he would have to gain influence over one or other of the puppets dignified by the title of Nizam or Nabob, whose motions he would govern, and who would be the mouthpiece for his orders. The English historian Macaulay says, "The arts both of war and policy, which a few years later were employed with such signal success by the English, were first understood and practised by this ingenious and aspiring Frenchman." It was Louis's government which stopped the progress of this great pioneer of French colonization. Dupleix was master of a territory which stretched from the river Narbaba to Cape Cormoran, comprising a tract of land as large as France. But he had to contend with Clive, a young English adventurer, endowed with the military talents in which his adversary was lacking. Clive was supported by a regular army, whilst the Frenchman had nothing but the sweepings of the galleys. The king would not make the sacrifices which might, in spite of all, have assured success. Like a faithful disciple of Fleury, he gave in to the demands of the English cabinet and recalled Dupleix in 1754. Dupleix has been much misunderstood. Some days before his death in 1763 he published his memoirs, which are pitiful reading. "I have sacrificed," he says, "my youth, my fortune, and my life, in loading my nation with honour and riches in Asia. I am in the most abject poverty. The little that remained to me has been seized. I have been obliged to obtain suspension decrees to prevent myself from being dragged to prison." Colonel Malleson has said of Dupleix, "The rivals who profited by his disgrace place him on a pedestal. His bust is at Calcutta, amongst those of the other great Europeans, hardly less elevated than those which bear Clive, Warren Hastings, and Wellesley." In America matters were going no better for France. The Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had not determined the boundaries of the English and French colonies there. The Canadians were defending their territory by fortifying the valley of the Ohio and protecting the St. Lawrence and the Mississippi, so as to keep the English between the Alleghenies and the sea. Some of the islands of the Antilles were still in dispute. Nevertheless, French commerce was expanding. A new impulse had been given to shipping by two great ministers, Rouillet and Machault. England, jealous of the French maritime power, had determined on her destruction. In June 1755, without any declaration of war, Admiral Boscawen, then in Newfoundland, seized two French frigates, the Alcide and the Lys. The English thus commenced hostilities with a scandalous surprise attack. The chase continued, and more than 300 vessels fell into the English nets. The Duc de Mirepoix, French ambassador in London, and Bussy, the minister at Hanover, were ordered to return immediately without taking leave of the courts to which they were accredited. A reprisal was necessary, and it was complete. A French fleet, commanded by the Marquis de la Galissonière, transported troops to Minorca under the command of Marshal de Richelieu. After a brilliant assault, the fortress of Port Mahon was taken on May 20th, 1756. The French were thus masters of the Mediterranean. It was an eloquent reply to Boscawen. The rejoicing was great in Paris. England made Admiral Byng responsible for his defeat, and he was shot on board his own vessel. During these operations, war was declared by England on May 17th and by France on June 16th. Unhappily, Louis could not fight England without securing peace on the continent. He had to take into account that his ally Frederick had deserted him, and by the Treaty of Whitehall on January 16th, 1756, had agreed to support British interests and to defend the electorate of Hanover, which still belonged to George II and was later menaced by the French army. At this point, Maria Theresa interfered. The obvious desire of the Empress Queen was to get back Silesia from Prussia. Ever since 1750, through her ministers Kaunitz and Staremberg, she had been making overtures for an alliance with Louis, and now in 1755 the moment seemed favourable. Kaunitz had a complete insight into the ways of the court of France, having spent 2 years there with the object of obtaining this knowledge, and he knew to whom he should apply at this serious juncture. From Vienna, where he was continuing his brilliant career under Maria Theresa, he wrote to Madame de Pompadour, "Monsieur le Comte de Staremberg has matters of great importance to propose to the king, which are of such a nature that they can only be communicated through someone whom his most Christian Majesty honours with his complete confidence, and whom he will indicate to the Comte de Staremberg." The man honoured with complete confidence was Berenice, who had just returned from Venice, where he had been ambassador, and was expecting to be made minister. Louis discussed the matter with him and with the Marquise. It was decided at the meeting of Babioles in September 1755 that the Austrian proposals should be considered. Staremberg then revealed to Louis the King of Prussia's negotiations with England through his representative, the Duke of Brunswick. Nothing was known of these negotiations at Versailles because the French ambassador had been withdrawn from London. The news was an important trump in the Austrian minister's game. Frederick, who was allied to France by a treaty which held good until July 5, 1756, signed in January of the same year a treaty with George II against France. Faced with this outrageous action, Louis did not hesitate. He decided to reverse his alliance. On May 1st, France signed with Austria the first Treaty of Versailles. The two powers promised mutual guarantees and the help of 24,000 men against any aggressor. At the end of the year, the Tsarina Elizabeth subscribed to this treaty, rejecting an alliance with England which her advisers had urged her to conclude. The outlook was gloomy. France had to contend with the rivalry of England on the seas and in the colonies, and also fight on the continent. Louis was perhaps supported by the idea that his adversaries belonged to a different religion, but he had embarked on a double enterprise, which was the most disastrous of the 18th century. Frederick followed England's example and, without declaring war, invaded Saxony in August 1756, with the evident intention of marching to the borders of Bohemia and so threatening Maria Theresa. This caused consternation at Versailles, especially to the Dauphine and her friends. The first victims of the hostilities were Augustus III, her father, who fled to Warsaw, and her mother, who remained at Dresden to receive the insults of the King of Prussia's representatives. Thus both family interests and the engagements she had made prompted France to support Austria. In face of the Prussian aggression, she could not be content with the stipulations of the Treaty of May 1st. Since war had been declared, it was best to do all that was possible to terminate it quickly and successfully. Louis was ready to make any sacrifice. He said of his intimate connection with Vienna, "It is my work, I consider it good, and I mean to maintain it." He sent the Comte d'Estrees to Maria Theresa to arrange the plans of the military operations. Over 100,000 Frenchmen were placed at the disposal of the Empress to form the armies of the Rhine and of the Main. One was to invade Hanover, and the other to support the armies of Maria Theresa. This new convention was signed at Vienna on February 28, 1757, and ratified by the Second Treaty of Versailles on May 1, 1757. The Comte d'Estrees was made marshal on his return, and in spite of the competition for the post, obtained the command of the great army of the Lower Rhine. Madame de Pompadour had wanted this post for her friend, the Prince de Soubise. Meanwhile, Frederick advanced on Prague, which he captured on May 6th. But he sustained a sanguinary defeat at Colline on June 18th, inflicted by Marshal Daun. "Fortune," wrote the King of Prussia, "is turning her back on me. She is a woman, and I am not gallant. I ought to have expected it. She has joined the ladies who are making war against me." These ladies were Maria Theresa, the Tsarina Elizabeth, whose armies were watching the Pomeranian frontiers, and Madame de Pompadour. Frederick evacuated Bohemia. D'Estrees entered the lists and chased the Anglo-Hanoverian forces across Westphalia to the Weser, which he crossed at Hameln. On July 26th, aided by Chevert and 3 princes of the royal blood, the Duc d'Orléans, grandson of the regent, the Prince de Condé, and the Comte de la Marche, he defeated the Duke of Cumberland at Hastenbeck. The news of the victory of Hastenbeck did not reach Paris before the departure of a courier sent with a letter from the king to D'Estrees, telling him, "You are replaced by the Maréchal de Richelieu." A friend of d'Estrées, who knew what was going to happen, had warned him and urged him to offer battle, hoping thus to save him, as he thought none would dare to recall a general who had just won a victory. The public was furious. An engraving was published in which Marshal d'Estrées was shown thrashing the Duke of Cumberland with a branch of laurel, and as the leaves fell, the Marshal de Richelieu was picking them up. D'Estrées had supporters even at the court. The Comte de Maillebois, a son of the old Marshal who had taken part in intrigues and whose conduct at Hastenbeck had been open to question, was imprisoned at Doullens. The intrigues at Versailles compromised the success with which the campaign had begun. Richelieu committed fault after fault. On his own responsibility, he signed the fruitless Convention of Closted-Severn on September 8th, 1757, an action which met with strong disapproval at Versailles. The other army was commanded by the Prince de Soubise. In face of the enemy there was personal animosity between the two generals. Richelieu made a pretence of going to the assistance of Madame de Pompadour's protégé, but his only real object was to secure the defeat of his rival. He wore his troops out with forced marches, disheartened his soldiers, and encouraged pillage, while reserving the greater part of the booty for himself. The Pavillon de Hanovre, which still exists on the Boulevard of Paris, was built on his return from the campaign with the proceeds of his robberies, and testifies to their extent. The disorder, wrote Marshal de Belle-Isle, the insubordination and the brigandage of M. de Richelieu's army have passed all bounds. I have never seen anything which comes anywhere near it in all my 56 years' experience of war. It is certainly the general's fault, for he ought to be master, or he is not worthy to command. It is true that to this end he must begin by being himself irreproachable, and by giving an example of perfect disinterestedness. Each day new officers were sent from Versailles and thrust into the conflict by means of influence. They arrived with numerous retainers who were so many useless mouths to feed, to the detriment of the weary, half-starved soldiers. At Gotha, when the Franco-Imperial camp, commanded by Soubise and Hildburghausen, fell into the hands of the enemy, they found a crowd of secretaries, cooks, and valets, valuable plate, toilet articles, scents, parasols, and even monkeys and parrots. These carpet knights soon got tired of the camps, and then there were new appeals made at court. If an army is being formed, wrote General de Fontenay, ambassador to Saxony, the women clamour until those in whom they are interested receive appointments. After 3 months of the campaign, they go through the same performance to obtain permission for their friends to return. There was current at this time a verse in which Marie-Joseph of Saxony speaks to the Marquise. The Dauphine, both as a Frenchwoman and a Saxon, was suffering doubly from the misfortunes which were accumulating. Delphine à Pompadour a tenu ce propos. Madame, désormais, si vous voulez m'en croire, vous vous contenterez pour votre propre gloire de faire des fermiers et non des généraux. The Dauphine said this to Pompadour. Madame, for the future take my advice, and content yourself, for the sake of your fame, with making farmers and not generals. The King of Prussia was in the heart of the electorate of Saxony. He had only 20,000 men left. Soubise was opposing him in command of part of the imperial army. Richelieu at Halberstadt could have attacked Frederick's flank, having 60,000 men at his disposal. The Austrian general, Marschall, was holding Lusatia with 14,000 men. But each hesitated. Marschall considered himself too weak and had no orders to advance. Soubise was awaiting reinforcements and lacked supplies. Richelieu said that the season was too severe to undertake anything with such an exhausted army as his. The King of Prussia retreated, but very slowly, having no need to hurry from so indolent an enemy. But he was not very confident. Besenval tells a characteristic anecdote of him. One evening in October 1757, The king had gone to bed and was sleeping on straw. One of his grenadiers awoke him, saying, "Frederick, here is one of your men who has deserted, and whom they are bringing back to you." "Bring him forward." The king asked him why he had deserted. "Your affairs," answered the deserter, "are in such a state that I left you to seek my fortune elsewhere." "You are right," said the king, "but I pray you to remain with me during this campaign, and if things go no better, I promise to desert with you." Rosbach was fought on November 5th. Frederick's 20,000 men took the 60,000 Franco-Germans by surprise. The Prince of Hildburghausen retired at the first cannonade, and Soubise lost his head. The King of Prussia wrote, "The army of France seemed about to attack me on the 5th of this month, but it did not do me this honour, and fled at the first discharge of our guns, without my being able to come up with it." The army of France! Frederick forgot that France had allies. So did the pamphleteers. They preferred to make songs against the French general and to revenge themselves on Madame de Pompadour. Soubise wrote to the king, "I write to your Majesty in my great despair. The rout of your army is complete. Was the Prince of Hildburghausen equally frank?" In Silesia, the Austrian armies took Liegnitz and Schweidnitz from Marshal Bevern and shut him up at Breslau. Frederick hastened to the spot, retook Breslau, and won the battle of Leuthen, Lissa. Daun, the Austrian general, brought back in December only 30,000 men out of the 80,000 he had once had. The King of Prussia had reconquered the lost ground, and his iron grip held Silesia, never again to be loosened. The victory of Leuthen, Napoleon said, was one of the most complete which has ever been gained. By itself it would be sufficient to immortalize Frederick II. These compliments are permitted from general to general, but what must be said of Voltaire, who crowned the brow of his Potsdam friend with laurels? The songs which were levelled at the generals and Madame de Pompadour amused the public and did no more. The Marquise retained all her prestige. The ministers submitted the most important questions to her before they were discussed in council. She interfered with the military operations, traced plans of campaign, marked maps with patches on the places she thought advisable to attack or defend. The appointments of generals were at her disposal and always caused the same complaints. Louis de Bourbon, Comte de Clermont, took Richelieu's place. He was the great-grandson of the great Condé, and was then 50 years old. Although Abbé of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, he had served in 1737, and had distinguished himself in many campaigns, particularly at Laufelt under Maurice de Saxe. He did not wish to marry, although he was only a tonsured clerk, because he would have had to abandon his numerous benefices, and he preferred to lead an independent life. He was an academician, but he had not delivered the customary discourse. The command which he had solicited with much persistency from the beginning of the war was not really suited to him, for there is a great difference between the officer who obeys orders and can execute them, and the general-in-chief who must show initiative. They laughed at him and called him moitié plume, moitié rabat, which may be rendered half sword, half gown, and wrote this celebrated verse against him. Est-ce qu'on abbé? L'Église le renie. En général, on l'a bien maltraité. Mais il lui reste au moins l'Académie. N'y faut-il pas muer par dignité? Qu'est-il enfin? Que son mérite est mince. Hélas, j'ai beau lui chercher un talent. Un titre auguste éclaire son néant. Pour son malheur, le pauvre homme est un prince. Is he an abbé? The Church repudiates him. A general? He has been very badly treated. But at least the Academy remains to him. Even there did he not preserve a dignified silence? What is he, then? How small is his merit? Alas, I search him in vain for a talent. An august title advertises his nullity. Unfortunately, The poor man is a prince. End of section 18. Section 19 of the 18th Century by Casimir Stryienski, translated by Henry Neville Dickinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 13, The 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, Part 2. The Comte de Gisors wrote a letter about Clermont to his father, the Marechal de Belle-Isle. It was a serious criticism from a young soldier whose superior qualities were appreciated even by his adversaries. The tone of the letter proves that Gisors had no particular intention of disparaging his general. It suggests that it pained him to have to make such damaging admissions. Until now I have not been able to speak openly to you. Monsieur le Comte de Clermont has no knowledge of the country, and is incapable of forming any plan by himself. Yet he will not allow himself to be governed consistently by any one person, but always follows the last advice. He has no foresight, and is little troubled by the dangers at hand, is amused at trifles, and wastes his time in useless exercise. Such is our general. In 1758, Frederick's enemies each took independent action. The French, Austrians, and Russians tried to resist the King of Prussia on the Rhine, in Moravia, and in East Prussia. Clermont was beaten at Krefeld by Ferdinand of Brunswick on June 23rd. It was a repetition of Rosbach. Clermont wrote like Soubise: "We have only the shadow of an army left." At Krefeld the Comte de Gisors was mortally wounded and died at the age of 26, a true Marcellus of the 18th century. The day after the death of this young hero, one of his friends, M. de Vigneul, wrote: "We have just lost the best subject and the best man in the kingdom. He was endowed with too many virtues to live in so corrupt an age. My poor friend kept his consciousness till the last and prepared his own soul for death. He was mourned by the enemy as well as by ourselves." Great hopes were placed in Marshal Daun and in the Muscovites, who were advancing to threaten Frederick both in the south and the north. But the battle of Zorndorf on August 25th was indecisive. The Muscovites and the Prussians lay down to rest where they were after terrible carnage lasting 11 hours, and the next day Fermoff, the Russian general, withdrew to the Vistula. On the Rhine, Chevert won the battle of Lüttenberg on October 7th in the name of Soubise. Chevert had the glory, and Soubise was given the Marshal's baton. Frederick, freed on the Russian side, attacked the Austrians. Daun defeated him at Hochkirchen on October 14th, but he failed to follow up his advantage and was driven back into Bohemia. Frederick was once more triumphant in the most critical situation, although he had the mortification of seeing part of his states in the hands of Elizabeth's armies. England profited by the French disasters and attacked the gallant garrisons and squadrons on the French coasts and in the colonies, all doomed to perish for want of aid. The Continental War exhausted France. Commodore Howe made a descent on Cherbourg on August 16th, levied contributions, burnt 27 ships, blew up with a mine the embankments which defended the port, and then retired, taking with him cannon and flags. The English tried to do the same at Saint-Cast near Saint-Malo on October 11th, but were repulsed this time by some Breton volunteers commanded by the Duc d'Aiguillon. In Canada, Montcalm did marvels with a handful of men. He wrote to the minister who had abandoned him: "We shall fight, and we shall bury ourselves, if it be necessary, under the ruins of the colony." When Louisbourg was taken on July 20th, Montcalm tried to bar the way, but he was left alone at the head of his little troop, augmented, it is true, by some valiant Canadians, and died a hero at Quebec on September 13th, 1759. He left the command to the Marquis de Vaudreuil, who could do nothing against the numbers of his enemies, and was obliged to surrender Montreal. It was a fatal blow to France's colonial enterprise and her maritime commerce. At Versailles, Bernice, who was appointed Minister for Foreign Affairs in June of 1757, sued for peace, or at least an armistice. He had a beautiful dream. He wished to interrupt the war and only begin it again when they had better actors and better concerted military plans. He found himself confronted with Madame de Pompadour, who wanted war and intended to have it. Everything gave way before her. He had against him also Maria Theresa, who was more anxious than ever to avenge her defeats. Thereupon Bernice resigned. The Comte de Stanville, recently created Duc de Choiseul, replaced him. This diplomatist had just served his apprenticeship as ambassador at Rome and Vienna. He justified both the confidence and favour of the king. Choiseul was an ugly man, but the defects of his face were forgotten in the brilliancy of his wit. He came of an eminent family of Lorraine, and had married a daughter of Crozat, the financier. With her he received an immense fortune, which enabled him to live as a great noble. His wife, a charming, gentle, and charitable woman, assisted his rise not only by her wealth, but by her grace and her qualities of heart and head. Choiseul's retinue had never been surpassed by any minister. All courtiers and all foreigners who had been presented were admitted to his house. He held his receptions at 1 o'clock and dined at 2. No matter how many visitors were present, all were invited to dinner. There was always one great table with 35 covers, and a second was prepared in case of need. A servant counted the guests as they arrived. As soon as the number exceeded 35, the second table was made ready. President Hainaut has left a portrait of this splendid and intelligent minister, who among the pygmies of the reign was something of a great man. After enumerating his virtues, frankness, vivacity, tact, and courage, he asks, "But had he then no faults?" Oh yes, love of pleasure. He does not deny himself. He gives much time to it, as well as to making his court to the king, whether at supper or the gaming table. Obviously this is so much time lost to business. But his friends reply that M. de Choiseul is able to use for these distractions the time which other ministers are compelled to devote to understanding a subject or to making up their minds. His wit and talents enable him to economise the hours which less active and less penetrating minds find too short. Choiseul's first diplomatic achievement was the Third Treaty of Vienna, signed on December 30th, 1758. It gave complete satisfaction to Maria Theresa, who was assured of the assistance of 100,000 Frenchmen. Besides this, her subsidy was doubled, and she was promised that peace should not be signed until Frederick had restored Silesia. Choiseul forgot to demand a return for these assurances, or assistance of any kind in the struggle with England. In this he was at one with Louis, whose attitude was absurdly disinterested. The Tsarina Elizabeth subscribed to this treaty and pledged herself at Choiseul's instigation to bring the enemies of France and Austria to the terms of a just and reasonable arrangement. In course of time Choiseul secured an unique position. He was in charge of 3 departments: foreign affairs, war, and the navy. He presided over each in turn, but on resigning he chose as his successors nonentities who would allow him to retain complete control, though it must be admitted he did not wait until he occupied any particular ministry before interfering with it. He was responsible for the new project of an invasion of England in 1759. The scheme was rather bold than practical, considering the condition of the French fleet and the vigilance of the English. The Havre squadron was bombarded and burnt. The Toulon fleet succeeded in passing the Straits of Gibraltar, but was checked on reaching Lagos. Part of the Brest fleet, commanded by the Marquis de Conflans, was wrecked on the sandbanks of Belle-Île-en-Mer, and what was left was annihilated by Admiral Hawke. Thus the last French ships were gone, and Berryer, the Minister of Marine, put up all the munitions of war remaining in the arsenals to auction. Thereupon Choiseul thought of opening negotiations with England through the mediation of Russia. He met with a certain amount of opposition from Louis, and his efforts were checked by an event of considerable importance by which all calculations were upset. Frederick was defeated by the Russian army under Saltykov at Königsdorf, some leagues from Frankfurt on the Oder, on August 13th, 1759. The King of Prussia fled from the field of battle and wrote some days later, "What a calamity! I will not survive it. The consequences of the battle will be worse than the battle itself. I can see no way out, and in truth I believe that all is lost." Of an army of 48,000 he had scarcely 3,000 left, and he thought of committing suicide. It was the right moment to dictate peace. The Russians wished it, but the Austrians were set on the reconquest of Silesia. Saltykov waited for Daun for 5 weeks and finally retired on East Prussia. Frederick recovered his spirits. "I thought they would march on the Rhine," he wrote, "but they take the opposite course. I am announcing to you the miracle of the House of Brandenburg." This miracle was due to the procrastination of Daun, who revenged himself by capturing Dresden and driving the Prussians out of Saxon territory. It was the greatest success of the campaign. The French armies of the Rhine and Main did nothing of note in this year. The former was commanded by the Marquis de Contades, nominated by the Pompadour in place of the Comte de Clermont, the latter by the Duc de Broglie, who managed to check Ferdinand of Brunswick at Bergen on April 13th and took Kassel and Minden. Contades joined Broglie and disputed the command with him. As a result there were bickerings and rivalry between the generals, and the early success was neutralised. Brunswick took advantage of this and recaptured Minden on August 1st. The only benefit derived was the recall of Contades, whose disgrace was accentuated when Broglie was raised to the rank of marshal. The latter passed over the heads of more than 100 of his seniors. The Amsterdam Gazette announced the news in the following words: "This dignity has in his case preceded years of service and seniority." If it had been the immediate reward of the brilliant victory of Bergen, the enemy would certainly have not been able to inflict the fatal day of Minden on us. Maria Theresa gave Broglie the title of Prince of the Holy Roman Empire. Misfortune followed misfortune. In 1760 another rivalry arose between the Marshal de Broglie and the Comte de Saint-Germain, causing them to separate. Saint-Germain returned to Paris after his victory at Korbach on July 10th, leaving sincere regrets behind him. He was replaced by the Chevalier du Mouy. The latter was defeated at Warburg. He lost many men in conducting his retreat, and people said, "The retreat of M. de Saint-Germain caused many tears, and that of M. de Mouy much blood to flow." The Marquis de Castries was charged by Broglie with the defence of Wesel. He checked Ferdinand of Brunswick's son at the Abbey of Klosterhampfen on October 15th and 16th. The battle is celebrated for the heroic death of the Chevalier d'Assas and Sergeant Dubois. These two officers were on the extreme left of their regiment, which was gradually being driven back, though maintaining its fire. A comrade said that they were making a mistake and were firing on Frenchmen. D'Assas and Dubois went forward to find out if this were true. Immediately the English surrounded them and threatened them with their bayonets, promising them their lives if they would remain silent. They cried out, "Shoot, it is the enemy," and fell victims to their lofty courage. The Russians and Austrians had important successes at Landshut and Glatz. The troops of Todleben, Tchernicheff and Lacy entered Berlin and remained there as masters of the capital for 3 days. But Frederick had his revenge at Torgau on November 3rd and held his own in Saxony. The next year similar vicissitudes continued until the defection of France's allies hastened the end. Soubise managed to overcome the intrigues against him and was made general-in-chief, an appointment which caused widespread discontent. The Comte de Broglie, distinguished himself at Kassel, but his father, the Marshal, was defeated at Willinghausen on July 16th, owing to his haste to fight before the arrival of Soubise, of whom he was jealous. Then followed skirmishes round Kassel, where Ferdinand of Brunswick was trying to separate the two French armies, and so to prevent them doing anything. In Silesia, the Austrian general Laudon took Schweidnitz, and the Russians seized Kolberg and all Pomerania as far as Stettin. Frederick was, as he said, at his wits' ends, when suddenly the Tsarina Elizabeth died on January 5th, 1762. This catastrophe caused the immediate cessation of hostilities on the part of the Muscovites. The new Czar, Peter III., Elizabeth's nephew, was a prince of Holstein, and therefore more German than Russian. His first act was to offer to ally himself with Frederick, and he signed first a truce and then a peace. Tchernycheff's army, which was occupying Silesia, now fired on its former allies, the Austrians. Russia's defection was in fact a desertion. These new friends, so quickly gained, saved Frederick and his kingdom. It was restored to him by the death of a woman, and supported by the power which had been most anxious for its destruction. On what do human beings depend, adds the King of Prussia. The smallest events affect and change the destiny of empires. As early as 1759, Choiseul undertook secret negotiations to bring about peace with England, but he had to deal with Pitt, who was determined on war to the knife. The English minister, however, lost the support of his own compatriots and was overthrown. With the help of Charles III. Of Spain, Choiseul's negotiations were successful and resulted in the celebrated alliance known as the Family Compact, signed by all the reigning princes of the Bourbon dynasty in France, Spain, the Two Sicilies, and Parma on August 15th, 1761. For some time, in spite of temporary quarrels, the interests of the two crowns, according to a time-honoured expression, had been effective. The treaties of Madrid and Fontainebleau had sealed friendly understandings. But since 1748 and the accession of Charles, King of the Two Sicilies, to the throne of Spain (1759), the Bourbon power had extended. Choiseul had the credit of giving definite form to the alliance for which preceding generations had laboured, and more especially Louis's eldest daughter, Louisa Elizabeth, Duchess of Parma, who had died at her father's court in December 1759. The Family Compact affected Austria, for the policy of Maria Theresa was bound up with the policy of Louis XV. France, Spain, and Italy on one side, and Austria on the other, now formed the great Catholic League conceived by Louis XIV. But the Jesuits, who would have been all powerful in the 17th century, had nothing to do with this. They were, on the contrary, almost simultaneously driven out of the different allied monarchies, and their order was even dissolved by Clement XIV. In 1773. The time had come for negotiations, and Choiseul considered that the Family Compact would serve to strengthen his hand in treating for peace. He was about to take up the Ministry of the Navy, intending to bring new life into it, to repair the losses of the squadrons, and to show England that France was not abandoning her maritime power. Unfortunately, the effect was only moral. The campaign of 1762, carried on during the progress of diplomatic negotiations, need not detain us, since the belligerents were awaiting events. The preliminaries of peace were signed at Fontainebleau on November 3rd, 1762, and were followed by the Treaty of Paris on February 10th, 1763, which put an end to the colonial war between France and England. France retained nothing in North America except the town of New Orleans. In the Antilles she ceded 3 of the contested islands and only recovered Santa Lucia. In Senegal she only kept the island of Goria, and in Hindustan the 5 factories she still possesses. She gave up Minorca. Amongst the most important losses was the entire empire of Canada and its dependencies. The only trace of French supremacy left in that beautiful country is the soft speech of the early settlers of the 17th century. The Treaty of Hubertsburg on February 13, 1763, settled continental affairs and conceded Silesia to Frederick. There was no other change in the map of Europe. The King of Prussia alone had what he desired. In return he promised his vote at the Diet of the Empire to the Archduke Joseph, Maria Theresa's eldest son, thus giving up the idea of obtaining the imperial throne for a Protestant dynasty. Austria found consolations in arranging the affairs of the East with Prussia and Russia. She was to have a share in the partition of Poland, and no longer needed to consult her ally of the 7 Years' War. France remained alone and impoverished, to contemplate the loss of her army, her navy, and her colonial empire. She had fought not for herself, but first for the King of Prussia, and then for the Queen of Hungary and Empress of Germany. Shortly after the conclusion of peace, Louis's statue was placed on a pedestal in front of the swing bridge of the Tuileries. The fete was dull, spoilt by the bad weather and by the gibes which were levelled at the monarch himself, who indeed was little worthy of apotheosis at such a time. End of Section 19.